You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace, you are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Harut, and we got the man of the hour, master astrologer, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, peace, brother. Doing well. How about yourself, brother?
Pretty good. No complaints, man. You know, we finally got around to doing this, right?
Indeed, it's here. We're getting it started.
Absolutely. So, you know, this is the first episode, you know, of this podcast, and I think you all will be in for, you know, real good treat. To my knowledge, I don't know of any podcast that will deliver the type of content that, you know, we plan to give you throughout the duration of this show. So I think, you know, this is something that's definitely needed, you know, in the whole podcast space, and, you know, just in general, in the minds of the people.
Indeed, it's about time for the people to be en masse made aware of some things that have been suppressed, or maybe not even suppressed, but just ignored for quite some time. So we're definitely going to explore different areas with regards to astrology. We're going to explore so-called antiquated ideas that actually work in practice today. And we're also going to explore some current events and some recent topics surrounding events that we can look at through the eyes of astrology, so that we can get a good idea about how to use astrology in an everyday sense.
Indeed. So, you know, before we get rolling too much, why don't you, give the people, you know, a little background on yourself. Well, I'll start with, you know, myself. Basically, I'm Harut. I'm a filmmaker. I'm the owner of Push It Forward Media. And this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media and Caliprosha Astrology. Those are our sponsors in both of our companies. But I'm a student of astrology. Study a couple different forms, including Chinese astrology, Qimendunjia, Bazi, Feng Shui, and various Joytist sciences. So could you give the people kind of a background of you and how you got into astrology, and, you know, what do you do with it?
Well, you know, Harut, I've been studying this for about 20 years now. So if I recall correctly, my first real class was right in 1999, 2000, when I really began to dive in and try to learn as much as I possibly could, and sit at the feet of some very awesome, deep brothers. One of my, always give him props, you know, Shib to whom, rest in power, rest in peace. That is one of the most phenomenal brothers I've ever met with regards to the science of astrology. I was a priest for a while. I did that. And of course, in that vein, you learn as many spiritual sciences as possible with regards to your interest, or, you know, what piques your curiosity. So, you know, I've been in it for a while. I went to school for it at the ACVA, American College of Vedic Astrology. Went there for a while, took a few courses, reached the level of certification and so forth. And from there, met a few other astrologers that just kind of put me right on the path of where I need to be. But from the beginning, it's always been sidereal astrology, and that's been my passion. Right now, going full speed ahead, it's full-time astrology day and night. I have a astrology channel on YouTube called Kalapurusha Astrology, and you can also find me on Instagram under Shechem Ra, and also under Facebook as Shechem Ra. But the type of astrology that I practice and use is called, for lack of better words, Vedic astrology. The proper term is Jyotish, and that's spelled Jyotish. And in that science, it's a phenomenal science in that we really can literally see real time what's going on around us and in our lives. It is a science that's about, I think the oldest recorded information out of India would be right around 1400 before Common Era. It's called the Vedanga Jyotisha. And in that document or book, they outline a great deal about the study and practice of astrology. So just an old head, been doing this for a while, been around the block a few times practicing, and got a few pieces of information I'd like to impart to the people.
Good deal. Good deal. So, you all are in good hands. Indeed. So,
thank you, brother.
So, with that in mind, here, in the West, United States, and, throughout most of the world, astrology is, kind of, like a conversation piece. Somebody find out what day you're born, and then they say, hey, you're a Cancer, you're this, you're that, and, in your background, you just mentioned, Jyotish and, the Vedic astrology and different things. And, a lot of people, this may be the first time that they've even heard those words before. So with that in mind, could you give a little background of what, Vedic astrology is, and how does it differ from the astrology that's practiced here in the West, tropical astrology?
Sure, brother. Sure. Good question. Good way to kind of dive in this whole astrology piece. And so the differences between the two are, they're not, I want to say vast, but they're definitely some stark differences between the two. And this science, we're talking as far as the Vedas are concerned, goes back, at least 2,000 years BC, if not more. The fundamental principles of Jyotish is centered around Vedic thought out of India. And so when we look at it, the sciences that surround Jyotish include yoga. It includes Tantra. It includes Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a science of healing that comes out of India, again, thousands and thousands of years old. So, it definitely has an old source to it, and they have a whole fundamental culture that centers around this knowledge. In fact, you'll find that in India, professional astrologers are consulted on a regular by many of the people that live there. So this is, even in modern times, something that is considered very in vogue with regards to the information and how it's used amongst the people. So with that being said, you have mantras, you have yantras, you have all kinds of things that are associated with the practice of using this astrology, versus in the West, it's a little different. In the West, one of the things that we notice is there's really no spiritual practice behind the sciences. It is, of course, they use it where they attempt to, psychoanalyze you and give you information about maybe, things that are going on in your life and things like that. But, one of the things that I noticed over the years is that this science out of India is more predictive in nature. And it's less apropos applied to psychoanalysis, but more fundamentally focused on predictive powers. And you would be surprised how accurate it can be. I mean, there are parts of this science that we can use to even predict the time of death. So it's that accurate. It's not something that is a fly-by-night process. You can't just pick up a book and read it. It's something you really should have a valid and competent instructor guiding you through the process of learning how it works. It's very intricate and very complex. One of the other differences is that the measurements that are used are different. And so most, not all, most Vedic astrologers use a sidereal-based measuring stick, if you will, versus the Western astrologers use what's called tropical. And we'll get into some of that as far as those fundamental differences of those. But, if I had to boil it down to three primary differences, is one, there's very spiritually oriented, which gives you spiritual practices to implement. Two, it does definitely have a predictive application to it, so you really can predict to the hour, to the minute with this science. Very different from Western astrology, even though they do try to predict as well. And then third, of course, the way in which the information is gathered. Again, the measurements that are used, it's based on the night sky. It's based on what is called sidereal astrology. So if you had to boil it down to the basic three differences, those would be, I'd say, the highlights.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. So, just full disclosure, I'm a black man. You're a black man. And, you're speaking about this science that's been, kind of cultivated and preserved in India. So how does that, how is that relevant to, a black person or people of some other indigenous cultures?
Typically, in ancient times, the founders of astrology, and let me say this, that India is one of those founders, not the founder. There are civilizations that go back much older than civilizations in India. And let me say this, they're all relative, right? India and ancient Egypt were considered sister cultures, if you will, very similar in regards to their purview of the world around them. But, there's a school of thought that really says that the founders, the originators, were between two areas, between ancient Egypt and the Babylonians. And, they go far back into antiquity with regards to the use of this knowledge. But, the Sumerians originally called themselves the Blackheads, which gives you an indication of, obviously their ethnic background or their color. And we all know that the ancient Egyptians, maybe we all don't know, but many of us know that the ancient Egyptians themselves were, of course, African descent. So, the ancient cultures, and of course, India, we know they're darker skinned people as well. So, out of all the ancient cultures, all the dark skinned people were the founders of this knowledge. So, with that being said, the Greeks were a little later, and they picked up not where we left off. They picked up where they found the information and could bring it into their own civilization and culture. So, bar none, the ancient cultures of the world, again, the primary three are ancient Egypt, Sumeria, later known as Babylonia or Babylon, and then, of course, India, were the three fundamental cultures that founded this, and it's very possible that these cultures independently found this information, and then, of course, over time, there were things shared or corroborated, or ideas that were transplanted around. But no doubt that the Greeks, when they got it, it was already old at that time.
Yeah. Okay. So, when the Greeks came into the picture, and I'm kind of, putting it together. So are you saying that the Greeks are kind of the originators of what we see today as Western astrology?
Well, if I had to boil it down, yes. And the reason why I say this, and there are certain texts that are out of India. One of which is called the Surya Siddhanta, and the Surya Siddhanta is acclaimed to have been written by the Yavanas. Yavana is a Indian or Indian term for foreigner, right? But when we go back in history, we notice that there was a shifting of powers, if you will, over time. Egypt ruled for thousands of years, and we're talking at least 2,000 years minimum, if not more. The Babylonians ruled, and they of course had subcultures that come out of Samaria, and the Assyrians and the Babylonians and the Akkadians. All of them kind of run out of that line. But when the Persians conquered Egypt in 525 BC, they ran for about 200 years. And then once they were conquered by the Greeks, then of course at that point, then again, there was another shift of power to the Greeks. And one individual in particular by the name of Alexander of Macedonia, misnomered Alexander the Great. He traveled and conquered many lands, one of which was India. Of course, Egypt as well. And they also got a hold of Persia, which would be considered ancient Babylon. So, when they got a hold of the information, it was new. And of course, they had come up with, studies and ideas and took their culture, wherever they went. But for the most part, they adapted the information that they acquired, and then, of course, blended it with their own. So, that's kind of how the Greeks interceded into the scene of things, where they began to conquer and acquire information from, the priests and the higher, the knowers and the sages of those lands, and of course acquiring their information, not in a way that we would consider as being polite, but they acquired it, and by doing so, amassed a great deal of knowledge, especially in Egypt. And there's a city that was, and still there to this day, named Alexandria. Well, in ancient times, Alexandria was considered to be the world's largest library.
Yeah.
And so, all of the information, all of the knowledge that was accrued over thousands of years fell into their hands. And so from that, we have the practice of tropical astrology, which is, to say the least, a mistake. So to answer your question, definitely the Greeks were the progenitors of what we would call tropical astrology. And they do have some older texts, again, the Surya Siddhanta, that mentions them and mentions some of the information that they brought and also acquired via India.
Dig that. So what would be the difference if somebody had, a tropical astrology chart, or they had a chart, erected, or not erected, but, had a chart from, one of the schools of Georgia?
Mm-hmm. The fundamental difference is, boiling it down to a point would be the sidereal versus tropical application of things. And so when we talk about sidereal, what we're doing is we're actually saying that when you look out into the sky at night, you are going to see the planets and the stars as they move from east to west. And when we look up, we actually can visually observe and measure the planets as they move in the night sky. Yeah. Now, I know this is strange and may be a shock for most people, but tropical astrology does not do that. What they do is, and it's really more seasonal astrology, if you will. And I know that's probably a little strange to say if there is such a thing, right? But yeah, it's more seasonal, and it's based on the equinoctial points in the heavens. Equinoctial points, we're talking about March 21st, which is the spring equinox. We're talking about June 21st coming up. We'll have a summer solstice. We also have the fall equinox, which happens between September 21st and September 24th. And then we also have the winter solstice, which occurs and happens between December 21st to December 24th. Those are the equinoctial points.
Yeah.
And so what they have done is said, well, we're going to fix the signs based on the dates in which we use to navigate the seasons as the backdrop for their astrological computations. So it looks like March 21st, when we have the spring equinox, that is the official date, the stamped and approved date for all time for the beginning of 0 degrees Aries. Well, that doesn't match the night sky. When we look out March 21st in any point in any year, right? When you look on the horizon at sunrise, the constellation that will be rising is Pisces. The degree at which Pisces will be rising exactly at sunrise, March 21st, is 6 degrees Pisces. So, March 21st, the sky tells us that it's 6 degrees Pisces, but tropical astrology will tell us that it's 0 degrees Aries. Well, if you do just quick math, Harut, and you take 0 degrees, right, and move backwards to 6 degrees Pisces, you have a 24-degree difference.
That's a big difference.
Big difference. This is a science, and so we respect it as such by acknowledging that measurements are key and crucial to getting the right answer. And so if we just use any basic mathematical formula, we would see quickly that 24 degrees is a substantial difference. If we were going out and the weatherman said, hey, it's going to be 90, let's say even better than that, it's going to be 60 degrees today. Go outside and we feel it's a brisk 42 degrees. 44 degrees. That's a big difference in feeling and temperature.
Absolutely.
And excuse me if my math is off. Actually, no, it'd be different than that. It'd be 36 degrees, right? 24 plus 36 is 60. So let me get my math right, because that is important. But it'll be 36 degrees, right? Even colder from 60 degrees. So we're talking you can feel the difference in the atmosphere, and vice versa. If we said it was 70 degrees and we walk outside and it's 94 degrees, it's a hot summer's day.
Oh yeah.
Right. So degrees matter. Right. And so those shifting points that happen every 72 years, 1 degree every 72 years, we will notice that the zodiac will be different. So in 72 years from now, when we look out March 21st, it will be 5 degrees Pisces, right? In the next 72 years, it'll be 4 degrees Pisces, right? Next 72 years, it'll be 3. Next 72 years, it'll be 2, then 1. Then we will actually be technically in the age of Aquarius, and that's about 432 years from now, give or take. I know it's a general number, but about 430 years from now, we'll be technically in the age of Aquarius. So we're not there yet. We're still at the very cusp of it, but it's phenomenal because the cusp will bring substantial changes.
Indeed. So, with that being said, and what we were talking about a little earlier, kind of like a historical, context of the differences between the two systems. So you would say that in ancient times, some of the places where our ancestors come from, sidereal astrology was the astrology that was practiced during those times, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, 100% correct. That is what was practiced. Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Yes.
How did we? I mean, with that knowledge and this process of basically us moving backwards through the zodiac, and then you brought up the ages, the age of Pisces, and us going into the age of Aquarius. What significance did that have for us in ancient times, charting that, in our cover art, for the podcast, we have the Zodiac of Dendra on there from Egypt. And there's a lot of different things in there. So could you get into kind of like what was the purpose of that in ancient times?
Definitely, brother. One of the things that a civilization will do is try to old civilizations, that is, would do is try to make sense of things, if you will, as far as what's going on around us. Why are we experiencing these certain sets of events? And of course, astrology was used to extract that information. And you'll find that in ancient Egypt, and it's wonderful that you brought about the Temple of Dendera, the actual that's the ceiling of the Temple of Dendera, and that is actually quite young in comparison to the older, of course, the pyramids and things like that. That temple was built in the time that the Greeks occupied Egypt. So there, in that temple, that knowledge is older than that, of course, but that is the time and date that temple was created. But you'll find that the actual civilization of Egypt itself incorporated the knowledge of astrology inside of every major aspect of civilization. And you can go back and you'll find, for example, they have Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, right? Well, Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt at one point in time in history was ruled by two different kings, right? You had one that had the Lower Egypt, which was the red crown, the Jezreel crown, and then you had the Upper Egypt, which is the hedge crown, white crown.
Yeah.
And so there were two, right? Lower and upper. Well, during that time period, when we looked out due east on the horizon on March 21st, the sign that was rising was Gemini.
Mm.
And so for 2,160 years, 2,155 to be exact, but we round it up to give it a nice round number. 2,160 years, that sign rose on March 21st every single year. So you'll notice that Gemini is a sign of duality.
Yeah.
You'll notice that Gemini is a dual sign. It's a double-bodied sign, is what they call it as well.
Yeah.
And things come in twos in that regard. So you had an upper and your lower. You had a red crown and a white crown, and even in fact within these cities, they had two capitals. Right. So each respective area, lower had two capitals and upper had two capitals. So again, the doubling process. Right. We also know it as Haru and Set, Shu and Tefnut. Right. These are the themes that were coming out about at that time. You'll even look at a lot of the old pottery and things of that nature and notice that these things were in play as far as what was being promoted in civilization at the grassroots level even.
Yeah.
So, it's from top to bottom that the ancient ones used astrology to guide civilization for thousands of years. Well, the thing about the signs and how they move through precession is they don't go forward, they go backward. Right. So we move forward in time, right? But divine time moves backward. So when we look at Gemini, the sign preceding Gemini is Taurus, right? So when we go forward in time, we're moving back through the zodiac. So right around 4,000 BC, of course, I don't have a specific date for you, unfortunately, but right around 4,000 BC, right? The changing of power has happened again. And now we have the age of Taurus, right? So you'll notice that we call it so-called unification of ancient Egypt, where the two lands become one.
Yeah.
Right. Well, now we have the epithet of the bull. Many kings used the title of bull in their name, Mantu, right? Mm. The age of Taurus is also the age where we dealt with physical reality in a very, very phenomenal way. That's the age of the pyramid builders, right? And to give a little quick breakdown of how we know this is that the age of Taurus, right? We would look at, how do we inculcate that within the context of, they were pyramid builders. Well, the fourth sign from Taurus is Leo.
Yeah.
Right. And the fourth house represents your land, right? So they were masters, literally. Leo's the master, right? And the fourth house is the land. So they were masters of the land. In fact, they even engineered the Nile, right? They caused the Nile to flow in the direction they chose, right? So they were master builders, master construction. That's where, the real Masonic element started, is there. Right. So for 2,160 years, right, that age, right, and the people that were under the governance of Egypt recognized that age inside of their culture from top to bottom. Moving forward out of that age, when we shift again, right around 2200, running around between 2200 to 2000 BC, now we have a new age coming in, and this is the age of Aries. And so the age of Aries, you see again, right? The shifting from the bull epithet, right? The bull being, everywhere in culture and civilization and the king's names and so forth. Now we're moving into the age of the ram. And you'll notice all around Egypt at that time, you see plethoras of rows of rams. Right?
Yeah.
Right. And this is to show that they were showing you they knew exactly what time it is.
Wow.
Right? That their culture reflected what we say, as above,
so below.
So below. So, and no other culture has done this, Ateh. No other culture has done this. None. You can go to Babylon. You do not find, and you'll find some pictures, right? Like the Mithraic culture, which is much later. It's just a appendage of Zoroastrianism, right?
Yeah.
And Zoroastrianism uses astrology in some of their paintings and some of their sculptures, but not in the actual building of their actual construction of their civilization. No other culture, not even India, has done this.
Wow.
So, when you know that they have come to the science of using astrology inside of civilization, building civilization, these people were master astrologers, right?
No doubt.
And so, moving into the age of Aries, this is where we begin to have our separation, if you will, from the sidereal process to the tropical process. And, just to throw a few names out there, one of the real, I say culprits, right? It's criminal in my eyes, right? Because when you misapply information and give people confusing data, it can cause a world of havoc. But a man by the name of Hipparchus, he's was a Greek, I want to say philosopher, but someone that studied in Egypt, right? And he studied a few other places. He went to Babylon as well. Got some information from them too. But no doubt he studied in Egypt. Many of the great philosophers in Greece studied in Egypt. We can name quite a few. We can go down the road. We can talk about Socrates, Egypt, Plato, Egypt, Pythagoras, Egypt, right? In fact, you've heard of the Hippocratic Oath, right?
Yep.
Hippocrates, right, studied Asclepius, and Asclepius was connected to Imhotep. So all of pretty much their sciences come right out of Egypt. So one of the things that Hipparchus did was, he so-called, right, was one of the ones that found precession, and that the so-called scientific community says that the ancient Egyptians and the Babylonians didn't know about precession. Well, I just showed you that we did, right? If your culture is mimicking the heavens, right, through ages of time, obviously they knew, right, precession. We can prove that, from the jump.
Absolutely.
So, Hipparchus passing it down, Posidonius, Poseidon, as some people say, and then of course Ptolemy. Those are the ones that kind of ran with it, if you will. And when they got a hold of it, it's funny that they come in and they misapply the information. The priests obviously didn't tell them something. The Great Pyramid is aligned to true north. That's a feat that the Greeks couldn't even imagine. You don't find any pyramids in Greece.
Nope.
In fact, even their structure of civilization, you've heard of the Corinthian, the different 5 different types of pillars, right? All that's in Egypt.
Yeah.
So everything they get is from another culture. Well, when you get something from another culture and the priests kind of just nudge each other, we priests, hey man, don't give him that piece. He got it, but don't give him the piece that makes it work, right? Yeah. And the other thing is that you couldn't, because at the time that they found it, it was the age of Aries. So you wouldn't be able to differentiate Aries from Pisces, from Taurus, from Gemini. You couldn't do it. So there's literally, they couldn't separate the two because there was nothing to separate from. Well, 2,000 years later, of course, when we look out, we see there's a difference. And 2,000 years prior to Hipparchus, there was a difference. So, when you get that and you start to see that, you kind of laugh and sniggle because it's like they knew something they didn't tell you, right? Yeah. And that's basically how we get the information we have today. Ptolemy was the most recent of those, and he wrote a book called Tetrabiblos. In that book, he acknowledges the ancient Egyptians themselves as having the most profound knowledge of all the ancient world. So by and far, right, when he created that book, Again, there was no difference between tropical and sidereal, so we couldn't say that one was the other. But he did fix Aries at 0 degrees for all time. And that is why we have a mess of things when we look at, well, people say astrology doesn't work. Well, you're right. If you're using a system that's off between 23 to 24 degrees.
Yeah.
Correct. The funny thing is that when we move forward, let's say in about 7,000 years, the astrology won't match at all. Right. So this is how we know, right, that tropical, and not to say tropical's all bad, they did come up with a lot of inventive techniques such as aspects, which is really one of their biggest ones, squares, quincunxes, and trines and all that good stuff. That's Greek. It's not ancient. When it is ancient comparing to the other ones. But that in and of itself, they did make contributions. I'm not here to just disavow tropical. They do have some fundamental techniques that are awesome if you know how to incorporate them with the sciences. But for the most part, that mistake is grave and costs a lot of people a lot of they could avoid a lot of things if they had the right information to go with what they're practicing. So, sidereal is again based on the stars. So the beautiful thing about it, let's say I don't have a computer system at TEF. Let's say we don't have a computer system. Our computer's down. Let's say the World Wide Web is smashed, right? And computer systems are wiped out. We got hit by a
Y2K.
Yeah, right. What we can do, right, is to actually go outside, look up without any assistance, and say, "Hey, man, look at that big old bright thing right there. That's Venus, right?" Well, wait a minute. Venus is in a constellation that looks like a scorpion. Oh, it is. Venus is in Scorpio. Hey, we can see Venus is in Scorpio, right?
Yeah.
We don't have to guess. We don't have to run to a computer system. We don't have to run to an ephemeris, right? We can literally see it. Now, of course, we want to get specific and get degrees and get, the details. Yeah. Then you would use what we call an ephemeris, which is a table of time that has been used where we measure the movements of the planets over, hundreds and hundreds of years. But even without it, we can still predict somewhat to say, Venus is in Scorpio, so there might be some intensity of love about this time. Might be some jealousy coming up in our relationships. Might be a time where we, and we can use it for even more deeper things, planning certain foods, when not to plant certain foods, and so forth. So, the applications are endless. But again, we can actually gauge this from what we see with the naked eye, and we don't have to rely on any computers or any software. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Wow. So, you were going through the ages, and so right now we're in the age of Pisces. What did our ancestors have to say about the age of Pisces in our current time?
We can talk about the rise and fall, right? The fall and rise of the Black founders of civilization. It's a great topic, and it's actually even expounded on by one of the greatest minds on the planet, Raul Neferamin. The first. It was an old document, I believe, back in the 80s that he wrote. And if you can get your hands on it, consider yourself lucky. But the document itself goes deep into how we got here as a people, as Black people. And our ancestors knew this was coming. We knew. One of the reasons we put things in stone is because stone lasts forever. In fact, there's an old saying that says that the pyramids fear only one thing, right? Oh, no, excuse me, the time only fears one thing, and that's the pyramids themselves, right? There's even a statement that says the pyramids, they believe, may even be older than what they say, right? So, given that knowledge and given, again, the grandeur of ancient Egypt, and how they incorporated these things into their civilizations, one of the things that we knew is that when the age of Pisces comes, right, there was going to be a major shift in the powers that rule. During the age of Aries, there was a major shift of the powers that rule. That's when the Europeans begin to come out and to make themselves known. Well, hey, another name for a European is Aryan.
Yep.
Right. Right. Right in line with the Aryan age. Right.
Wow.
So when the age of Pisces sets in, right, and we're looking at right around 221 AD, right? When that age sets in, right, and this is long before Jesus, so-called Jesus Christ, arrives on the scene, the age of Pisces did not coincide with Jesus. It started 200 years before his so-called arrival. I'm sorry. No, I apologize for that. 200 years after his so-called arrival. When Jesus was on the scene, it was the age of Aries. So what you'll find is that the age of Pisces is the age that really, let's just even talk about the sign of Pisces. Pisces is a water sign. Water, right, as we know, right, is a means of travel, right? It's a means of travel.
Yeah.
And so that at that time, the world itself was a very small place, if you will. Everyone was pretty much, of course, there were people all over the planet. Let me just say that. But I'm talking about civilization as it began to take root. It's in a very small area.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking, I could say 3 points again: Egypt, Sumer, and India. Those are the three that kind of were the starting points of civilization, if you will. And the age of Pisces is all about expansion because it's ruled by the planet of Jupiter, which itself is the largest planetary body in the heavens.
Yeah.
As far as planets are concerned. And it's all about expansion, right? It's all about spreading. It's all about moving from a center point, outward. So you notice that, of course, during this age, the seas the seas were navigated quite a bit. So one, of course, again, it's a water sign. So now we have expansion and we have water, right? So we have expansion over the water. Right? Mm-hmm. And so, matching reality with what we see in the heavens, as above, so below, the Piscean sign is also a sign that equates or is considered similar to what we call the 12th house in astrology. And the 12th house in astrology has some very ominous messages behind it, if you will. Now, it's not ominous in the sense that, over time, anything that's negative has a positive and vice versa. Anything has positive and negative. But for the most part, it's not a sign or energy that's very palatable to the comfort zone of people. It is going to shift things in a way that literally change things completely around. One of the other things that we notice about the age of Pisces is the age of false religion. Right? You have two fish, right, swimming against the current of one against the other. So now we're talking about truth versus falsehood, right? Reality versus speculation, right? We can even say tropical versus sidereal, right? There's one fish going one way and another going another way, and they're both tugging at one another. Well, wow. They end up stalemating because two fish going opposite ways, right, you don't get very far.
Exactly.
But the age of Pisces, one of the stars, and in fact, there's a few stars that we could talk about in Pisces. One of the ones that I really want to hit on is what is called Diphda. And Diphda is, in fact, very close to what we know as, it's very close to that March 21st date as it rises right now. It's about 6 degrees Pisces. Little, maybe about 7 degrees, closer to 7. But Difta is a star that brings tragedy. It's a star that brings calamity, right? It's a star that brings disruption. So we know that, well, we can go back in time and talk about all the different things. But one of the things that we know about African people, they were put on boats and brought across vast oceans, right?
Yep.
And so that, again, holds true to the age of Pisces. The 12th house is a blind spot. When you look in the actual sky, it's right above the horizon, right above it. So it's like that driving. If you drive in the morning and you got that sun right in your face, right over the horizon, it's a blind spot. You can't see. Right?
Yeah.
Well, we've, experienced this through slavery. And slavery did not start with the transatlantic slave trade. Let me also make sure I state that. Slavery started with the sub-Saharan slave trade, right, which was brought about through Islam. So, the people of color were predicted to go through, right, what we call the time of sleep, right? There's a book called 2000 Seasons, good book to read, right? Because 2000 seasons and 2000 years is right about the same time frame we're looking at for that age. And so during this season, right, or this time, the 12th house is also the house of sleep, right? So we would go to sleep, right? Well, if you rule, and I'm saying rule, I'm not talking about like play rule, like you like have a culture and it goes away and comes back. No, this culture existed. We're talking about at least minimal 3 ages, right?
Yeah.
Minimal. Well, when you rule that long, you can't rule forever, right? Some things that go up have to what? Come down. Right? And there's a cycle and a time for all things. And, it's just the time itself is that we're asleep. We're the oldest race in existence. And when you get old, you get kind of senile sometimes. Right. So
that's a good way to put it.
When you get old, you move a little slower. Right. But one of the things that we did also, and we recognize, is that you also must move in time with the seasons as far as astrology is concerned. And so you'll notice that as the Aquarian age begins to pick up, we'll begin to pick up. We'll begin to awaken. We'll slowly wake out of this slumber. And it's happening. We're having a conversation that is, right, evident of that actual happening. So, it just shows that, time controls all things. It manifests, everything manifests in time. The supreme being even limits itself through time. No galaxy is created overnight. No solar system is created overnight. No mountain is created overnight. These things are long, long periods of time. So, well, if God creates through time, guess what? Man does too. And so we have to align ourselves with these particular cycles so that we can maximize, right, and really minimize the detriment that is caused us by us being asleep. So I say that to say, and it's not to say anyone else hasn't experienced this. Other races, of course, have experienced slavery and different things, but not on the scale, from what I can see, that Black people have experienced. Not the transatlantic slave trade where, hundreds of millions of people were murdered, and kidnapped and brought over to, foreign lands to, be put to work, so to speak. So,
and for centuries, for the time frame as well. That's
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is something that we can literally see, and we know that if our ancestors were trying to tell us that, hey, we have an age of Gemini where we set up 2 lands, we set up 2 rulerships. We had the age of Taurus where we consolidated, we gained power, we built civilization. We have the age of Aries where we fought off the invaders, right? We, at that age, Egypt was constantly at war. At war. Well, guess what? Aries is the sign of war, right? So, we definitely can see, the ages and how they're manifesting on Earth. The other thing is that the age of Aquarius is not going to be so hunky-dory as most people think. You have the age of water, right, where we're in now, right? Well, the world has been mapped from top to bottom, left to right, up, down, east to west, right, north to south. We know the whole globe. But the thing is that now man is pervasive over the whole globe. Now he's literally causing, right, an imbalance due to his inconsiderate disposition around how he's created things, meaning that civilization is not as we did it, where it was one with nature, right?
Yeah.
It's not one with nature now. We have mountains of plastic in the oceans. In fact, they even have what's called the I think it's the garbage. I'm trying to get the name of it. It's the Pacific Garbage Patch, something like that, right? Where it's literally the size of Texas, right?
Yeah.
Off the west coast of the in the Pacific Ocean, and it's nothing but trash.
Yep.
So moving forward, as we begin to see these changes happen, these changes are not going to be one that are comfortable for man. We're going to have to work together. We're going to have to get over our differences. We're going to have to learn to do things in a way that is integrated with the earth, with the planet. And in order for that to happen, you have to come to a tipping point. And we really are beyond that tipping point. We're beyond it. I mean, at this point, to clean up, and I mean, they have come up with a way to get rid of space trash. That's how much trash this world has produced. It's even in space.
Yeah.
So at a point, excuse me, we're going to have to shift, right? And that shift we're going to have to do in about 400 years, give or take, right, is the age of Aquarius. So that shift looks like it's ruled by Saturn, right? Now, Saturn, right, is a planet of minimalism, right? It's a planet of bare none, right? You have to do this much with this little. You're noticing, right, as time has moving forward, families, just to show you right now, families are having to come together just to survive, to be able to make it. A lot of people are having to move back in with their folks, right? The principle of Aquarius is universalism. Well, we can scale it down and talk about really just coming together to be one, right?
Yeah.
And that's happening right now. We're going to be forced to have to deal with one another to overcome the mess that we've created. Right? And that's not fun, right? That's not fun.
No.
So, I don't want to harp on the age of Aquarius too much longer, but just to give you a quick, down and dirty, it's also co-ruled by a planet called Rahu, right? And Rahu, right, is also called the dragon's head, right? So we're going to have to deal with some dragon-like energies coming up soon, right? That it's not fun, right? It's very tumultuous and very disturbing, if you will.
Wow, that's interesting. So, I guess we can say, from, again, looking at it from a historical context, that, the different, situations that we experience today, whether you're talking about, the effects from slavery and, economic issues, specifically say the Black community and, just our whole path, up to this point, was predicted thousands of years ago. And that, where you may be able to point to, this person did that, or this group of people may have done that. Ultimately, it's kind of predestined, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely. It's predestined, set so that we would have an experience that we could learn from. And
Yeah,
it can't be changed, but it can be co-opted. Definitely.
absolutely. So to that point, and this would be the last thing we go into. So what do we do with that? What do we do with that knowledge now? Understanding that our situation is a part of our destiny. It's a part of what we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
How does that apply to us today in this time?
Well, our ancestors are very intuitive and could see things beyond what we probably would want to see. But the one thing that I know what we must do is begin to find ways to come together and to override our differences, to be able to work together to make things within the next 400 years palatable, so that when that baton pass happens, and that's what the ages are, it's just when we pass the baton, right?
Yeah.
They say there's no such thing as race. Well, I think our ancestors had a little different purview that we do, that there was races. In fact, Europeans were called Tamahu, right? We had a name for them. We had a picture of them, right? We had 4 major races. Well, 3 really. 2 of us, one of them, and one of what we call the Arab, right? So we understood that there were races, and that this thing is about passing the baton. And so if we're wise, we will begin to pass this knowledge on to our children so that they can awaken their descendants and so forth, so that by the time that baton pass happens, we're in line and in step and sync, just like a relay race. We're ready to hand off and keep it pushing, right? So
Yeah.
Using the knowledge to do things on a very grassroots level, marrying properly, making sure your daughter and your son marry properly, making sure you marry properly, which then, of course, we're talking about this creates generations. And then, of course, if you're able to marry properly to create a family structure, right, then you're able to pass things on, right? And then by the time the gig is up, right, you look up and you say, hey, we're ready to keep it going. We're ready to take this and take it to the next level. One of the unfortunate things about the age of Pisces is also creates amnesia, right? And so we have a very serious case of amnesia, right, if you will, and not just Black people, everybody.
That's an
right?
understatement.
So, definitely. So, they use this knowledge to wake up. We use this knowledge to navigate. We use this knowledge to move in time. And when you find that it only takes 72 years to change 1 degree of consciousness on the planet, that's not very long. So let's use this, pass it on, use it wisely to create infrastructure, businesses, to bridge families. That's what marriage is really about, is bridging and combining families and making sure that you get the best of both worlds. We can use this like the ancients did to really make civilization what it should be.
Absolutely. So, yeah, man, that was a excellent breakdown. Excellent breakdown. Excellent walk through history. And I think this is a great, just foundational, show for what we got in store. So we can kind of close it up right there. You got any announcements or anything that you want to let the people know?
Oh, yes, definitely. What I really want people to do is tune in to Kalapurusha Astrology, because more of these topics will be discussed there in depth, as far as the precession of the equinoxes, the difference between tropical and sidereal. We're going to talk about different things on that channel. So definitely, subscribe, link in. When the videos start coming, they will come. They're lined up to drop. So I definitely want people to be able to get that information and take it and go study it and learn for yourself. that's the major one I really want to focus on, is because it's going to be a phenomenal channel. Excuse me.
Indeed. And where can they get tuned in with Kylie Purusha? Yep, and they can also find you on Instagram as well, right? Dig that. And for myself, you can find, all the content that we produce, including this podcast, at pushitforward.com. That's PUSHITFWD.com. And we're on Instagram at pushitforward, spelled just like pushitforward.com. And I want you all to go check out the latest project that we've put together. It's a concept, for a vegan food travel show called Veg Kingdom. And you can follow that Instagram for everything related to that project at Veg Kingdom TV on Instagram, and Veg Kingdom not Veg Kingdom TV, just vegkingdom.com. We're also going to have some, short films and, other, content and interviews, different things coming up pretty soon. And we'll be tying in some of the stuff we talk about here in this podcast, leveraging astrology and, coming up with some pretty, innovative stories and things like that as well. And you can, stay tuned with this podcast in particular on Instagram at Cosmic Convo. That's COSMICCONVO. And that's the Instagram for the page. And, just stay in tune with us. Brother Ra, he's going to be, doing some lives and different things on his Instagram. And, we're going to, be putting out, different little astrological, occurrences that's coming up. And, we just got a lot in store. So definitely stay tuned in. All right. You got any closing words?
No, my brother, just keep looking up. Just keep looking up and take advantage of the night sky and see for yourself the beauty of astrology.
Indeed. So thank you for tuning in. We'll be back here same time, same place next week with some more, innovative, astrological talk for you. So on that note, peace and blessings. And until next time, stay great. And like Brother Ross said, keep looking up. All right. Peace.
Tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and we got the man of the hour, master astrologer, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, well, brother. Well, how about yourself, King?
Pretty good, man. So, it seems like that the first episode did pretty good, man. A lot of good feedback, man. How you feel about it?
I loved it, man. I definitely thought it was an excellent podcast that we put out there to the world to get the party started, and we're gonna get nothing but better from here, King. So I'm definitely pleased.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, just want to start off this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Convos Astrology. Brother Rod, where can we get to you at Convos?
You can find me on several avenues. I actually have a YouTube channel called Convos Astrology. You type it in, it pops right on up. You can also find me on Facebook under Shechem Ra, and you can also even find me on IG at Shechem Ra. So I'm not hard to find, King.
Indeed. You can find Push It Forward Media at pushitforward.com. That's pushitfwd.com. On Instagram at Push It Forward. And there you'll find Veg Kingdom, and you'll find, the Cosmic Convos podcast and everything we're working with. And make sure that you follow us at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. Like the post, comment on the post, send us messages. Let us know what you want to hear. All right. So before we get started, Brother Rod, you got any announcements, anything that you want to let the people know?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There will be another video coming out on some interesting information. A very famous individual that the chart of this individual has been done probably more than most entertainers. I'll give you a hint. It's an entertainer. But it'll be out this week, hopefully to release simultaneous with the podcast. So be looking for it on Convos Astrology.
Good deal. Definitely looking forward to that. That U.S. and Iran video, man, is doing pretty good numbers right now. A lot of people seem to be very interested in that, so we're definitely looking forward to that.
No doubt. Yeah, it's going to be definitely something to take note of.
Indeed. So, just kind of looking at some of the feedback and talking to people who listened to our first episode. Seems a lot of people are interested in learning more, kind of the differences between sidereal and tropical astrology. There's a lot of people out there who, they traffic, in the world of astrology, but it's surprising to hear that a lot of people don't know about sidereal. And we touched on that a little bit on the first episode, but, Brother Rod, you got any more information you want to give, going maybe a little more nuance into the differences between the two systems?
Harut, I'm glad we're talking about this because, you're right. Sidereal is gaining traction here in the West, and it is not something that is typically known that there's a difference between, or there is another system rather that uses a fundamental different measurement tool to gain insight into the planetary placements. In the last show we talked about the history of where those mistakes and changes and shifts came into play, and today we're going to more or less delve into what those differences are, and not only as far as the measurements, but the different ways this knowledge is used. And primarily, we're talking about in the East. I don't want to make it a difference between East and West because the West definitely brings some things to the table, and the East brings some things to the table. And we can merge the two. We get the best of both worlds. But there are some fundamental primary differences in the way the knowledge is used in the East. And, the one thing that the West or tropical is phenomenal for is really talking about the sun sign. That's the jump off, if you will, for conversations around the world with regards to people and meeting other individuals and trying to kind of get an insight of, the character and the inner milieu of individuals' mindsets, right? A lot of people talk about, there's songs about it, man, computer love. I don't need astrology. I have my computer, da, 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 da. They got all kind of newspaper articles and, stuff where you look up your sign and see what's going on. That's pretty much, the mainstay of what people think is that you are your sun sign. And it's not to say that you're not, you absolutely are. But it's a different approach in the East, much different, in that we look at the moon as your primary character, the primary set of characteristics that we would really say that's your sign. And the funny thing is that you have many signs, right? You have planets, you have Mars in placements, you have Jupiter in placements, you have all 9 planetary influences in placements, right? The one thing I also want to mention before we get deeper into the show, one of the fundamental differences is that we use the outer planets differently, right? The outer planets are used in a very hairline, tight. When I say tight, we're talking about the difference as far as degrees are concerned. The outer planets are used in a very different way because the outer planets have less of an impact on our everyday life, right? But we'll talk on that later, but I just kind of want to make mention of that before we get started, because you have different planetary placements. We have different signs. Some of us have several placements in several areas, so it's not that you're just a sun sign or a moon sign. But if I had to boil it down to, let's say, a planet and say that's who I would identify you as, it would be the moon. And reason being is because, no one has ever seen, right, the sun in Leo, right? No one's ever seen the sun in Virgo, because the sun is shining, right, during the day, and it's invisible to us at night, right? So you can't see it in a sign per se, right? But you can see the moon in a sign. I mean, Tef, have you ever looked out in the night sky and seen planets in certain placements and said, oh, I can see that Jupiter's in Scorpio or that Saturn's in Sag? Have you ever done that before, King?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially Venus. Oh,
right. Venus is the bright and morning star, right? You can't miss it, right? It's the third largest it's the third brightest, heavenly body in the night sky, right? So, or in the sky rather. Sun being the first, moon second, and Venus third. So, when we look out and we actually look into the heavens, we look to see where they're placed, and you can't see the sun in a sign. Right. The only way we can see the sun in a sign, if we were to get technical, is to look out due east early morning before the sun rises, and you will see the constellation rising prior to the sun rising. So we could juxtapose that. Well, we know if that's Virgo rising and the sun is coming up behind it, right, then we know that it's more than likely going to be in the next sign after 2 hours. In Libra.
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed.
So that's kind of how we would say that we could necessarily see what it is, but we can't see it in that sign. But we can see the moon in all of the constellations at any given night, right?
So before you get too down that path, you brought up something interesting a little second ago about dealing with the outer planets and the inner planets. Now, when you're talking about the outer planets, you're talking about Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and such, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The inner planets are what we consider in astrology: Sun, Moon, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and then we would acquiesce the nodes because they're given planetary status as well, Rahu and Ketu, right? Or the northern node and southern node. Talking about the outer planets, we are mentioning Uranus, we are mentioning Neptune, and we're talking about Pluto. And those cycles of those planets are far too long. And I'll even give Uranus a little love, right? We can use Uranus in a very lightweight degree, right? In the sense that it takes 84 years for that planet to make one complete circuit. Well, if we understand psychology or mental sciences, you can't do anything right. Just really usually very challenging to do something right the first time, right? Usually man learns over time and through experiences. And so that planet taking 84 years, man's allotted lifetime on this earth is 120 years. So within that 120 years, we only get one go around with Uranus. Right. Well, Neptune is 164 years. Right. No one on this planet is going to get a Neptune return. Right. Unless you're in the Himalayas somewhere, right, eating goji berries, right, and brown rice, right, or or if you're a Chinese Taoist master, right, you might get a planetary return with Neptune. But Pluto takes 248 years to make a return. There's just no way, right, that we can extract knowledge from those planetary cycles. Now, we do use them in mundane astrology, because in mundane astrology, those countries and businesses and things that extend over large periods of time, right, can have larger options to reap the return of those larger cycles, right? So, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, well, there's you got those points, but even looking at it just at just an everyday level, we got 7 days of the week. Mm-hmm. Each one of those days is, ruled by a planet.
Yes, sir.
7 colors in the spectrum.
That's right. 7 chakras, right, and so forth.
14 if but
we know, brother. We know. We get deep with it. We got so. But nonetheless, those cycles are too grand, right, for man to really reap the benefits of that knowledge that you get from making that complete circle or circuit or completing that cycle. And so we use them in larger scales. Now, here's the thing. Like I said, we can use those planets when they're very, very close to a very prominent planet, i.e. the ascendant degree or the cusp of the ascendant, the moon, or the sun, right? And sometimes other planets as well, given that it's a very tight degree. When I say tight degree, I'm talking about 1 degree, less than 1 degree, maybe 2 degrees. I might even give 3, depending on the planet or the placement. But for the most part, we don't use them it's not in vogue to use them in natal astrology, right? So I hope that, kind of elucidates that for you, brother, if that makes sense. The cycles are too vast for us to reap the benefits and rewards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, back to the differences, and starting off, again, sidereal is a fundamental difference in the way we approach this. And so when we say sidereal, again, we look up in the sky and we actually say, hey, you know what? Venus is in Gemini, right? We can see Venus in the constellation, right? Or aligned with the constellation of Gemini. So we don't have to go to a system or a computer or an ephemeris or a book. I mean, we can and we should to get, the minute points of where it's placed. But without it, we can still see the portents of the sky, meaning we can still see the placement and its influences on Earth, right? And that's how most ancient cultures did it. Now, we're talking about the Chinese. We're talking about India, people from India. We're talking about the Babylonians, the ancient Egyptians. Most cultures, even Mayans, right? They use, right, what's in the heavens to actually record and make note of what's going to happen on Earth. So that's really the fundamental basis of Jyotish or Eastern astrology, is that they use the actual night sky to gain insight into what's going on Earth. Now, that's about 20. The difference between the two, and I mentioned that in the last podcast, is that the difference is about 23 to 24 degrees, right? Between the two. That's almost a whole sign away. So when we actually talk about sidereal or talk about Jyotish, you can say it almost one and the same. Now, there's a few people out there that kind of have made some different adjustments to use tropical with other placements, but that's a whole other story I don't want to get into for today's session. Basic difference is that it is a sidereal system, meaning it is used the stars are used to gain insight into what's going on relative to the night sky. Tropical uses the seasons, meaning that they fixed things for all time. March 21st, 10,000 years from now will be Aries, right? Well, 10,000 years from now, no. The placements in the heavens won't even look like that at all, right? So it'd be completely different. So they fixed it. They locked it, right? They said that, forget about all this stuff with Ayanamshas. And what an Ayanamsha is the difference of that particular 24 degrees to the other system. In fact, one's called Nirayana and one's called Sayana. Sayana is tropical and Nirayana is sidereal. And so when we look at that 24-degree difference, right, we're going to get a different reading, right, from what the Sayana or the tropical version would give us. It's going to be different. So, for example, my Venus is in Cancer, right? And in the Western system, my Venus would be in Leo, right? So that right there, I can tell you, brother, right? It's not correct, because I know the type of women that I definitely have attracted. They're not Leo-like, right? Just to give an example, right? Just to give a quick example, I know your moon is placed in Leo, if I'm correct, right, brother?
Yeah.
So your moon's going to knock over to Virgo, right? I don't get that Virgoan juxtaposition from you, right? I get that Leonine, confident, right? I'm a man's man. I know what I need to do, right? I'm the king type of energy, right? Very confident, very assured, right? Very authoritative. Virgo is very different, right? So you can play with the planets. And sometimes I would just advise people out there just to test it, see what it says for yourself. And, you'll find in the West that we get locked into a theory or a belief, and the astrology becomes a belief system instead of a knowledge system. And that's where it gets dangerous, right?
Yeah. And, kind of with that, I mean, because you're talking about moons, and most people, if they know that they're talking about the sun sign, they're usually looking to the sun for the personality. And, you were talking about, how the outer planets that span that time that they're in a sign is kind of a wide window range to be able to, to be able to really, utilize it in a practical manner that way. Would you say, even though the sun is not, 120 years or so, but would you say even 30 days is too large of a window to kind of distinguish between the amount of people born within that cycle to say that this is the source of someone's personality?
Excellent question. And that's the next real thing that I was going to mention with regards to the difference. I mentioned it earlier briefly with regards to the moon and the sun. The moon moves 13 degrees, 20 minutes every day, right? The sun stays in one sign for 30 days. So absolutely, that refinement through the moon is going to give you more precise, more specific, more down-home understanding of what that person's personality traits are. The sun, how many people are born on August 21st? Quite a few. Wilt Chamberlain's born on August 21st. I mean, there's quite a few, right? Well, me and Wilt aren't the same, right? Yeah. Right? We're very different, right? Well, his moon is going to be placed differently, right? So that moon is the filter of consciousness, right? It's the reflective lens that we use in order to kind of navigate reality, if you will. And so in India, right, when they say, hey, my friend, what's your sign? They mean your moon sign, right? It's called a Janma Rashi. Rashi is a constellation, right? Rashi means heap, right? Heap of stars. So when they say, hey, what's your sign? They mean your moon sign, right? And your moon sign, right, or your Janma Rashi, right, is more specific to your birth, right? It's based on the day you're born more, right, than the actual. I'm going to say the day. It's not like your sun sign where it can be shared for 30 days, right? It's going to be very quick. The moon moves one sign every 2 days, right? 2.25 days, right? 2.25 days. So every 2.25 days, the moon is going to be in a new sign. So if we share moon signs, we're going to have a lot more affinity than the sun sign. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. And even in fact, in India, the way they name their children many times is based on that moon sign. The moon, given being in a specific position, right, yields a certain sound, right? And that's based on the next thing that we're going to delve into is the nakshatra. right? And nakshatra is how the moon moves through the heavens, right? It's 27 different lunar mansions in the heavens. Some say 28, right? Even the Arabic system of astrology uses lunar mansions, right? So the lunar mansions are really hold power in the East, right? Because they really define your mental composition, right? Your mental apparatus, how you literally, like I said, filter reality. Like, this is kind of how I give people an understanding. Some of my students, I tell them like this, you have a car, right? And you have a car, that car is let's say you're driving a Ferrari, right? Well, inside of the Ferrari, you have an interface, right? Between you, right, and the car, which is like, your radio, your steering wheel, right? Your air conditioning, right? All the bells and whistles that kind of go into interfacing between you and the automobile, that's your moon, right? The automobile is your body, right? The moon is the operating system, the OS, right? And then the sun is the driver, right? So if the interface between the sun and the body is a little off, you're going to have mental aberrations, mental imbalances, if that makes sense to you, brother. Is that a way that kind of drives it home?
Yeah, that's an excellent example.
Right. So,
Indeed.
The moon being an interface between, the moon is not who you are, it's the interface of who you are. Right. It's the system that allows you, it's the glasses we put on, right, in order to navigate reality. So if I wear rose colored glasses, right, I'm going to see nothing but rose, pink, right? If I wear yellow glasses, I'm going to see yellow, right?
Yeah.
And so forth, right? So that's how we understand the moon. It's literally the way that the light comes in, we shift it, and then we put it into our spirit to kind of give it its special quality or its experience, if you will, or how we kind of extract reality, right? Things from reality. So that's the moon, right? That's the power of the moon. It's that powerful. If the moon is off, then no matter how great the chart is placed, the person is going to have challenges in life, right? The sun could be quite in a very peculiar situation, but the moon being strong is going to interface. It's going to uplift that person's spiritual apparatus so where they can function in a much more dynamic and much more healthy way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Okay. So
it does.
Go ahead, brother. You have any questions so far? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess just kind of, going off of what you just said, with sun and moon, oftentimes like the moon is kind of metaphorically, referred to as like the mother and the sun is like the father, right?
True. Yeah. And who do you meet
first?
So,
you meet mama.
That's right, brother.
Like it almost takes a while before. I mean, like, of course, father has an influence, and of course, everybody's family dynamics are a little different. But just in a kind of all things being equal type of case, a lot of times it takes you got to get a little older before you can learn something from your father. Like the things that the dad has to teach you, you got to grow up a little bit more to kind of take that on. Like if you're boy, you want to go fishing. You can't do fishing as an infant. It has to be some development that happens before you can learn the things that traditionally that, a father would have to teach you. Would you?
Oh, brother, you said it better than I could say it at this point. You've said it exactly the way it's envisioned in the true form of astrology. There's the thing, right? Even before you're an infant, you're a fetus, right? You're an embryo.
Yeah.
Whatever the mother eats, right, you will experience. Whatever the mother feels, you will experience. In fact, in Chinese medicine, there is a whole science to reproduction, right? Where the mother has to eat certain foods. She does certain things. She stays away from certain areas as far as feng shui. There's a whole apparatus that they really surround the mother with, because that fetus is really imbibing everything that's going on for that 9 to 10 month period. So literally, your flesh is her flesh, right? Your body is her body, right? And your mind, guess what? Is close to her mind.
Yeah.
So before you even hit the air, before you even before you even come out and the water breaks, right? You are literally you have already met your mother, right? And, even to segue that, the way we look at it as well is, the ascendant, right, is your physical body, right? Well, what do we master first? Right? You don't master your mind first. You master your body. So you learn to walk, talk, use the bathroom, right? You learn to control certain apparatuses, right? Balance, the whole bit. That takes a while, right? Well, once that's happened and the body is somewhat, acclimated to the world, then the mind comes in, right? And how long does it take for us to master the mind? Well, in African terms, it takes 28 years.
Yeah.
Right? And if we really think about it, because the moon is akin to the brain, right? When we want to see if someone has brain problems, literally physiologically, we can look to the moon. If we see the moon is, altered, that brain may have some alteration. Literally, the neurological status of that brain may be defunct, or right, it may have some issues. So the moon is the mind, and it takes 28 years for the moon to return to the exact same position of your birth, right? In neurological science, it takes 25 years, right, for the brain, for the frontal lobes of the brain to come on, right? So literally when you're 17, 16, right, 18, 19, 20, 21, right, your brain, that mind is still formulating. Well, guess what? After 28, you have to still learn to use those frontal lobes and master that. Right?
Yeah.
So as you begin to get older, you gain more self-mastery. It's called self-control, right? And so when you gain that control, then the sun turns on, right? And the sun is like that conscience, right? It's that silent voice, right, that tells you, you need to be doing this. And it gets louder as we get older and louder as we get older, and your conscience becomes more prevalent. The sun becomes more prevalent, right? So then your sun sign takes over the role, and then you have an interlace of mind, body, and soul, right? So that's another way of looking at that, and the importance, right, of understanding the roles each one of those play. And from that, right, the moon, as we stated, moves 13 degrees, 20 minutes every day. Well, 13 degrees, 20 minutes is the equivalent of what we call a nakshatra, right?
Yeah.
And go ahead, brother.
No, I'm with you.
I got you. So nakshatras, right, are the lunar mansions, right? And so guess what? We talked about how you have the same sun sign as someone else. Well, within one sign, you have different variances. So not all Leos are the same, right? Not all Leonine energies are going to reveal the same output of energy, right? Not all Cancers are the same. Not all Geminis are the same. Every single sign has a portion of it that affords it a different energy output than the other portions. And that portion is 13 degrees, 20 minutes. And that is further subdivided into 3 degrees, 20 minutes. So now we can even take that, right, and narrow it down even more. And let's say you are born, we'll use the sun, for example, because it's fundamental. It's a planet that we can track on a regular basis. That's the benefit of the sun. It's very regular, right? It doesn't go backwards. It stays on course, right? It stays the course. It doesn't, the speed doesn't change, right? And it's 1 degree per day, right? So when we look at the sun, let's say someone is born August 19th, right? That means their sun is more than likely going to be right around 1 degree, depending on the time they're born, maybe 2 degrees Leo. But that portion of Leo is called Magha, right? Well, that portion of Magha, right, which is ruled by another planet, it's ruled by a subplanet called, right, a sublord, and that sublord is Ketu, right? Or the southern node for many of us that may be Western astrologers.
So, could you tell them what was southern node of what?
The moon, right? So again, there's back to the moon again, right? Right?
Yeah.
Back to the moon again. The moon is that important. Well, that portion, right, of Leo is further affiliated, sub-affiliated with the sign of Aries. So now we can say that this person has these tertiary sets of characteristics, right? So we know Leo is there. Excuse me, brother. We know Leo is there as the primary influence, right? Then we have K2, right, as a secondary influence. And then we have Mars as a tertiary influence. So we have three influences that's going to literally shift the energy with that person born in that specific degree, right, versus the other degrees of that sign. So that's how important nakshatras are, right? That's how refining they are. They can get to the hair aspect of that person's makeup.
Indeed.
Now, the thing about nakshatras is that, the nakshatras are how we. So let's say if you're born in, let's say the moon is in Ardra, right? Ardra is ruled by, right, the portion of Gemini. Let me first clarify. Let's say you're born, your moon is in Gemini, right? And let's say it's 7 degrees Gemini. Right, so we can take that moon in Gemini and refine it to a nakshatra called Ardra. Ardra is ruled by the northern node of the moon called Rahu. Right, so Rahu, right, now has so much say over the moon that there is a system, right, one system that we use in Jyotish called dashas, right? And there's different types of dashas, right? You have Ashatari dasha, Vimshatari dasha, you have Chara dasha. You've got a number of different dashas that you can use. And so with that being said, there's different ways to even measure, right, that particular placement of that planet. Well, the moon, right, being in Ardra, being ruled by Rahu, right, it creates the jump off point for that person's life because the moon is that important again. And again, you'll see the moon coming up over and over and over again. And I almost forgot to mention that the moon is an ascendant unto itself. Right? We have what's called a Chandra Lagna. Lagna means ascendant. So we have not only your ascendant, but we have a Chandra Lagna or a moon ascendant, right? So when the moon is in that particular placement, then what we can do is say, well, you know what? That person's life, the chapters of their life are going to start from a Rahu disposition. And dashas are the life chapters, right? You have a book of life, right? Everyone has a book of life, right? So your book of life has different chapters, right? Different chapters, right, run differently. So sometimes you see some people and they're artists and painters, right? And they're all into art and painting. And next thing you know, they're into business, right? They've shifted. Something has shifted in their life, right? Well, that chapter has changed, right? Some people are married for 30 years and then the 31st year, they're done, right? New chapter, right? So, it depends on these chapters and they're called dashas, right? Now, the dasha that's in vogue primarily in Jyotish and in India is called Vimshatari dasha. And it has it's connected to man's allotted life cycle of 120 years. And it works very well because of that. And with that, because the moon, as we mentioned, would be in Ardra, in Gemini, that's going to start that life chapter off in the northern node, right? So that person's jump off in life may be a little, right, unorthodox, right? It may be not picturesque, right, of the way we would envision someone's life to start. So with that, those dashas, as they change, right, they change chapters, they change who you are, they unfold the potentials in your chart, they unfold the potentials in your spirit. Destiny comes in these vectors, if that makes sense to you, King.
Absolutely.
Now, I like to use examples, because we could talk all day, and it kind of makes sense to kind of give some real time examples of how that looks, right? And so, one of the famous characters that we could talk about is a gentleman that is very prominent in the world of basketball and sports, Mr. Lebron James. And Lebron, right, as we speak, right, is actually in a Venus dasha. Venus dashas run about 20 years, right? So he's been in it for quite some time. He's been in it since about 2001. But the fundamental thing about dashas is they kind of tell you what's going on in that person's life at that time, right? So if it's Jupiter dasha, the person might be very religiously oriented, right? They might have a very strong belief system. They might be close to God. They might attend temples or churches and things of that nature. That might be a very prominent thing in their life during that period. Like I said, might, because it depends on how that planet is placed as well, houses, signs, nakshatras, aspects, and so forth. But you can pretty much guesstimate that particular chapter of life is going to hold a lot of the portents or the signs that Jupiter embodies. Well, he's in a Venus dasha. So Venus, one of the things that Venus means many things, but one of the things that Venus means in a general sense of the word is wife, especially in a man's chart, right? And so it means wife. It literally means who he's going to betroth, who he is going to connect to. And when that period hits, we can almost, and I've seen it over and over and over and over and over, Harut, where that Venus period hits, provided Venus is not truly damaged. And even if it is damaged, many times that person will be married during that dasha period, right? Now, of course, it depends on the age as well, because you're starting out in a dasha period and you have very little dasha Venus left and you're 6 years old, you're obviously not going to be married, right? But if you're an adult, right, of consensual age, right, that is something that is going to be heavy on your mind, and it's going to manifest in real time. And as far as the physical aspects of reality, it's going to manifest. Well, he is in a Venus dasha period, and he did get married during a Venus dasha period. Not to say that people don't get married during other dasha periods. They absolutely do. It's a deep science to understanding how these planetary energies work, but we can always see the general consensus and get a good understanding of what's going on. Well, the thing is he married, right, in a Venus Jupiter dasha, right? Well, again, these dashas, right, as planetary periods, have assistants, if you will. We'll call them sub periods, but they're kind of like assistants to kind of help the main guy get the job done, if you will. So Jupiter, right, being the sub period or the sub dasha of Venus, right, Jupiter rules his seventh house. Seventh house lord, meaning it rules the house of marriage, and it's placed in the seventh house. So, bar none, right? When Venus says, hey, marriage time, hey, I'm going to go ahead and use the Lord of your seventh house to get this done. You're going to get married at this time, right? And you can see it, bar none. You'll see it repetitiously over and over and over again. There's other ways to understand the dasha periods because they rule certain houses. And when they rule certain houses, they also yield the fruits of those houses as well. We won't get too much into that today, but nonetheless, right, just to give an understanding that Venus is the overall period and Jupiter is the administrator of that period. And Jupiter, being the ruler of the seventh, gives him a wife. Now, the prominent thing about it is that Jupiter is placed very well. Right. And another difference I want to say difference, but distinction of Eastern astrology, or specifically Jyotish, right, is that they use what are called yogas. Now, I know yoga is a word that's used in vogue very much so in the West now, because the West meets East, so to speak, and has been for probably since the 60s and 50s. But yoga is a word that means yoke, right? We're not talking about sitting down and meditating and being conscious of being conscious. We're not talking about stretching or controlling your prana or things like that. That's not when we say yoga. That's not what we mean. We mean literally linking or unifying or connecting. That's what the word yoga means. It means to yoke, to bring together, right? So those planetary placements, as they're brought out in the chart, right, they give different yogas, different karmic outputs with regards to those placements. And LeBron has what's called a Hamsa yoga. Now, if LeBron, you listening, hit me up, man. We definitely talk, right? We can build. But Jupiter, right, rules the seventh house. It's in its own sign, right? So since it's in its own sign in the seventh house, it gives prominence, meaning that it gives a very good wife. It's called a Hamsa yoga. It's called a Pancha Mahapurusha yoga. Pancha means 5, Maha means great, and Purusha is the self, or when you say like God as well. Some people say God, right? But Pancha is 5, so there's 5 primary Pancha. There's 5 primary Mahapurusha yogas. You have Hamsa, which is Jupiter in its own sign in 1, 4, 7, or 10. Sometimes they say 5 and 9 as well, 5th and 9th house as well. You have a Bhadra yoga, which is Mercury in its own sign, particularly Virgo, right? Mercury and Virgo in 1, 4, 7, or 10, or 5 and 9 as well. You have primarily 1, 4, 7, and 10, because those are the real primary houses of a chart. Those are called Kendra houses, and we'll talk about those types of things in another show. The classification of houses as another distinction in Jyotish or in Indian astrology. But the other ones would be called a Malvaya yoga, which is Venus in its own sign in 1, 4, 7, and 10. You have also what's called a Ruchakra Ruchaka Mahapurusha yoga. It's Mars, either exalted or in its own sign in 1, 4, 7, or 10. And then you also have Shasha yoga, a Shasha Mahapurusha yoga, which is Saturn in its own sign or exalted in 1, 4, 7, or 10. So those are your 5 main Mahapurusha yogas. And LeBron James has a Hamsa yoga, which is Jupiter in its own sign in the 7th house. So when he marries very well. His wife is quite attractive. He did well. She's very intelligent. She's supportive, right? She's really, become a backbone and a major player in his life with regards to him doing so well. So that's just to show how those yogas work, if you will. They work throughout the dashas. They're released. Their karmic import is released through the life chapter periods.
Indeed. So, real quick about the yogas. So, you kind of mentioned yoga as kind of like, for the lack of a better term, like I guess more of a benefic, positive light. Is it possible to have yogas that, have a, more negative outlook, combinations that are not, so, beneficial?
Brother, they absolutely do. One of the yogas that is very much looked for in India is called a Chandramangal yoga, right? And the word for moon in India is Chandra, right? When you have a Chandra Mangal yoga, a Mangala is Mars, right? So we're talking about the way that the moon and Mars are placed. Now, here's the thing, Atef. Nothing in astrology or nothing in life is all bad, right? There's always duality to everything. So one thing that's a negative is a positive somewhere else, and one thing that's a positive is a negative somewhere else. So with a Chandra Mangala, and there's many types of yogas that will produce beneficial effects and also detrimental effects, or let's say challenging effects, right? Because, the Supreme Being is not going to set you up with detriment. It's going to set you up with challenges so that you can learn from those challenges. That's right. We don't look at it in that perspective. But a challenging yoga for marriage, and I say for marriage, because Chandra Mangala yoga for business is awesome. It's very, very powerful, right? And when you have that Chandra Mangal yoga, you can do, you're a go-getter, you're a deal maker, right? You can, deal in the world of business very, very well. You have a very strong warrior type energy to you, right? Because the moon is being imbued with those martial type energies. But, and that, those yogas depend on, the relationship between the moon and Mars. So if the moon is in opposition to the Mars, meaning that if the moon is in any opposite house from Mars, right, it's a Chandra Mangal yoga, right? If the moon is conjunct Mars, right, meaning it's with or sitting with Mars, it's also a Chandra Mangal yoga. And they have other ways that they kind of gauge the yoga. It depends on where it is from Venus, right? In fact, the way they do it, at almost like 80% of the world would have a Chandra Mangal yoga if they use all the combinations. But I stick strictly to the moon, right? Because that one really works very, very well. But when you have that placement, it destroys the marriage. Unless, and it's usually advised you don't want to marry until you're a little older, right? Until you've kind of understood those fiery energies, those passionate energies that you bring to any type of relationship, whether it be business or personal. But what happens is that they try to pair you with another person with Chandra Mangal yoga, because two negatives equal what? Positive, right? Yeah. So they cancel each other out, right? They kind of nullify one another, and it's kind of like two bad boys in the same room, right? Like, hey man, I know you bad, I'm bad, so we ain't gonna even go there, right? We good, right? Kind of that energy, right? So you would want to see if your moon is in opposition, or if it's even squared, or if it's conjunct Mars. Right. And I say squared, that's a Western term. They don't use that in the East, right? But if it's in 1, 4, 7, or 10 from the moon, that's considered a Chandra Mangal yoga. So there are some yogas that have some negative imports, definitely. But again, those are challenges that we can definitely meet, provided we have meditation, counseling, oracles, and other things that we're going to talk about that can be used as well to offset those challenging placements.
Yeah, good deal. That's great that you brought it up, because a lot of people, when it comes to astrology, some people just stay away from it because they catch the vibe that is overly fatalistic. It's like, okay, I got this malefic thing going on in my chart, and there's nothing I can do about it. So why I'd rather not know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like ostrich, like when they say the ostrich puts his head in the sand type syndrome, right? Well, that ain't gonna change what's coming to you, right? It's gonna come to you either way. So if you know it's coming, right, you can brace for the brunt of it. But meditation, consulting a high oracle. Right, a high oracles. Now I'm talking about, and I'm not here to knock anyone's use of a oracle that is not considered high. I'm talking about a binary oracle, right? I Ching, Ifa, or some people say Dilabun. Also, the Medu Neter oracle of Tahuti. Those are very high-powered oracles, and it's just like having a conversation with the Supreme Being. That you can get on the line and make a phone call, right? And the Supreme will download to you, say, "Hey, this is what you need to do or not do, right? Or this is what you're ready to do, right? This is what you can handle, so to speak. Or you can prepare in this way." There's different ways to, tap into those sources. But the other thing is that in this system, there's a difference in that we have remedies, and remedies. Is something that has been used in the East for quite some time. I've never really heard. I mean, there are some things that the West has that they use to kind of, navigate, some rough areas in a chart. It's more psychological based, King. It really is. It's more there's more of a mental or psychological approach to such as counseling, right? To kind of deal with, those types of challenges. And they do have they have gemstones that they use as well, right? Like if they say, if your son is born if you're born in August, right, peridot, right, everyone has their gemstone, if you will, right? But in the East, it's much more refined and much more, it's much deeper as far as those remedies are concerned. And there's even a whole book in India called Lal Kitab, Lalkitab. And that is a whole book on nothing but remedies. And when we say remedies, let me kind of go a little deeper so it makes sense to you. Into the world at large is listening. So when we say remedies, we're talking about the use of what we call mantras, right? So people that chant Om, people that use Om quite, they're familiar with that or use it. It has a output in your life. It changes, things are in you, and then henceforth changing things in you changes things around you. Well, mantras are a remedy that we use, right, to literally change the internal atmosphere of a person to reflect the external changes. So the changes happen internally first. It's not external. But that's just one remedy, right? And there's thousands of mantras, right, that can be used. The mantras are even crafted based on your chart specifically for you. Right. So you're using one mantra. If you use the mantra that I use and I use the mantra you use, we may not have the same effect. In fact, it may be detrimental to me if I use the mantra that's been prescribed for you because my planetary placements aren't the same. Another one that we use is called yantra. Right. And yantra is the way this geometry, the way geometry affects consciousness. Right. So we sit in front of that yantra and those shapes literally will begin to shape and shift the spirit internally to begin to function in a more operable way. Right. There is also they have what's called Rudraksha beads. Rudraksha beads are beads that are harvested from it's like a nut, right, or a seed, if it's really a seed of a plant, right? And so they have these seeds that they kind of create, and the seeds have different numbers of faces. So some of them have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up, I think, to 11, 12 different faces, right? So, right, it's almost like gemstones if you will. You have what's called Vastu, right? And Vastu is the Indian parallel to the Chinese feng shui. Right. That is one that is primarily used as well, in that the shape and the placement of the way your house is can change and affect your consciousness. Right. It can change literally how your mind imputes and produces, right, certain effects with regards to direction, right, with regards to shape, with regards to color, with regards to sound, right. All of those different things in that particular home, right, or even business. They have a Vastu for business, right? Those all have different ways that it can affect us. So we try to place things in a certain way, just like feng shui has certain zones that you don't want to place certain things in. You don't want to place your children in certain zones, right? So that's another science that we can use, which we call remedies, to try to kind of offset planetary placements that may not be so acquiescent to health or to marriage or to wealth and so forth. There's another one called yagyas. Yagyas is another. Yagya is like a sacrifice, right? It's a ceremony that a priest will perform that will literally, on your behalf, give you like a receipt with the energy or the planetary energy that you're dealing with, to kind of say, hey, this person is making a sacrifice, right? You have charity, right? Charity is another form of remedy. We have fasting, right? Fasting on certain days, certain times, right? All of these are different things that we can use to try to offset any type of challenging placements that we may have in a chart. And so the West is very different in that it really doesn't approach the science from this way. And it's very, very challenging to do so because no one in the West has created or understands the science and the power of mantra, right? We say hekau in ancient Kemet or in ancient Egypt or Kemet. Hekau is another word for mantra, right? So by and large, there's many. You have all kinds of different things that you can do. And, it doesn't necessarily have to be out of a book. It could be something in your spirit that motivates you to give to someone that you see that's in need, right? And it might be at the certain time in a certain place, and you give it to them, and it reflects that certain planetary energy, where now that energy is more in your favor, right? It's going to flow better for you depending upon, what's done and how it's done. So, and there's way more remedies than that. I mean, there's all kinds of things that can be done to, again, really reduce any type of malefic energies. And malefic doesn't mean bad necessarily, because malefic can be good and benefic can be bad as well. It doesn't, necessarily work just because it says benefic or malefic. But anything that is not necessarily what we would consider placed well can be offset by these methods. And there's way more difference than that than in as far as these systems are concerned. You have Shadbala, you have Vim Shopak, you have Ashtakavarga, you have chakras, different types of chakras, Kala chakra. So there's many differences or distinctions that come out when you use an Eastern system, and it's full, because this stuff has been practiced far longer than in the West, right? I'm talking about, you imagine ancient Egypt has built temples around this stuff. I mean, whole temple complexes. The Giza is aligned to Orion, right? We're talking 3,500 to 2,500 BC. That 1,000 years, right? The ancient Cometians or Egyptians took, right, the knowledge of the heavens and made it on Earth. Right, so we're talking far before any Greeks got any of this stuff. We're talking 1400 BC with the Jyotish Vedanga or Vedanga Jyotish, where that's a book that even shows that in 1400, before Common Era, they were practicing these things. So, this is something that's much older than the West. And so it's been used with spiritual sciences and inculcated with Ayurveda, which is a health system out of India that uses, different modalities of healing as far as health is concerned. They have different ways to offset physical imbalances. So it is a complete science unto itself, because it has these other outlets that can assist with regards to those placements.
Wow, indeed. Well, I think this has been, an excellent breakdown, of kind of getting into the distinctions and, just showing some of the things that you can see in the chart and how powerful it is. One thing I did want to ask you, brother, real quick, since we were dealing with those distinctions, and sun and moon, just real quick. When we were, going back to LeBron's chart, we was talking about how the moon is kind of like, how you think kind of, has a lot of, kind of personality indications. And, for all my sports people who, are tuning in, especially right now, there's a lot of stuff going on with LeBron and the Lakers and everything like that. One thing that a lot of people have criticized him for is they say that he doesn't have the killer instinct, right? Now we go to tropical or Western astrology, we look at his chart. His moon is in Aries, right? Now, brother Rob, what would you say like a moon in Aries type of, mindset would be as compared to what his moon in sidereal would be Pisces? Just real quick.
Yeah. The moon in Aries is considered, and it's really not, because there's a long-standing argument as to what quote unquote is the first sign, and we'll talk about that in another show as to why Aries would be considered the primary sign, if you will, or the first or number one. But Aries is considered all about me, right? It's a me, I, no team type of sign. It's all about making or taking actions without regard to consequence, or without regards to a lateral approach to dealing with others, meaning that your approach or your instincts are going to drive you to manifest things based on your purview and no other purview. And, you know, it can be an athletic mentality if other placements are there, if Mars is helpful in certain houses and certain signs. But the moon being in Pisces is an all-inclusive sign, right? It includes others. The Piscean energy is really about creating win-win scenarios, if you will. It's really about how do we maximize many things to get something done, right? And if he's more of a team player, is what I really hear is being said, is the guy is a team player. He uses his team to win, right? Versus using his own apparatus to win solely, right? And the moon in Pisces is very giving, very, very much flexible with regards to seeing the outcome of things. It's a mutable sign, right? So being mutable, it can shift from, right, being cardinal, it can shift back being fixed, right? So in a game, it would make sense that the person would use that mentality to use all options available to get the job done. Right. So definitely you see that moon in Pisces, you know, definitely. I mean, he has the ascendant lord in 6th house. So that gives him his competitive drive, if you will, right? The 6th house is all about competition. 6th house is about dealing with enemies, dealing with adversity, overcoming oppositions, overcoming hurdles, right? Dealing with things that are hard in the sense of that it's not something that you want to walk into a 6th house energy on a daily basis and say, yeah, I'm good here. No, it deals with illnesses. It deals with disease. It deals with conflict. So when your ascendant lord, and we talked about the ascendant, when the lord of your ascendant, meaning the ruler of you, is in the 6th house, it has that ability to fight, right? Has that ability to make something happen, right? So definitely he has that competitive energy in him, but the moon is a filter for that energy, like we talked, right? And it's going to filter it to say, you know what, even though I know I can do this, how can we do this? Yeah. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we can, and we could table it right there, man. This has been a, excellent conversation indeed. Before we get out of here, you got any, anything that you want to tell the people?
I made a video briefly, or made a video on the whole Iran piece with America and Iran. And it's not only just about America and Iran. It's about the fact that there's going to be a solar eclipse on the 2nd of July. And during this period of time, we definitely want to just keep our energies light. Not to say that something will happen on the 2nd of July. That's not necessarily it. Usually, those triggers don't come into a little later with regards to personal apparatuses, or even large-scale apparatus as far as countries and things of that nature. But we definitely want to set the tone, if you will, for that day, right? Be positive, be helpful, be uplifting, be buoyant, right? We say light as a feather, right? Don't let things, that might be, adversarial challenge you to the point where you react, right? Because eclipses, as I mentioned in that video, can clip your will, right? They can short circuit your ability to think and reason properly, right? So definitely on those days, especially right around before July 1st, July 3rd, keep a buoyant spirit. Say positive things to other people. Say positive things to yourself. Because what you'll find is that when you plant those seeds that day, and because the soil is so fertile as far as the spirit is concerned, 6 months later, you'll reap the benefits. You'll reap something that will at least come back and say, hey, you know what? We did that right. We did at least offset this day by some positivity, and now we can at least deal with any type of negative impacts that might have. So that's my really own announcement for this at this point. We'll definitely have more announcements coming up next week.
Indeed. And just, real quick again, make sure you go check out, Push It Forward Media Group on pushitforward.com, pushitfwd.com. Follow us at Push It Forward, spelled just like the website. Follow our new project, Veg Kingdom, at Veg Kingdom TV on Instagram. It's on the YouTube channel as well. Just, search Push It Forward Media Group on YouTube, and you can see all the content that we're producing. And, make sure you go and, check out Brother Ra, in Calipurusha Astrology. He has consultations, he's teaching classes, all sorts of things. So if you want to take some of the stuff that you're learning here and take it to the next level, make sure you definitely get with Brother Ra over here to do that, because we're just scratching the surface. Indeed.
Well, appreciate that, King, and y'all stay up, and till next time.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and I got my good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing, brother?
Brother, definitely well, living and learning, the process of life. How about yourself, King?
Can't complain, man. So, this is the third episode, man. How you feel so far, man? It looks like we got, pretty good feedback on the first two episodes.
I think it's going to be a great show here on out, man. It looks like we're definitely going to be dropping some knowledge to, giving it to the people as they need it. And I'm definitely seeing the feedback as positive as well. So I'm feeling real good about it, brother.
Good deal. And speaking of feedback, we got a couple questions, coming from various social media platforms. So, you feel like answering some questions?
Let's get it in.
All right. So one of our brothers from Instagram asked the question if we could spend some time and break down some astrological jargon, asterism, nakshatra, Lord, things like that, because a lot of people may have not heard those terms before. So maybe if we could, spend, real quick second, just, giving a, basic definition of, those particular terms out there, what they mean.
No problem, brother. No problem. To kind of just jump on the most simplest aspect of the questions, a lord. A lord or a ruler is another term for the same word in astrology. And lords or rulers are planets that govern a particular house. So, for example, of course, there's 12 houses, there's 12 signs, and each house is affiliated with a sign. So, for example, if you are a Cancer ascendant, the ascendant lord or the ruler of the first house is the moon, because the moon rules Cancer. The second house from Cancer is Leo, or second sign from Cancer is Leo. So the ruler of the second house is going to be the sun, because the sun rules Cancer. And each one of them will follow the same pattern, one after the other, based on the particular sign that's placed over that particular house. if that makes sense to you, brother. Is that clear? Is that clearing it? Does that clear it up, or does that make sense, or do I need to go a little deeper?
No, I think that's a good, good kind of overview of what that is. Now, what about like the terms like asterism and nakshatra?
Okay, so an asterism is basically aster, right? Like astrology and aster, it means of the stars, right? Or it's based on the stars. So an asterism is a portion of the zodiac that we align to an actual star, right? And when we say asterism, we're actually almost synonymously saying nakshatra, because that is the same thing that we're doing. It's just one term is Western and one term is Indian, or for lack of better words, Hindu. So when we say nakshatra is the same delineation of the asterisms, which is cut into 27 parts of the sky. So when I say, for example, Ashwini, or better yet, Shitra is a asterism, and asterism is connected to a star, and that star is called Spica, right? And so when you look up in the night sky, we actually have a set of stars that we can point to that says this portion is allotted to that star. Another one is Regulus. So Regulus is Magha. When we say Magha, we're almost saying Regulus simultaneously. Regulus is the ruler of the asterism / nakshatra.
Okay. So yeah, I think those are good, a good kind of overview of what those terms mean, and yeah. So if you out there when you listen to this, let us know if that if that's a good answer for you, and we could definitely. I'm pretty sure we'll probably spend a whole show on that topic alone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the lunar mansions and different things like that. We got one more coming in from Facebook. Brother wanted to know if we could do a show on the astrological significance of the pyramids of Giza.
Absolutely. That'd be a phenomenal show to do. The pyramids of Giza are, without a doubt, aligned to the constellation Orion. And the constellation Orion has 3 primary stars in it. And those 3 primary stars are specifically reflected within the layout of the Giza pyramid complex. So we definitely can spend a show on that, delving into those alignments, how the shafts are pointing towards specific stars, how I think there's so much knowledge compacted in the Great Pyramid itself. I mean, we could probably do 2 or 3 shows on that one alone. But definitely in the future we will address that and tighten it up with regards to how those particular constellations and stars are specifically aligned to the Giza pyramid complex. Definitely.
Good deal. So that's coming soon. So thanks for that the alley-oop right there. So we'll definitely do a show on that. All right. So that's pretty much what we got right now. And again, when you hear this, you got questions, you got anything, you want us to talk about or anything like that, just hit us up on social media. On Facebook, we're at Cosmic Convo. Same handle on Instagram at Cosmic Convo. You can hit me up personally at Harut Life or at Push It Forward. You can hit up Brother Ra at Shechem on Instagram. And we can move from there. We'll definitely take that into consideration and, tie that into what we're doing. All right.
Okay.
So, for today's show, we got, a real interesting angle. And I think, to me, this is a real important show because you really get to, see the power of astrology, that you get to really see, that statement, as above, so below, into true form, and when we look at right now kind of what's going on politically, it's a real key time right now. We see reparations is a constant topic, in the political scene. We got over 24 Democratic nominees all lined up to go against Trump. So on this show, we're going to begin the conversation of seeing what does the stars have to say about this whole, presidential election. And, we're going to begin to look at and see how do these candidates measure up against the Donald. So I think you all enjoy this quite a bit. What do you think, Brother Ra?
I think that's an excellent segue into this particular hot topic of politics at this time, because there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of shifting pieces at work as far as who's going to be the next CEO of the United States of America. And so it's a free for all, if you will, right now. It really is. There's a lot of young candidates, which is surprising, and there's definitely some tenured ones as well. So it's a nice spread across the board. You have candidates that are from different racial backgrounds, which is phenomenal with regards to just showing the quote unquote American dream at work. However, we must understand that although it has a very promising look with regards to, of course, the Democratic nominees or potential nominees. And of course, like you said, Mr. Trump, he's already in office. So the incumbent always has a leg in, he always has his ability to kind of pull his folks in fairly quickly because he's already kind of on top of the hill, Capitol Hill, if you will. So the thing is that, when we look at how things operate, there's a two-sided coin to this, and in astrology, one thing we must understand is that everything has what we call a significator, or the proper term is karaka. And a significator is a planet that is affiliated with a specific area or a thing, such as democracy. And so democracy is governed by the planet Saturn. And the reason is because Saturn is the planet that truly governs the masses. It's considered a planet that deals with the common man, if you will. And the common man was originally intended in democracy to be the individual that could ascend to the highest ranks of government. However, there are other things at work and at play, and that it appears that democracy is at work. But remember, let's be honest. If you don't have any money, you're not going to be president, right? And having the greenback or the dollar bill with you is not of the common man. Just basic bare minimum. The average individual won't see the Oval Office, for lack of better words, because he's not in the green, right? He's not in the financial wherewithal to pull it down. So that's one of the things I want people to consider, is that, democracy is supposed to be of the common man, by the common man, that we all have the potential to be in office for whatever reason, if we can really pull the vote, right? And pulling the vote, it takes money. So there's an oxymoron with democracy and how democracy has been set up. The other thing is that, the powers that be are no dummies. When I say the powers that be, this is the hidden hand, right? This is the so-called conspiracy theory that everyone kind of looks to. And this is a machine, Atef. This is a machine. When I say a machine, this thing was created, hundreds of years ago. So we're receiving the effects of that cause. The process of creating a country, a nation, is not just we all get together and we all want to have our own little land and do what we want to do. There are forces and powers that are set in play that create the momentum of a nation. And the people that founded this country, most of which were Masons, and I say founded, I'm talking about the real key players, the ones that really were the movers and the shakers. Of course, we know George Washington was obviously a Freemason, because even in the picture, I believe, of his inauguration, or one of his pictures, I'm not sure if it's the inauguration, he has a Masonic apron on. And, it's kind of like this. The way you start is the way you finish. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
So, if we're starting out, and people can, say that, he's not really technically the first president. I understand, there's even, articles and books out about, the first 5 black presidents, and, there was other people that were really kind of the head, if you will. But when a nation makes a proclamation, when a nation makes a statement, when a nation puts someone out in front, they're putting them out in front as a symbol. And that symbol speaks volumes. Symbols, of course, speak 1,000 words. So when you look at not only George Washington, even when you look at the dollar bill is there to show you, and it's the dollar bill, the $1 bill. When you look at that, that is a symbol to show you how things are set up within the construct of this nation. And of course, who's on the dollar bill? George Washington. George Washington, being a Freemason, a outspoken Freemason, and of course also an owner of slaves, you must remember. This is to tell you that the powers that run this nation are not ones that are really democratically oriented, if you will. They set up a democracy so that the appearances of the people have the vote would be there. But the real hidden hand is always the ones that we say the presidents are selected, not elected, right? They're pre-chosen, if you will. And then those that we kind of go with or run with, we think that we're pulling the strings, but that's not truly the case. With that being said, when we look at astrology and try to bring heaven down to earth, we have to look at what time it is for these particular preliminaries and things to happen. And so we have to use sidereal, right? Because sidereal is going to really show us where things are in real time. Not to knock anyone's tropical purviews on it, and I respect anyone's attempt to use this divine science to gain insight, but for all intents and purposes, our ancestors looked up, not down. So at the time of the election, the sun, and the election is pretty much set forth for November 3rd every year, or every 4 years. And it's funny that it's every 4 years, because 4 years is also another significant aspect of how reality works, in that we have a leap year every 4 years. The clocks are set back every 4 years. That's the purpose of the leap year, because if we didn't have a leap year, we would find that the seasons would shift with regards to the actual the months and the dates. So summer would actually end up being where winter is, and winter, summer would be in December, and vice versa. Winter would be in June, right? If we didn't have that particular mechanism to set it back. Well, in ancient times, and especially in ancient Kemet, we have what's called a Celtic calendar. That Celtic calendar allowed us to maintain the consistency over a given period of time, where we understood that the seasons, these things change. And so that we wanted to make sure that our time is correct, we created another calendar to coincide with that calendar. And the Celtic calendar had many more uses than that, but that was one of the uses, in that we could keep a very close track of time. When the elections happen, Atef, there's a particular arrangement in the heavens that happens every year, and that is when the sun is in debilitation. November 3rd, from October 15th to right around November 14th, right around there, that's when Libra is actually, the sun will be in Libra for 30 days. And so knowing that, there's some deeper imports to that particular placement. One of the things is that the sun in Libra, typically, not always, because of course in astrology we have variables, we have things that can cancel other things out. And I say cancel not in the sense that it nullifies it, but it can negative can be turned to positive with certain placements. So it's not always that the sun is in debilitation, that it's horrible, or the sun is in exaltation, that it's great. It just means that that particular planet has the opportunity to release the highest imports of its significations, or the things that it rules. But the sun being in Libra, the sun in Libra is debilitated. If in both systems, in any system that you particularly look at, when we use the heavens and placements and constellations, the sun is debilitated in Libra. And the sun is, number one, the planet of government, right? Number two, the sun is also symbolic of the ability to exact your intent, or what we would call will. And so your will, being in a debilitated state, is weakened, right? So that means that the people, and the sun in Libra is the sign of scales, right? Libra is the sign of, one side, right, Democrats, right, versus the other side, right, Republicans. I mean, it fits perfectly with how things play out. And at that time, the decision-making process, which is governed by the sun, is thwarted. It's weakened. It's not nullified, but it definitely has there's a struggle. There's an internal battle. There's an internal fight. You don't feel confident. You don't feel that surety of hey, I need to do this. This needs to get done. So the powers that be, knowing this, right, and creating this system, have set forth the ability to implement their will within the construct of the people's will, although the people look like they're making the choice. So when you have a nation, and not all nations are this way, I'm not sure of how other nations are run. I live in America, and I'm not familiar with India or Canada or England. I'm not familiar with those countries and how they've done things. But I know here in America, and going back again to knowing that the founders of America are Freemasons, we can juxtapose that information right over to November 3rd, and that they set forth this process to make sure that the people will be the weakest in making the decision. And they could literally use campaigns, they can use slogans, they can use the media, they can use all sorts of and manners of things to manipulate the will of the people. There's a book called Illusions of Choice by M.K. Wheel, MKWEALE. And it's a book called Illusions of Choice, The Hidden Hand of Astrology Behind U.S. Presidential Elections. And I suggest, if you have the opportunity to read that book, it discusses things very specifically, and it also uses sidereal placements to understand how these things work. And in fact, I'm just going to read a quick quote from it to kind of give you insight onto what we're talking about. This is in chapter 1, I believe, page 1 of chapter 1, and the second paragraph. It quotes, "If we approach the U.S. presidential election in the same way, it also has a set timing mechanism to its cycle. The founders of America were well versed in metaphysics and used universal principles to determine the timing for the best potential outcomes based on constellational and planetary influences. The founders who most influenced the definition of the election cycle were Benjamin Franklin, who was famous for his almanacs used for planting crops, which relied on astrological influences such as the moon phases. George Washington, who was a Freemason, and Thomas Jefferson, who was familiar with philosophy and esoteric principles and understood the significance of the astrological cycles such as solstices and equinoxes, as well as constellation and planetary influences, unquote. So that right there alone, right, is the death knell to the so-called process of democracy within America. Again, and here's the other side of the equation, in that Saturn is actually exalted in Libra. If we could set up an election process whereby we had Saturn exalted in Libra, where the man that is actually described as being the person or people that pull the strings within elections was exalted, that planet governing those particular aspects of this reality, then we would actually have a lot more power in making those things happen. So the opposite has taken place. We are weakened versus strengthened. The election that's coming up definitely has, like we talked about just a second ago, a lot of different moving parts, meaning that you can see the positioning happening if you're paying attention. And what we do in mundane astrology is we look at not only the United States, because the United States has a chart as well. The United States has a overall background with regards to as above, so below. But we also look at the potential candidates, and we also look at the president and his particular chart. All these things are combined to give us a kind of a MRI of the time, if you will. We can see into what's going on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, well, just wanted to, just let you all know that, before, we get in and start kind of going through the candidates and everything like that backdrop that Brother Rod just put forth is key to understand, just kind of put it in context, because that's going to skew what you see, what's happening in the charts, what you see in the stars, those different elements that, those, different, behind the scenes, kind of plays that's being called shows up in the stars. So you have to really set that record straight before you go forth and start trying to determine kind of where we see the outcome is coming.
Absolutely, right? Brother. Absolutely. We, the heavens will always win, in the end. Of course, we have a will, which the will is really used to maximize, right, the effects that we are given within our destiny. So it's not that, people say, well, astrology, come on, man, I have free will, right? I have free will, which there's no such thing, right? That's a misnomer, right? There's no such thing as a free will. You have a will that allows you to be free. There's a difference, right? Free will means that you have free reign to do what you like to do, right? And let's just give a quick example, right? Schwarzenegger, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Terminator, right? He is or was, I'm not sure. I don't think he's still. I know he's not any longer. But he was the governor of California, right? And he was, quote unquote, democratically elected. He sat in office, right? Did his term, did his deal, and would like to run for president of the United States. I'm sure, a lot of people would lean in that direction. But guess what? There's rules and there's laws that prohibit that. And, just another example is someone else coming from another country. Let's say the person is born in India and he wants to be president of the United States. Well, laws and rules have a far-reaching effect when it comes to governing people. And there's a law or a rule that says that you have to be born in the United States of America to be a president of the United States. So that means that there's already something in motion. That doesn't mean that can't be changed. That doesn't mean it can't be altered, but it would take a momentous force. It would take a overwhelming force of energy to change that. So that means that there is something that is preset, that is not under your control, that your free will cannot thwart, that your will has to go hand in hand with. Just as if I didn't choose the body I was born into, per se. I didn't choose the city I was born into. I didn't choose the family I was born into. Right? And until I became an adult, I had very little choice of what I ate, what I watched, what I listened to. So when we talk about, free will and astrology, we have to understand that there is a structure, a power structure that is preset called destiny that we have to walk through and walk with. And the will allows us to make the optimal choices to best yield, to get the best outcome out of those potentials, if you will. They say, what is the old saying? Make lemonade out of lemons, if you will. So, these things are preset. This is destiny. This is things that you and I and no one else really can alter, being that the divine is in full control. So with that being said, we look at the options, quote unquote, that we have to pull from. Now, there's a lot of different people on the Democratic side that are running. We have a long list. And, that's the way it's supposed to work. If it were really designed and created to do what it's supposed to do, it's supposed to work that way. You're supposed to have a plethora of people to pull from, to get to know, to learn about, to study, to even reach out to their campaigns. That's the way it appears that, hey, that's, if in an ideal world, it would be great. However, those individuals have destinies as well, right? And you best believe that the people that are pulling the strings know those destinies. In fact, the United States began to put the time of birth on the birth certificates for very specific reasons. There's another great book I would recommend for people to read, and it's a book about Freemasonry. It talks about how Freemasons use astrology, literally. I mean, if you understand degrees and 30 degrees, 33 degrees, and Masonry is based on degrees, right? Then you pretty much can quickly make the connection that they have a very good understanding of how these things work, and they use sidereal astrology once again. So talking about one of the candidates, for example, and, leaning in on, trying to gain some insight on things, Mr. Biden, right? He's kind of he's kind of out there right now, right? He's the one that, if you will, is, I would say, the head of the Democratic process, the Democratic Party, with regards to being the next selectee, right? But Mr. Biden, he has a destiny. And when we look at his destiny, we can clearly see that there is some forces at work that will be playing out with regards to this election. And he is a 76-year-old man. He's up there in age. Doesn't mean that because you're older doesn't mean you won't be elected. Historically speaking, there's been some presidents. Ronald Reagan wasn't spring chicken when he got in office. So, that doesn't necessarily stop you per se, but it is a factor, because you must understand that. Let's look at the shaping factors, if you will. We both know about shaping factors, right?
Yeah.
Shaping factors are things that are going to kind of, lean in and have an effect on how things come to manifestation. Well, being that younger folks are now becoming more populous, right? That of course, as time goes on, the old heads have to leave off, and the new crew comes in, and the youth kind of take over and begin to do things with regards to their freedoms, if you will. So the youth kind of look at, hey, he's an older guy. He might not last in office so long if he's not in fit health, which is another aspect we look at. All these things are factored in with regards to how people think, how people vote. In addition to that, however, because of his age and things of that nature, we also have some very prominent astrological placements in his destiny. And we have a good time on him. We always want to have a good time when we talk about people. And I've made mistakes on, being an astrologer and thinking that, my skill set is, this, that, and the other. And I don't have a time. Times are crucial in making those decisions because the time creates the actual ascendant. And from the ascendant, we can see how everything's placed in the construct of that person's destiny. So go ahead, brother.
Now, hold on, real quick. So, especially a lot of people coming from, the Western astrology, tropical astrology perspective, when we say ascendant, we're talking about the rising sign. All right. So just a quick little, kind of self note to yourself that when we say ascendant, it's the rising sign.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. The rising sign. Another term will be Lagna, right? In the Hindu or the Jyotish term, or in India. It would be Lagna, 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 ascendant, rising. It's all the same. His ascendant or rising is Scorpio. And right now, Jupiter is transiting Scorpio. It's retrograde. It will stay in Scorpio for a little while, and then it's going to leave Scorpio very quickly. And then right around November-ish, December, is going to move into Sagittarius. So right now, Joe Biden has Jupiter in his ascendant. Jupiter is a planet that gives you expansion. It brings you, quote unquote, what they call luck. It's really no such thing, but it brings you, quote unquote, luck. It brings you opportunities, optimism. It makes you feel good, right? It gives you power, like you can do anything in this world. Well, it's going to shift, right? It's going to change over into Sagittarius, like I said, towards the end of the year. And that will definitely have a different outcome with how, number one, he's received, how he's perceived within the Democratic Party. And we can actually see that, he just recently had a debate with Kamala. Is that right, brother? Didn't you have a debate with Ms. Harris?
Well, they had the whole debate, but they had a little special exchange with each other where, Kamala kind of singled him out and kind of schooled him a little bit.
Exactly. So that kind of singling out and that diatribe that they had, it definitely put a spin on the people's mind with regards to how this individual can handle that particular office, or if he's ready, right? Not only that, when these things begin to move and shift, Saturn is going to also move out of Sagittarius, which is in his second house. It'll move into his third house. And that presents a definite challenge because it's going to begin to oppose his natal Jupiter. And that is not one that I would say I would want to have if I were running for office. Jupiter is a planet that we definitely want to have on our side and have minimally impacted with regards to any type of heavy-duty planets, meaning Jupiter, the northern and southern node of the moon, and even any type of Jupiter opposition within itself. So, Saturn will move into to Capricorn, right? It will be there for 2.5 years. And so when it begins to move into Capricorn, it's going to literally oppose that planet that gives that optimism within this chart. So that definitely will slow his momentum. And I just don't see how he can maintain that particular momentum within the construct of the political race. He's going to slow down. That's what Saturn will do. It slows you down. It tests you. It restricts you. It delays you. It can deny you depending upon other placements within the chart. And we're not going to go through every aspect of their charts. We're just going to touch on some key points to kind of keep us, keep our ear to the street and keep us watching. We will do this again, of course, in the future when these things have shifted, the moving pieces have kind of fell into place, and we will come back and revisit these things and really tighten it up and really give a good, clear, concise picture of who will really be selected, not elected. The other piece I want to mention is that with regards to the Saturn in the third house rules our ability to kind of carry our intellect, if you will, carry a good conversation, be thorough with regards to our dialogue, right? And it didn't look too good for him with Ms. Harris. She lit him up, right? And he really didn't come back very strong. He didn't have that quick wit. He couldn't hit her where it hurts, so to speak. He couldn't draw a nub to be able to kind of equate the powers that be. He couldn't really say, hey, you know what? Well, what about this? What about that? And in regard to this, that, and the other, that's a very dry response. So that's, I would definitely say that he's going to have a hard road ahead of him with regards to getting in that particular seat. Although he has some things on his side. He's been in politics for, since forever, right? Since before we were born, right? He's been in politics. He's been in a position, right, that he was able to experience being close to that office, being close to that the understanding of what it takes to do it. So it's not like he's completely, I'm not throwing him out, the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. But I am saying that he is definitely going to have a very, very, very challenging time, especially given the fact that these other younger candidates are they're sharp, they're on it, they're ready, they're hungry, right? And he better, definitely go back to the drawing board and find some things to do if he intends on being selected, right? Moving into another candidate here. Go ahead. Sure.
And hold on one second, brother. So, just to make it clear, we don't have a preference either way it goes. So we're approaching this, from an objective point of view. We don't lean towards any candidate or anything like that. We're just looking at the charts and measuring it from that
Absolutely,
perspective.
brother. They say I don't have a dog in this race, right? I don't have. I'm not vested either way. People ask me, do I vote? And I say, I understand how things work, so you can vote all you will, but if you're voting, you're just pushing buttons that have already been pushed, if you will. So the next individual I want to touch on, and I'm kind of giving a spread to go, a little bit back and forth here, because Biden is really at the top right now. And that's just because, again, of all the things that are under his belt, all the tenure, all the experience, and of course he's got that money too, right? That all is really in his favor. But again, there's forces that are beyond his control, right? And we will see how those forces play out with regards to seeing if he will actually be the one that heads up Trump. The next guy I want to talk about here is Yang, and Andrew Yang. And, bright young fella, definitely has a future in politics. And for all intents and purposes, the way he looks with regards to his abilities, I wouldn't deny him at all. He's very intelligent. I've heard him a few times. However, again, right, and we always have to keep in mind that there's forces that are at play. There are things that are working even beyond those that are pulling the strings to even control their actions, even though they know what those strings are. And I didn't also touch on another piece of the puzzle with regards to these particular charts, and that's called the Dasha period. And the Dasha period I'm not going to touch upon right now because I just want to kind of give a scant view of how the transits are working. We're talking transits, and also when we really do predict wholeheartedly, we use dashas, we use a whole assortment of different things to get the outcome of what we're looking at. But transits alone produce a phenomenal, even without dashas. And Western astrology doesn't have a dasha system. So they primarily go based on transits. So that's why I'm really honing in on that, because it's universal for both systems. If I got into dashas, then we would have to talk about different things, different placements, and so forth. And I just don't want to take the show in that direction this time, but we will definitely address it when we come around again to talk about it in a future date.
It'll be a 2-hour show.
Oh, no doubt, because dashas are complex. We have to line it with this particular type of harmonic of the chart. Harmonics are called Vargas in Jyotish or in Indian astrology. And so, I mean, it's a very complex system that we just don't have the time to address today, but we would definitely do that in the future for those candidates when they slim it down a little bit.
Absolutely.
But transit-wise, we still can see profound information, and it's very powerful because if I didn't have a system to use, I would deal with transits before I deal with dashas, although that is not what's properly in vogue. Mostly people deal with dashas and then transits. I work the opposite way because my experience has led me to understand that transits, they're just universal. It doesn't matter what time, this, that, and the other. Even in fact, if I didn't have a time, even without a time, I can still see the aspects of planets. So that's why I use it first, because it literally, you can see in very quickly and get a very good understanding of what's going on. Dashas are more how the person really perceives the reality, how they kind of filter that reality and how that reality looks and kind of plays out in their own mind, and whatever's in the mind typically will manifest in reality. So back to Mr. Andrew Yang here. Andrew Yang is a very, like I said, very bright individual. And it's not to knock anything of his abilities or to say that, because things happen, strange things happen. Powers that be can use individuals. They might say, hey, this person, we can pull him and use him and get him to do what our bidding is. So why not? Let's put him in office. But for the most part, from what I see, he would not be one of those individuals they're going to use. And the reason is because, number one, Saturn right now is in his ascendant. He's Sagittarius ascendant or Sagittarius rising. And Saturn is right over him, right? It's dead on, locked in on him. And with that particular heaviness over you, with those testings, if you will, you're constantly being tested and tested and tested and tested. And it's not to say that America's not ready. I'm not saying that, because we actually, of course, we had a black president, or biracial president, really. We didn't have a black president. We had a biracial president. Most people don't get that. He's not fully what we would say, quote unquote, black. Not to say he didn't have experience as a black man. He married a black woman. He had black children. I get it. I understand it. I'm not in disagreement on that. But if we really pull the veil down, right, the people that raised him were not African American. They were not black. He's raised by the Caucasian side of his family, or his lineage rather. But because of the fact that he's broken that barrier, right, it leaves it more or less more open for alternative ethnicities to get into office. And Yang is of Asian descent. And the pulse of America right now, if you watch very carefully with regards to Trump, with regards to the racial tension, if you will, and we can feel it. I mean, it's never, I was a kid and I didn't feel it like this. And you would think that further back in time, you would have felt more racial tension, but it's even stronger now. than when I was a young man. So that being said, that racial tension, and we're talking shaping factors. Astrology is not just astrology. We don't just go look at things in the sky and bring it down to the physical realm. We say, hey, what are all the things that are going on in the context of these particular portents? What are the things that are going on with regards to how the sky is moving? So we add it all in to really get a concise picture. And America is not fully ready to have a person of Asian descent in office. That's number one. Not to say that, it couldn't happen, like I said, but it's just when you look at the destiny in the person's horoscope or their chart, you can see why, right? Saturn is over his first house. And for him to make it this far, it speaks volumes. But you get to a point where they call it the glass ceiling, right? And there's that point where you just can't go any further. And if I understand in the polls, I kind of just, I peer in, I don't follow it, like stripe for stripe, pound for pound, dot for dot. But I do peer in, I do look, and I do take into consideration the pulse of what's going on, keeping your ear to the street and understanding what's going on around you. And that's very pertinent for people to do so that they really do get an understanding of what's happening in their nation. But Saturn being in the first house, it speaks volumes. It really does. It says a overwhelming wait till later, if you will, right? Now's not your time, right? You want to wait. You want to plan a little bit differently. There's another opportunity that may come down the road. That's what Saturn does. He doesn't completely deny. He delays, right? If we break another glass ceiling, let's say with the woman in office, right? Let's say we get a woman in office. We haven't even got to a woman yet. We're just scraping with the first biracial president, right? We're trying to, when the first woman, and it's phenomenal because other countries have these leaders as women, right? But America, it shows you the pulse of America and that it's still slow coming for a woman to struggle to get into that position. Hillary Clinton, right? Some will call her Billary, right?
Billary.
Billary, right? She was a close call for Mr. Obama, right? She was the runner-up, right? But it shows that America would rather have a black man or the perception of a black man than a woman at that time. That's what I'm saying as far as the pulse.
Interesting. And here's another thing too, and I'm not sure if you was about to head this direction, but if this matters for anything, and it probably doesn't, not that much, but they say that Asian Americans are the lowest voter bloc, in the United States, and they're not known for their political participation. He possibly could need that, in a situation like this.
Absolutely. Let's use Obama. Obama, the black vote, quote unquote, right? Securing that African-American vote, which of course we make very little of the populace with regards to the so-called census and what they say our numbers are. 40 million at best, right? And we have almost 350 million people in the country. That tells you a lot, right? That vote is so key and so pertinent to getting in office. Although it's not an overwhelming landslide of or amount of people, it's still very prominent with regards to I'm talking the pulse of America, the perception of America, the perception of Americans about themselves, about their government, and so forth. So definitely, I didn't even know that, brother. Thank you for letting us know that, because I don't follow politics to that level, but I do, keep, like I said, my ear to the street in that, by population, they're very small, just even in comparison to African Americans, they're small. Having the ability to pull the vote from these different groups and people. You have elderly. That's another one, right? The elderly kind of like to see the elderly in office, you know what I mean? Or someone that has experience, someone that's older, someone that kind of is from the old school,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean, right? And that's where Biden's got that, right? He's got that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But there's a new boy boy on the block, you know, and the new boy on the block being of Asian descent it doesn't bode well for him right now. In the future, he definitely could be a runner. In fact, I mean, chart-wise, as far as his horoscope, he definitely has a very powerful horoscope to put him in that position. But looking at it again, Saturn in the ascendant, Saturn in the first house, you know, and we're talking about 30 degrees, right? When I say in the first house or the ascendant, we're talking about a full 30 degrees. So, of course, Saturn right now is transiting at 23 degrees Sagittarius retrograde, right? So it's moving backwards. But I look at the whole house to say whatever's in that house is being affected, right? Just like if you have a home, right? You know, you might be in one part of the house and then someone be in another part of the house. But if you make enough noise, right, you can have an impact on that person in your house. Well, Saturn's the noise maker. He's the big boy in the block. He takes 30 years to make a complete transit, right? He's the slowest moving inner planet, or so not inner planet, but slowest moving planet with regards to what we use, because we do use the outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, but in a very different way and not on a personal level as far as the chart is concerned. We use it again more as based on businesses, things that have a longevity, nations, things like that. We can use the outer planets in a very key way that way. But when it comes to looking at an individual's chart, we kind of put them to the backside, if you will. And Saturn being in his ascendant, right, is at 23 degrees. His natal Saturn is 21 degrees Gemini. So they're almost within an exact opposition. And remember, I said a little earlier that when Saturn's at play, you want to have Saturn on your side because Saturn rules democracy. It rules the ability to gather the influx of the lower man or the common man's vote, right? And it's just not in his favor. They're in opposition. Opposition means that it's like me looking at across from another person. I'm ready to fight, right? I'm ready to go toe to toe, right? And Saturn being in opposition to itself in his natal chart, it slows things, it tests things. It doesn't give you the force and the momentum, right, to get things done. And like I said, right, America's just not really ready to have that face of America look like Andrew Yang.
Yeah, I can see.
He has some other things, you know, and not to cut you off, brother. He has some other things. You know, Jupiter will be in his ascendant very soon, right? Saturn will be in his second house when it does move over into Capricorn. However, when Saturn's in his second house, it will conjunct Venus. It will conjunct Moon. It will conjunct Mercury in his second house. So again, Saturn will then put more of a slowing pattern with regards to that appeal that most people are looking for. So if I had to really just draw the line, I say not now for Mr. Young, but maybe later. The last one I want to touch on is Harris. And before we do get into Harris, right? And like I said, there's more candidates. I know Elizabeth Warren, she's one that definitely is in the limelight and has a lot of tenure, has a lot of the ability to pull the vote from the old school, if you will. So you know, I'm not knocking her as well at all. I haven't pulled her data. I don't have a good strong time for her, so it's very difficult for me to again make those calls. We have to have a strong time. Without a strong time, Andrew Yang has a strong time, Biden has a strong time, Harris has a strong time. That's really why I'm using these, because those are the ones that I can literally see into their destiny and say yay, nay, maybe, possibly later, and so forth. So not to say that she's not in the running, definitely is. She's out there, she's making headlines, she's doing her thing. Just that I don't have a good time, so I don't want to speak unintelligently about her particular circumstances. But moving into Harris, Harris is a phenomenal one here, and as you can see, right, she's sharp, right? She is sharp, and reason being, we look at the particular apparatus with regards to who she is, right? And she's a Gemini ascendant, right? She's wicked with words, right?
Oh yeah.
If you could,
she ain't no joke.
she's when it comes to those words, man, she's, when I saw that, I said, whoa, man, when she put they had the picture of her up there, right, of her as a child, and said, I'm affected. And I mean, Biden just got blown out with that, man. I was like, wow, like, what was that, right?
All you can do is smile. All you can do is sit there and smile with his team and try to keep a straight face.
Oh man,
she lit him
he
up.
should have been bobbing and weaving, man, but he was like dead and slew footed, man. He couldn't move, right? And she's Gemini ascendant. Geminis, man, they're word craft. That's what they do. They literally are word crafters. They have the ability to use the gift of gab like you would not believe. And a phenomenal technique to understand what the power of a sign has, an ascendant sign, that is. I mean, if you want to understand the sign itself, you have to look at it from the sign as being the ascendant, if you will. And so with Gemini being the first house, right? Wherever the sun rules for that sign is the power that they have, right? So for Geminis, right, the sun rules the third house, right? So they have the power of speech. They have the power of communication. They have the power of expression, right? The power of intellect, right? Because the third house rules these things. So given that, right, she has that power, and she used that power as everyone could see, right? However, when we look at the transits and look at how things are moving, right? Saturn is in the 7th house for her, right? And you'll hear me go to Saturn over and over, because remember, Saturn, again, is the planet of democracy, quote unquote. So we want to look at that planet to see how it's going to move, how it's going to act, what it's doing right now, and what it will do November 3rd, 2020. But
now you mean Saturn's in her 7th house transiting, right?
Saturn, not natally, right? Natally, Saturn is in her 9th house, which gives her a lot of power, right? It's in its own sign in Aquarius, right? So it definitely, she's no joke. I mean, she has a high-powered mind, very high-powered mind. As you can see, I mean, looking at her history, and as far as her, ability to do law, right? The 9th house is law, right? So, bar none, right? She's a lawyer, right? However, Saturn in transit is in her 7th house. And, the 7th house deals with opponents, right? As it deals with the people that we deal with on a one-to-one level. The 6th house does rule enemies, but the 7th house is like who you're facing, who's in front of you, who's coming at you, right? The 6th house is kind of who's coming at you from the side, who's coming at you from the back, who's coming at you from around the corner, right? Those are your enemies. But the 7th house is also enemies as well. Most people don't know, right? And, they say, people say, well, the 7th house is marriage. How can marriage, be the house of enemies? There's an old saying, right? There's a thin line between what, brother?
Love and hate.
Right. And so, when you go through the divorce, right, your wife turns into your enemy real quick, right? So the 7th house is also enemies as well. And so the 7th house being Saturn tenanting the 7th house, it's slowing things down, right? It looks back. The 7th house is directly opposed from the 1st, so it looks right back at her. Right? It's looking at her literally from across the room, right? But it also means that when these things shift and move, Jupiter will move into her seventh house, from the sixth house, move into her seventh house, which gives her power, right? It will literally, now the opponents will be, right, moved out of the way, right? The opponents will now, right, she can deal with them in a much easier way, right? Because she's going through the testing. Have you seen it? Kind of, she's going through a testing period. If you're paying attention, right? She's going through a testing period, right? She's being vetted, right?
She's being vetted hard. She's facing
Saturn
a lot.
there you go, brother. There you go. You said it, man. Saturn is the hardest planet. Literally, is the hardest, right? So she's going through it, but because Saturn is placed so prominently in her chart, she has those powers of endurance. I mean, you could see she's hard right back. She is no joke. Like, she's not like batting an eye, right? It's like, bring it, right? And so that energy with her is very much, it's strong. You can see her. She's confident, right? She doesn't have a leak she doesn't, they're trying to poke holes in her and no leak is sprung. I mean, of course, there's been some things with regards to the whole reparations piece. I know about that, right? And, she's definitely done a Gemini move, right? Geminis have the ability to shift very quickly, right? So she's done that, and she may do it again and again and again, right? Until she feels that she's in position to exact her will. But, for all intents and purposes, right? She's hung out, despite those onslaughts, she's still there, right? And in the running. So Saturn will move into her her eighth house, excuse me. And, Saturn in the eighth house does some strange things. It can cause you all kinds of challenges and issues and things that you wouldn't expect to happen. That's what the eighth house is all about, sudden unexpected events. But at the same time, Saturn will be in its own sign in the eighth house, and Saturn rules the eighth and ninth house for her. So it's not so much it's not really a bad placement per se. It can also give you long life as well if Saturn's in the eighth house strong. So it's a strange thing, right? But Jupiter will be in the seventh, Saturn will be in the eighth. Definitely looking very promising with regards to her being in that running when we have the next conversation. I would be surprised if she drops out and it falls to the wayside by then. I would see pick up momentum and gain a lot more followings with regards to her debating skill, which of course Gemini primarily has. They have that debating skill. It's funny, just back to Biden, Scorpio ascendants, a lot of times they can use words just like anyone else can, but they're just not word masters. You know what I mean? Like, they can go in deep, they can get things out. I have an aunt, one of my aunt is a Scorpio ascendant, and she was in media for years. She was actually a newscaster in Washington, D.C. for quite some time. So not to say they can't use words. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying in the limelight, right, in the public eye, right, when you have to think on your feet, you have to get called to task, right? They're not the greatest at that, right? It's a strange challenge for them that they'll come back maybe a little later and have something, but at that time, that's just not their best suit. Well, Geminis are suited for this, right? They literally can do this blindfolded, right? And so I'm saying that in that, she is one of the ones that I would foresee as definitely being in the runnings when we have the next conversation about who's going to be selected on November 3rd, 2020. Moving on, and I want to go to the other side, right? I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, man, he must be a Democrat. I'm neither, right? I'm not, like I said, I don't have a dog in this race, not so ever, right? Whomever could get in, I already know it's a process, and it's things that are behind the scenes that are moving this into position. But Mr. Donald Trump, right? Now, Donald, when he was selected, right, he had some strange comment. His chart has what's called a Kalsarpa yoga. And that's when all of the planets are on one side of the chart and they're kind of bordered or bound by the nodes, Rahu and Ketu, or the northern node and southern node of the moon. Right? They're within the belly of the serpent, if you will. And that placement is very strange because it can bring you to prominence. It really can. A lot of people that have Kalsarpa yogas have become very prominent. However, it can also bring you to the valley as well. And Mr. Trump, right now, as we speak, he has Saturn in Sagittarius, right, in his 5th house. Now, by the way, if you want to know which house is politics, the 5th house is politics. If we had to narrow it down, right, the 5th house is the house of politics, right? So he has Saturn, right, in the house of politics right now. He's being tested as well, right? Definitely not a popular guy with regards to a lot of the populace of the United States of America. It's kind of split, like either it's a love-hate relationship, if you will. Either you love them or you hate them, right? And so with that being said, when Saturn begins to really start to move forward again, because remember we said it's retrograde, when it begins to move forward again, right? More testing is coming to this guy, more opposition, more restrictions, more being less. He's going to become less and less popular, right? But he'll still be in the running because of course, his position at this current time. However, I'm just kind of note all the way around to November 3rd on this guy because I don't have to go through the process of explaining him getting into office because he's already there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Saturn, right, on November 3rd, 2020 would be at 2 degrees Capricorn, right? And Saturn in his natal chart is 0 degrees Cancer. So that means that when this particular event takes place, he will literally be in the crosshairs. When I say crosshairs, I'm talking about, right, 1 and 7, 1 and 7 and 4 and 10. It's like a cross, right? He's in the crosshairs of Saturn, right? This will be a definite time when I foresee he more than likely will not get the popular vote. Now, again, popular vote doesn't always mean anything, right? Because we've seen that, right? To the powers that be, when they want somebody in there, they'll be there.
Time and time again.
Right? So like that's what I'm saying is that this is a selection process, not an election process. But the divine, the supreme being, God, for lack of better words, right? We call it Natir, right? It has the ability to show you, like, look, I don't care what they do, right? It's my show, right? I literally am the one that runs this, right? My time is the time, even though, guess what, the powers that be, they use God's time, don't they? Right? But Saturn will be in direct opposition within a 2-degree orb. When I say orb, we're talking about the zodiac as a circle. So an orb is just a piece of that circle, right? A curve of that circle. Within 2 degrees, Saturn will be in opposition to Saturn. That means that even right before the time of election, Saturn's going to hit right on that 0 degrees, then 1 degree, then 2 degrees. So at the time of election, he's literally going to be, like I said, in the crosshairs, right, of the planet that represents death, right? So that being said, I would foresee him not being reelected. Now, of course, let's go back to the shaping factors. This guy's had a very haphazard or crazy track record, right, with his whole presidency. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't been impeached by now, I'm serious. Like I even said he would be. And when you understand the powers that be, that they're pulling these strings, most people will have, I mean, he would have been impeached. He obstructed justice. I mean, and for all intents and purposes, he really did. Like he changed. Who does that? Who changes the person that's investigating you out to another guy and then out to another guy? Like that is just insane, right?
Yeah.
But right? But it shows you
Teflon Don.
Hey, Teflon Don, man. Like this guy is like, what's up? Like something's going on. Like you can see, like there's things that are being moved in position, and he's kept in position so that agendas can be met. But, you know, for all intents and purposes, the guy would have been, had Obama done what he did, oh man, he'd be on nailed to the cross, man.
Out of here.
You know, he would have been out of there quickly, right? If Obama had an investigation and said, no, I'll change the guy who's investigating me, I don't like him, he's not good. Well, yeah, you're going to say that because you don't want to be revealed, right? Had Obama done that, it would have been a done deal, right? So we can see that there's something, right? These shaping forces are there, right, to carry these agendas out. But again, he has a very a strange track record with regards to this presidency, and so when these things kind of come to a head. On November 3rd, 2020, the process of selection I would foresee as removing him from office. Not only that, Saturn will be in opposition to Venus by degree. Venus is at 2 degrees Cancer. Saturn will be at 2 degrees Capricorn. And Saturn will be in the house of enemies, right? And Venus is in the house of loss, as is Saturn, the 12th house of loss. So I foresee, right, that, and again, we know that the popular vote doesn't mean really that the person will get in office, but I'm saying the populace itself will not feel him to, right, they won't put him in that position, right, to be able to be selected, right? He will literally be, right, the person that's looking outside in, if you will. So, you know, those are the real fundamental points I want to touch on. There's other things, of course, that we could go into, how the nodes are moving. The nodes definitely have an impact. I haven't discussed America's chart with regards to these potentials. So, of course, these are all, again, factors that we have to add in to get a very clear, concise picture. But for the most part, you can see these things manifesting in front of you with regards to how the heavens are moving. Does this make pretty good sense to you, brother? Is it pretty clear? Is there anything that you feel I didn't maybe cover or touch?
No, I mean, I think that's perfect. You know, it's just so much more we can get into, you know, but that's why we have to break this particular subject up in a couple parts. We'll probably do about 2 or 3, maybe even 4, you know, of this topic alone, because I mean, it's a very, very interesting topic, and it's important too, you know, because we're at a, you know, kind of real, you know, interesting period, you know, in history, as far as, you know, what direction the country's going to go into, and, you know, just how, you know, everyone's, you know, survival and well-being is going to be. So, you know, this is a excellent topic indeed. I definitely appreciate you going into this in the depth that you have, you know.
Oh, brother, hey, man, this is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I do. So it's always a pleasure, King, to drop these gems to the people, and, you know, to really get the people's eyes open and get them studying, you know, get the people out there. They can take a look themselves. That's why I recommend readings. I recommend books that you can go research for yourself. The same books I read, the same books anyone else can read, and gather the same, deduct the same point. So, but it's definitely my pleasure, man, and I look forward to doing more of these as we move forward into the future.
Absolutely. So, you know, we're going to go ahead and table it right there. You know, once again, this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at pushitforwardfwd.com, and you can find us on Instagram at pushitforward, pushitfwd, and you know, there you can check out, you know, our latest content, the stuff that we're producing. You can also check out Veg Kingdom, at pushitforward.com, and you can, see us at our own Instagram page. We post a lot of things about vegan food and vegan restaurants and different things like that at Veg Kingdom TV on Instagram. And Brother Raw, let them know how they can get in contact you with Kylie Purusha.
Definitely. You can also reach out to me at Kylie Purusha Astrology at gmail.com. I'm also on YouTube as well, and I was going to do one of the most prominent, or the most prominent, if not the most prominent, one of the most prominent entertainers in the world, but I'm going to table that for that individual's date of birth, right? We're going to do that when his birthday rolls around. But there will be definitely a show dropping down on the United States of America's chart/horoscope. So that's going to definitely be on Kylie Purusha Astrology on YouTube. Tune in there. Keep your eyes and ears posted. It will be coming. You can also find me on Facebook at Shechem Ra, and also on IG as well. It should be Shechem Ra or just Shechem on IG. So if you have any questions, or if you have any type of charts that you want to have done, reach out and we will definitely take care of the people. Absolutely. So,
yeah, man, that's pretty much a wrap. So, again, if you got any questions, any topics, any things that we didn't cover, any things that you want to hear from us, go ahead and get in those comment sections, DM us, hit us up on Instagram, on Facebook, or you can even email us. You can email your questions at Cosmic Convos Podcast at gmail.com. So that's COSMICCONV as in Victor, S podcast at gmail.com. All right. So you can email your questions there, and we'll definitely get back with you or address it on the show. All right. So that's pretty much all that I have. And keep tuning in, like, subscribe, share this with your family, your friends, your coworkers, anybody that that's astrologically curious. And we'll see you next week. All right. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and we got the man of the hour, the good brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, peace, King. I'm doing quite well. Enjoying life, taking it one day at a time. Yeah.
I hear that, man. Same thing over here. So before we get rolling, this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Kylie Purusha Astrology. You can go check out Push It Forward Media Group. Check out our newest projects at pushitforward.com. That's pushitfwd.com, and follow us at Push It Forward on Instagram. And Brother Raw, how do we get tuned in with Kylie Purusha?
Right now, we've got one primary way that you can get through to some great information with regards to astrology. That's on Kylie Purusha Astrology on YouTube. You can definitely follow me on there. And I've got one video that's definitely getting some great reviews, and another one soon to come, again on the United States of America. And you can also follow me on IG at Shechem Ra, or Shechem Ra at IG, and also you can follow me on follow me at Shechem Ra on Facebook. So those would be the main two ways that you definitely can get in contact with me if you're interested in more great information in this vein.
All right, good deal. So, before we, get into today's episode, we got a couple questions, from our people out on the various platforms on social media. You ready for some questions?
Let's get them.
All right, so we got a brother who went deep. He's a little advanced, so he wanted to know. So here's his question. So Saturn is my Yoga Karaka planet. So does that mean the Saturn Dasha, will that be beneficial for me?
Definitely a question that takes a little insight on Jyotish or on Indian astrology. And, the Yoga Karaka is a phenomenal concept in Jyotish, or also known as Vedic Astrology as well, in that we can actually find many times a planet that is extremely supportive for that particular person's chart based on, of course, the ascendant and what type of ascendant is facilitating that particular planetary output. And what Yoga Karakas do is basically they are supports. They are supposed to be there to give us a boost or a uplifting energy with regards to the things that they represent. So, for example, Taurus ascendant and Libra ascendants both share the same Yoga Karaka, which is Saturn. And the qualifier for a Yoga Karaka is that they have to own or rule or govern, right? A Kendra house, which is a house that is one of the four main aspects of life, which is the first house, the fourth house, the seventh or 10th. And they also have to co-rule, or they have to govern a Trikona house. And a Trikona house is also 1, 5, and 9. So for Taurus ascendant, that would be the 9th and 10th house. The 9th house is a Trikona house, and the 10th house is a Kendra house, giving Saturn that primary status, which, again, it's supposed to give that particular ascendant or that rising, or also called Lagna, a boost with regards to that planetary energy. So Saturn is supposed to be able to add to that particular person's life pattern in a way that's significant. Libra also shares Saturn as a Yoga Karaka, with it ruling the fourth house, which is a Kendra, and a fifth house, which is a Trikona house. And it also is supposed to be a planet that provides some beneficial aspects to that person's life. Astrology is a phenomenally deep science, and so when the ancients would say certain things, they would have to be qualified based on many things, such as the placement of that particular planet, the strength of that planet, how it's placed in other types of what we call harmonic charts or Varga charts. The degree of that particular planet, if the planet is either in exaltation or debilitation, if the planet is retrograde, if the planet is aspected by any type of enemy planet such as Rahu or Mars. So there's definitely different qualifiers for that particular benefit to come out of that Yoga Karaka. So it's not always that. The one thing I can say, it will probably do less harm to those ascendants, such as Taurus and Libra, than it would do to other types of charts, such as maybe Cancer or Leo, which those are typically planet signs that don't do well with that type of planetary energy. Saturn kind of beats up on those folks, if you will, and teaches us some deep lessons about life. So we'd have to definitely take a look to see what are the supporting mechanisms with regards to that placement, how it's situated, and also see the timing of it in a person's life as well. If you get, let's say, that Saturn period, which being a Yoga Karaka, let's say it's in early childhood, right? You're not going to get the same qualities or the same opportunities that you would, let's say, if you're in your adult years, or let's say even in your elder years. Maybe you're too old to really reap the rewards of a planetary period that deals with Yoga Karaka. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration when we really try to gauge and judge how that planet is going to do for us in its particular planetary cycle. We call it a dasha, what I'd like to call a life chapter, if you will. So, it doesn't make sense that just because it has that qualification doesn't mean it's going to give the output that it should give, but it also may not harm or challenge that person as it would, let's say, another particular type of ascendant or sign.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I can personally attest to this because my yoga karaka is Mars, and I ran a Mars dasha from 2003 to 2010, and that was like a very very challenging period of life. It was, it wasn't, I wouldn't, when I reflect on it, I wouldn't say that it was a negative period of time, but a lot of, testing type situations, came to my person. I lost my mother during that dasha, my closest grandparents, and my close cousin. My cousin, we're like a few weeks apart in birth. So and then like I think financially, I had some hardcore challenges financially. This was all through my early 20s. To my pretty much my 20s is when I ran that dasha. So, late teens, early 20s is when I ran that dasha. So, it was I learned a lot. It helped build me, but it definitely, I went, wasn't like we was, living it up during that time period without, definitely without no stretch of imagination. Wasn't nothing like that.
Yeah, King, that's an excellent example of how those particular planetary periods, and just to elucidate a little further, Mars is a Yoga Karaka for Cancer ascendants, ruling the 5th house and also the 10th house. The 5th house is a Trikona house, and the 10th house is a Kendra house. So, and also for Leo as well, it rules the 4th house, which is a Kendra house, and the 9th house, which is a Trikona house. So both of those houses are definitely, both of those charts are definitely supposedly, and I say definitely because there is some other imports when it regards to a Yoga Karaka and its life chapter or dasha period, and that it could have definitely done more damage or harmed you personally had you been maybe another type of ascendant, let's say even a Gemini ascendant, which can definitely do damage for them in many ways. But if I'm correct, Atef, your Mars is in your 4th house, correct? Right, so that puts it in Libra. And so just knowing a few things about that particular arrangement, Mars being in your 4th house, i.e. of mother, right, shows the challenge with regards to losing, one of the closest people in our lives, the woman that gave us birth, your mother, right? It also, being that it rules the 10th house, it's kind of like in the sign that's its antithesis, right? Libra, which is ruled by Venus, doesn't do particularly well with Martian energies, if you will. So the planet is somewhat weakened in a sign that's opposite to its natural ruler. And so with that being said, not only that, we have to look at the degree, right? We have to look at other planets that are with that particular planet. So any type of conjunctions, any type of yogas, right? Those will also have a great impact on that particular planetary period if the planet is being aspected by something that is not supportive or conducive to that particular planet's energetic output. So, Mars being in the fourth house can definitely bring issues to the home, right? Issues to the family, right? Issues to the mother, issues to education, right? Those are areas that you might find when that particular planet, and let me also say this as well, let me put this out there so that people can understand how these things work. Saturn is still Saturn, right? It's not going to change its overall nature, right? Because it's now your best friend, right? Or your best planet. And Mars as well, right? Mars is Mars, right? These are both malefic, what we call malefic planets. And malefic is not bad, right? We need malefics in our life to really give us strength and the endurance and the drive to overcome some of the things that can be challenging in life. So, it's not negative in the sense that malefic is bad or ill or, things like that. But it's just there to challenge us and to wake us up out of our slumber, if you will. And if I'm correct, I believe your Mercury is conjunct Mars.
Yeah, Mercury,
right?
Sun.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Right. So Mercury rules the 12th house, right, of loss, right? Not only that, Mercury rules the third house. And the third, if you count from the 12th, if you count from the fourth, going around to the third house becomes the 12th to the fourth, meaning loss of anything that deals with the fourth house. So loss of mother, right? So that alone, right, can change the overall feel, the overall manifestations and the overall output of even a planet that is supposed to be extremely beneficial for us with regards to our life chapters, or what we call or what are called dashas in Jyotish, which is the proper term. Some people say Vedic astrology. I would also say Indian astrology. So, that is just to show, bar none, and even say sun, if I throw that in the mix, that's a whole nother aspect of it, because the sun in Libra doesn't do so well, and the sun in the fourth house loses a lot of strength, which is regarding Digbala, and so does Mars. Mars loses a lot of strength, which deals with Digbala, directional strength, right? So all of those things adding in, when that planet runs its period, right, which is about 7 years, it's not going to be one that we would feel is very beneficial to us in the sense of the immediate sense, right? But it can also, remember, malefics can also free us, right, from things that may be holding us back from moving forward, things that might not be perceived as being beneficial, but might wake us up, right, to something that needs to be done. Might be the energy that is needed to say your mother is now in the ancestral plane pushing from behind, right, and urging you to come on from ahead to get certain things done with regards to your destiny. So again, it's not all bad when we say malefics, and it's not all good when we say yoga karakas.
Absolutely, man. That was a great breakdown, of that whole system. Because a lot of, it's good, a lot of information is getting out there right now, but sometimes, certain, astrologers, different things like that, they might throw things out there and give people an impression, that, certain things is all good and all, all bad or whatever, but, just kind of missing the context, and like you said, the qualification, of those, particular,
definitely, brother,
situations in the chart.
This is, it is a science and it's an art as well. And we have to, everything in this science is qualified by something else, and that's qualified by something else, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And so what it really is we begin to have to begin to look at it from a overall perspective at first, and then drill in to those very specific aspects of what we're looking at with regards to either planetary placements, rulerships, aspects, degrees, and so forth. All these things matter when we're dealing with the science. And so the art comes in when you blend, right, those things, when you add in or subtract certain factors that can create a different canvas as far as our life is concerned. So I just unction anybody, if you're interested, definitely get in contact with me. I'm teaching classes with regards to the science. All of my students are definitely quite fulfilled with regards to the progress that they're getting, with regards to the information that they're getting to look at these things. And so you want to have someone that, has been in it. I've been in it for, almost 20 plus years. We both have a spiritual guide that knows us both very well, and she can even attest to the fact that this is something that I've taken and elevated to another level in regards to my studies and practice. So, study, get your hands on as much information as possible. Ask questions. If you all have any questions, definitely drop them in. We'd love to answer them. We can even have a show where, maybe at some point in the future, we have some people come on and ask questions down the line. So, take it on. It's a beautiful science. It's something I've never seen in the West with regards to its approach, its power, and its majesty. I can tell you, Tef, I've never, and I can say this without a grain of salt, I have never had someone, and this is provided I have all the information, mind you, provided I have the date, the time, the correct time, right, which is key, right, and the place. When all that comes into play and everything's lined up perfectly, this science is infallible. You will not ever, and I say ever with emphasis, ever have someone tell you that you're wrong, right? And I'm not talking about predictive science. That's a whole nother apparatus, right? I'm talking about just the qualifications of looking at a natal chart and getting certain things out of it just to give the person a synopsis of who they are, what their history looks like in the past, and even possibly what it might look like in the future in the general sense. When we start talking about predictive sciences and the application of that, it takes a while to really hone in, and you have to have very specific times. That is, again, the most key important in any astrological system, in Bazi, in Jyotish, in Western astrology, in Mahabot, which is Burmese astrology. They have different forms of astrology out here. Mayan astrology, all of them require information that gives us very, very key details about time. And that's all it is. We're only studying time, how things happen in large and smaller cycles. So, again, people out there, get into it, study it. There's so much information out there on YouTube, so much information out there on the internet. There's great books, great authors, and again, myself as well, which I'm teaching a astrology fundamentals course right now. It's 8 weeks. And again, it is a science that you will never regret learning, even in the basic sense of the word. I don't know if you would agree with that, Atef, if you've seen its power in your personal life, but I know that our conversations have definitely warranted your ability to see some things that you wouldn't see otherwise. So,
yeah, absolutely, man. Astrology is the most slept on science, I think, in this era right now. All right. So, we got a couple more questions. We can go through these real quick. So we got a brother on Instagram. So this is a question for you. He said, Brother Ra was about to mention a book on Masonry and astrology. What is the name of the book that he was going to mention?
Oh yeah, I remember that comment. I do apologize, people. You get in these conversations, they get deep quickly, and I apologize if I left that information out. Let me go ahead and throw it out there for the people. It's a wonderful book on Freemason astrology or Masonic astrology. It's called Turning the Solomon Key. It's by Robert Lomas, and excellent book on different scientists that I'm talking about scientists that they deal with in regards to skeptics, right? Individuals that kind of don't buy the science of astrology, if you will. And those skeptics were even proven wrong. A skeptic by the name of Michael Gonklin. He's one of the individuals mentioned in the book several times, and he's done studies that show certain planetary placements in the heavens do yield certain types of individuals, bar none. And this is statistically proven over and over and over again. We can even talk about a show at some point in the future, the skepticism of the science of astrology, and show how it does work and why it's gotten a bad rap, if you will. But one other thing I want to mention in regards to those books is in another book called Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. And in that book specifically, and this book was written in 1872, right? Shortly after slavery was so-called abolished, right? Albert Pike, some say he was the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, right? I haven't corroborated that with regards to any emphatic data, but that is something that is purported. But in that book, he himself advises to use sidereal astrology with regards to looking at the heavens, and so does certain parts of the book I mentioned, Turning Solomon's Key. So those are definitely two books that any person that's serious about studying this type of science would want to have on their bookshelf. So again, I apologize for missing that point in last week's show.
Boom. That's excellent. So, got one more question, and this question is going to segue us into our topic for the day. Another comment from Instagram is they suggested that maybe in a future episode we could do a show on an African country and explain the past, its present, and possibly some future predictions regarding that country. What you think about that?
That's an excellent question and excellent topic for us to delve into at some point. There's plenty of African countries we could touch upon to explore the science in regards to the portents and the omens that come down from the heavens and show us what's going on the ground. One of them I would throw out there, and we'll see if this works for us a little later. Maybe Liberia would be an excellent one because of the nature of the country and how it was founded, and even who it was founded for. So that may be one that we would definitely want to tackle at some point here in the future, if you're down, King.
Oh, I like it. I'm definitely down for that. Indeed, So yeah, that's it for the questions. But today, that last comment kind of segues us into our topic for the day. We're gonna get into the area of astrology called mundane astrology, where we deal with the astrological significance or indicators of a country or city or any non-actual person, for lack of a better term. And so what cities are you going to go over today, Brother Ra?
We are going to deal with two cities that have definitely it's easy to spot with regards to the drama, if you will, surrounding that city, the things that are shown with regards to the ability to see the city and its astrological imports. And before we get into those cities and really touch upon them, there's a few things I want to touch on with regards to this form of astrology. Now, the form of astrology that most people are familiar with is natal astrology. And that is just basically where we take your birth time, my birth time, anyone's birth time, date, place, and we create the chart and we start to explore certain psychological underpinnings with regards to that person's personality, characteristics, and proclivities. That's one aspect of it. There's another aspect, and there's a few, right? And we'll get on to the ones that we can get into. There's also even what we call the Muhurta, or what they say electional astrology in the West, where we create a specific time to do something where we're trying to maximize the forces in the heavens to gain some momentum on the ground, and trying to create either a business or buy a home or have a child or things of that nature. And there's many, many, many things we can use in regards to that astrology. Yeah. But this typical form of astrology is called mundane astrology. And mundane astrology is something that the ancients used to forecast, to give an understanding of how and what and when things would happen in regards to a nation, right? In regards to a people, in regards to a specific locale or area where there's a commonality and a common theme. And over time, and I think I even mentioned it in the last show, that this is a science that is used in secret these days, right? Astrology is, again, been given kind of a bad rap as being a pseudo, quote-unquote, science. And it's far from that. But the ancients used it, and they still use it to this day. In fact, we talked about it in regards to the elections, right? How America contrived and created the election process with regards to certain times when they knew that it would be beneficial to the powers that be to have the people so-called cast their vote, right? And that's a form of understanding of how mundane astrology works. But we also can apply that same science in looking at cities. We can apply it in regards to looking at countries, businesses, institutions, large institutions. I'm talking about, institutions that have been around for periods of time over 120 plus years, such as educational institutions, charitable institutions, and so forth. I mean, there's a great number of ways we can apply this type of science, but being that it is so potent and powerful in regards to being able to forecast, and not only to forecast, but even get an understanding on the past and what's happened. The science is just, it's phenomenal. You can't even imagine. And we're going to have some definite fun here talking about these next couple of cities and really see, that it is true, in fact, that astrology being applied at this level is 100% accurate. So, the thing I kind of want to just mention in regards to this astrology is that, what we do is we kind of take the general meanings of the houses and expand them, right? Or the houses, the planets, the signs, and so aspects and everything that we do for the natal chart, we just expand it and kind of grow it to see the larger framework, like I said, of a large institution or a country. And one of the things we can just say, like, for example, in mundane astrology, the first house, like we would say, is the body, right? For a natal chart, it also, in the mundane chart, just rules the general conditions of the nation. It just rules the overall theme of the country, right? It rules the overall pulse of how that particular nation, city, or country is perceived by the world at large. The second house, just like in natal astrology, rules values, right? Well, the second house rules values of a nation, right? The bankroll of a nation, right? The overall beginnings, the general beginnings of a nation. The third house is going to rule just like arms and hands and communications. Well, it would do the same thing for a nation. It's going to rule communications. It's going to rule transportation. It's going to rule the ideology, not want to say the ideology, but the ideas, the way the country is going to express themselves, right? The fourth house, again, education, just like education in the natal sense, in the sense of a country, a city or state, it's going to rule education for that particular large apparatus as well. The fifth house dealing with children, dealing with the creative side of things, right? Same thing for a nation, right? It's going to rule the intellects of the nation, right? The thinking body of the nation. Higher education in a sense of not in the base education like the fourth house, but more or less individuals that have master's degrees and I don't want to say doctorates, but those that really do shape the country with regards to their mental apparatus. Sixth house, just like it rules for a natal chart, rules illness for the country itself. It rules the defense system. It rules the military complex for a nation. It rules its ability to defend itself in general. It rules imbalances, right? It rules complaints, right? It rules the working class, if you will. The seventh house is just like in a natal chart, it rules marriage per se, and marriage meaning our ability to keep a promise, right? To honor a contract, right? To uphold the other party, if you will. Well, in a nation, it rules business, right? Foreign affairs, right? The ability to deal with opposition, if you will. Because the seventh house is also the house that is opposite to ourselves as well. And the eighth house in a chart is one that deals with transformation, sudden unexpected upheavals, things that are very deep and hidden, obscure, right? Well, in a nation, it rules these similar things with regards to corruption, with regards to tumultuous events, right? Even other people's money. If the nation borrows a great deal, right? Whether or not it pays it back. And we can go on, right? I mean, we go all the way around. So, it's just the same thing, but expanded, right, to encompass a large number of people, a large body of people. And with that being said, we definitely can, dive on into a chart here. One of the most famous and well-known cities, and that's Los Angeles, California. And Los Angeles, California, the chart itself really shows what it stands for, bar none. It's a Libra ascendant, right? And many people may not know kind of what that means, but Libra is ruled by Venus, right? And Venus is the planet in fact, Venus itself is the third brightest body in the sky, second at night, right? Third in comparison to the sun and the moon, right? Second in comparison to the moon at night. So it's a very, very bright object. And that brightness calls forth the shine, if you will, right? And that shine is just like, Los Angeles is a city that it shines, right? It has a lot of impact, not only with regards to the United States of America, but the world at large, right? And so being ruled by Venus, being Libra, it definitely shows the city of many things, right? We also know that Libra is the sign that deals with the opposite sex, if you will, right? Deals with marriage, so-called, right? And we're definitely going to get into that with regards to what those imports are around that city. Yeah. But just to understand what that Libra ascendant brings is that rulership that Venus has of the sign definitely shows the light that it throws on, again, not only the country, but the world.
So before we go forward, anymore. Could you share the birth, not the birth, but the time, the date and time that we're using for Los Angeles, and maybe if you could give just a little tidbit on where that comes from?
Sure. So, what I try to do is look at different, and what you can do is, one of the things is to begin to research, right? What not only a country, not only a state, business, or so forth, institution, but just look at the overall imports of when the city is birthed, right? And I say birth meaning that, when things kind of congealed. And it is not an easy thing to pinpoint. There's quite a few ways to get the information. One of which is, just researching. You can do it on the internet. You can go to archives, right, and see when the city was founded. And let's say this as well, there's different beginnings, right, for a nation, a city, or a state. It's not just a one-stop shop, right? There are different times when a state or a nation or a city may come into birth from an older form of itself, right? So that's important to realize, because when you do the history on Los Angeles, there's a vast history on that city. I mean, originally it belonged to Native Americans and was part of what we know as Mexico, right? It was originally a part of that originally. So bar none, we can't really say, well, this is when the first people got there, right? That's very hard to do.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, we can kind of delineate when the city itself took birth as far as what we know it as now, right? You could look at, New York City. I mean, New York City is an old city. It's not something. It's one of the first cities in America. Washington, D.C., old city, right? So, and the older, sometimes the harder it is to kind of pinpoint that particular jump off, if you will. But I use a system that gives me a phenomenal database of different options to use. And what I do is I use a system, what is called rectification. Right. And rectification is when we take a date and a time and kind of play with it and kind of use different dates and different times to kind of see which is the best time and really what does fit based on certain events, like the Los Angeles riots, earthquakes, disasters, things like that. We kind of use that to kind of gauge or understand what is the specifics of that particular start time. And so just to kind of give you the data for this particular city, Los Angeles, California was birthed on September 4th, 1781, right? So it's fairly old as well. Yeah. And the time that I can say is fairly accurate, and other people might have other times, and you can test it. The best way to use this is to test it. See if the information that has been presented actually matches what is in the heavens, and as above, so below. If it doesn't match, you have to go back and start to really tweak, add, subtract, multiply, divide, and so forth. Really the factors that are the underlying beginnings and also the current factors of the city. You can really see, hey, this doesn't fit or this fits. And we can do this even for natal charts. Sometimes people don't even have their birth times. And it is a tedious process, King. It's a long, arduous process to get that specific time. But again, it can be done and has been done for these particular cities. So again, Los Angeles, California, the date is September 4th, 1781, and the time is 9:18 a.m. Now, in this astrology as well, this form of astrology, and normally in natal astrology, we don't really touch on the outer planets too much because the cycles of time are too vast, right? I think we talked about that one time, a conversation between yourself and myself. Those cycles of time are just too vast for man to really reap the benefits, right, of being able to use those in a natal chart. Yeah. But in charts that are beyond, when we deal with things that are beyond, or objects such as city states or city states or countries, or institutions objects that are beyond the 120-year cycle that's been so-called allotted to man. And so, the country, right, has the benefit to reap the rewards of a Uranus cycle. And, Uranus is a funny one. I can use Uranus to some degree in a natal chart because the cycle itself happens, it takes 84 years to make one grand cycle. So it takes about 7 years to transit one sign. So, some of us do get to live at to 84 years, right?
Yeah. And,
we get one cycle, right? But who masters things the first time around, right? So, it's definitely one that it can be used with some expertise. If you're using it, you would definitely want to tighten it in a natal chart. You definitely want to tighten it up, to within 3 degrees, 2 degrees, 1 degree of a planet or a cusp. Right. So you want to have it right on that degree. I mean, literally, I would prefer 1 to 2 degrees really to be safe, but sometimes 3 degrees will work as well. And the further degrees, the less the impact. And when you get up to 3 and 4 and 5, 4 and 5 degrees, the person's not going to literally necessarily feel it. They're not going to be able to perceive it. It's going to be very hard to see. And that's only Uranus. Neptune, if you maybe even have it like conjunct at 0 degree, there's maybe no degree difference. That's right on that same degree. You might get some imports with Neptune and Pluto, of course. They've even declassified Neptune as a so-called planet, so if you will. I mean, but Neptune takes 248 years. Neptune takes 164 years. Pluto takes 248 years to make one complete circuit. So, again, in natal astrology, you have to use it with a very keen eye if you're going to use it at all. We have Rahu and Ketu to kind of provide those strange factors, if you will, in a natal chart. But in a mundane chart, we definitely can use those outer planets. And so they give us a very deep understanding of the things that go on within a large group of people, wherever they may congeal.
Yeah.
So moving in, right, to Los Angeles, again, we said that it's a Libra ascendant, right? Mm-hmm. And Libra, again, is ruled by Venus, so we can all see the city of stars, right? The city of Hollywood, and Hollywood is its own city, believe it or not, Atef. It is its own city. It has its own chart and everything, but the city of Los Angeles is there as the undergirding. And let me say this as well. When you look at a chart like this, you want to take into context the nation as well, the state that it's in, and also, just the geographic location, all those things you want to add into the equation to really get an understanding. But the city of Hollywood is founded on the back of Los Angeles, right? So we can kind of speak about them in some synonymous way.
Yeah.
And so Los Angeles is known as the city of film, right? It's the city where everyone moves to when they want to become a what?
A star.
Right. Hey, right. And Venus is called the bright and morning
star. Yeah.
Star, right? So there, right? We can see, right? The theme is tight. Right, we can tighten that up pretty good, right? And Taurus is also ruled by Venus, right? But Taurus is an earthly ruled sign. It's an earth sign. It doesn't give the same imports that Libra does with the talents, the arts, right? In fact, Libra and the liberal arts, right? They almost sound the same, right?
Yeah.
They have kind of the same, right? Similar undertone with regards to the way the word has been structured. So, getting deeper, right, into this particular science with regards to Los Angeles, one of the things is that we all know, right, that Los Angeles is known for its traffic, right? We all hear about, and I've even seen and witnessed myself firsthand, that traffic is something else, man. You could go maybe 10 miles, man, and if you're not in that inner area, right, in that locale, if you're trying to get on that highway, man, it is a beast, right? I mean, it's not something you want to do, right? And people that commute, they commute. I mean, they expect to be in traffic at least an hour, hour and a half. If I said at least, right? It could be 2 hours, man. It could be 2.5 hours, depending on, where you're going from and where you're coming from and where you're going to.
Yeah.
So, the chart itself holds some definite, powerful answers with regards to that particular situation. And so remember, we said that in a chart in a city or even in a nation, or a state, you want to look to the third house to see the transportation system, right? Because again, it's how we get around, it's how we move, it's how we do short distance travels within the context of that thing itself.
Yeah.
And so the third house houses Mars, right? And Mars is a malefic planet. Now, again, malefic doesn't mean bad, right? It just means that it's energies that are definitely going to cause you to pay attention, if you will, right? You can't sleep on these types of energies, right? It's going to cause you to, right, deal with things that are coming your way. And so, one of the things, if I'm correct, there's a lot of murders and fights and things of that nature that happen in context of the transit system. I mean, even on those city streets, you could even say, if you want to say like the city streets, that's the third house, right? Yeah. Those city streets are definitely to be dealt with, right? There's an aggression that is in the city itself. When you get there, it seems very nice and palm trees and, the so-called stars and all that. But when you get down to the grassroots level, folks they're not like New Yorkers now. Let me say that. And I'm not saying all New Yorkers are rough, right? I've been to New York too. And it's a different element from coast to coast, right? But on each coast, there's a respective edge, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Mars brings that edginess, if you will. And when you're in traffic, man, you feel it, right? You feel it all around you. You don't want to get out your car, right? You definitely don't want to talk stuff, man, because those people, they got something in their trunk for you, maybe even in their lap for you, right?
Yeah.
Where, they're ready because they just getting, think about you getting off work. You traveled an hour and a half in the morning, right? And now you're getting off work, you're tired, you're exhausted, the edginess is all around you, and some guy just flips you off, man, and you are not, in that space of mind to breathe, right? You're in the space of mind to release, if you will, and that's where you can see a lot of the angst and the frustration and the anger and the forcefulness when it comes to driving in that city, So, Mars being in that particular placement definitely shows, again, right, match for match, right, 1 for 1, right? And you could do this all day with the chart. I mean, we won't do everything, but we're definitely going to touch on some significant points to just highlight what this particular mundane astrology can do, and really to show you Los Angeles as far as their chart is concerned. So the other thing is that what we look at in astrology, and this is again in natal and mundane, what we do is that we look at what's called a dispositor or a ruler or a lord of a particular house. And what we do is we take the sign that is over or kind of laid over that particular house. So Libra being the ascendant, Libra being the first sign in the first house, not the first sign, but the first house. And we just count 1, Libra, 2, Scorpio, which is the second house, and then 3, Sagittarius, which is the third house, right? And so that third house is ruled by Jupiter. The Lord is Jupiter, or the dispositor is Jupiter. Well, we want to use that to see kind of what are some further, things that we can understand about that traffic, about that particular apparatus with, in a city or in a large body of people. And so Jupiter ruling that particular house it's with, when we say with, we could also say conjunct, right? It's with Saturn. And Saturn is another malefic that literally restricts, constricts, delays, right? Creates obstructions, right? In regards to anything that is dealing with, whether it be the house that it's in, or the planet that is with, or the house that planet rules. And so now we have two factors. Not only do we have Mars in the third house, which deals with the edginess, the fiery nature of those streets, right? The heated element with regards to driving, but also the constriction and the delay aspect of that particular house as well, or that area of that city as well. Right. So, I mean, that's a powerful import, man. That's another 1 for 1. Right. So now we're 2 for 2. Right. With regards to that particular city. I mean, I know you got to be seeing this, right, King? I mean, this should be definitely becoming pretty clear for you, being that you're a student as well, a student of astrology as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So to move further into some things, one of the things that Los Angeles is known for, and this is, again, along the lines more or less of the film industry, right? But there's a dark side to it as well, right? And, I'm not here to knock anybody and what they do. If that's your thing, that's your thing, right? But these are things that we definitely can take notice of, because these are things this is not something that I'm making up. You're not making it up. People don't make it up. It's in your face. It's there to be witnessed, recognized, and even to be analyzed to some degree. Yeah. Los Angeles is known for film, right? Mm-hmm. But the dark side of film, we would say it could be along the lines of pornography, right? Yeah. And, a lot of times the casting couch, right, ends up the places most folks don't want to be at some point down the road, right? The casting couch becomes another type of couch, and then your imagination can go from there. But
a lot of people getting in trouble because of that casting couch right now.
Definitely, man, definitely. That casting couch is a doozy, right? But bar none, right? I mean, Los Angeles is the capital for pornography of the world, right? When I say capital, I mean $1 billion business, right? That affects the whole world. And I might be speaking very lightly, if you will, in regards to those numbers, billion. I mean, I would say probably more than $1 billion business, right? Multi-billion dollar business. But the chart itself will reveal those aspects, right? Unsavory or not, as it is. The ascendant lord, and again, we're talking about a planet that is ruling a particular house, and again, in a particular aspect of that particular country, nation, or place. And the first house, as we said, is the general kind of common people, the image as well. What is the perception of it, if you will, right? Is the first house also. And Venus, being the ruler, right, is in the 12th house, right? Now, the 12th house deals with things that are hidden, right? Things that are under in the closet, as they say, right? Things that are behind the scenes, literally, right? Things that are not readily seen in public in the naked eye, with the naked eye, right? You don't see these things, in the park or in the newspaper, or they're not published in the mainstream sense of things. The 12th house is a house that, again, is some place that in fact, I mean, literally, when we deal with it, as far as the natal chart is concerned, it deals with bed pleasures, right? And so we can expand that and apply those bed pleasures to a city, right, that deals in, right, filming those pleasures, right? The ruler of that particular city is in that particular house. It's in the 12th house. And to add insult to injury, right? And not all times is debilitation bad, and not all times is exaltation good. And these are astrological terms that we gauge the strength and the quality of a planet, right? Yeah. But Venus being in Virgo, right? It doesn't do the best that it would, let's say, if it was in, let's say, Libra or Taurus or even Pisces, right? It just doesn't do the same, it doesn't have the same level of strength. It reduces that strength to almost nothing, right? There are other qualifiers that can give it some lightening it up. It's called Nicha Bang Raja Yoga, which is a cancellation of debilitation. It really doesn't cancel it, right? You still have those negative imports and aspects to it, but sometimes a negative can become a positive, if you will. The negative can switch certain things on and cause the opposite effect to happen, even though the negative has to happen first in order for the positive to come. But that's a whole nother topic, a whole nother show. But it being debilitated in the 12th house, another way we can show, right, that yes, there's another, now we're 3 for 3, right? Now we're showing the pornography industry with regards to being the underbelly or the underside of the film industry, what the city is known for, right? And Venus, again, is movie stars, right? It is the planet of stars, movie stars, right? The film industry on the light side, right? And so it's in a house and the 12th house is also the house of loss, right? It's a house of escapism, right? As well. So, I mean, this is 3 for 3. I mean, when I saw this, I'm like, it's lined up so perfectly, man. You couldn't even argue it if you wanted to, right? I couldn't argue it if I wanted to. There's just, it's a consistent way we can see, one thing after another thing after another thing after another thing that shows that this is definitely the chart that is affiliated or akin to Los Angeles, California. Now, remember I said that we also use the outer planets, right, in this scheme of things, right? And so, I mean, the country is fairly old, right? 1781, it's at over 100 and some odd years, almost nearly 200 years, right? Well, let's see, 1781, 1881, 1981. So it's over 200 years old, right? So we've almost got a whole Pluto cycle in there at 248 years. America, in fact, is just a little bit older at 1776. So America will be getting its first Pluto return here very shortly. Right? First Pluto return, if you will, right?
You trying to get that Pluto return tough?
We're trying to make it, man. We're trying to see if we can make it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, right? Yeah. And it takes 21 years for Pluto to move through one sign. So this is not something that's just going to, be a bleep on the radar screen, right? This is something that's going to be slowly accumulated and built up to crescendo, if you will. And it is going to be interesting to see in the next 40 years of how this country is going to go. As you can see right now, as we discussed in the elections, it's up for grabs, right? Yeah. It's definitely up for grabs. So, back to the outer planets, we have a planet in the 12th house with Venus, right? And I said, this is just phenomenal when I saw it. It's within 3 degrees of Venus. Now, in the natal chart, remember I said that you want to have those outer planets really like hairline with that particular planet as far as degrees, or with the cusp of a particular house within degrees. So we're talking really close within the grand scheme of things. Like that is almost the same thing as saying within the 1 or 2 degrees in a natal chart. I mean, it is, in fact, because we're talking, it takes 240 years for this guy to go around, where it takes 21 years for him to move one sign. So literally, he's right on Venus. Right? Neptune is right on Venus. Neptune is at 14 degrees, 1 minute, right? Virgo. Venus is at 17 degrees, 9 minutes, Virgo. So right there, Neptune is sitting. And here's the other thing. It's so crazy because Neptune according to astrology, is the planet of film. Right. Mm-hmm. So now we've got another lay-in, another aspect. And let's just say for experimental sake, let's say Libra isn't the ascendant, without even Libra being the ascendant, and it is, right? Venus being conjunct Virgo is still going to be that way in any ascendant, right? So again, Venus being conjunct Virgo is very, 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 very strong with regards to the film industry. Right.
Yeah.
And in the 12th house, therein lies the pornography aspect. Therein lies the hidden aspect, the underbelly, right? The not so savory side of things, if you will, not the public side of things, if you will. So Neptune's in the 12th house, and the 12th house also happens to represent film as well. Right. So, I mean, we got another perfect lay-in for this particular chart to belong to this respective city. And so the last thing I want to mention before we move on, and let me know if you have any comments or anything you want to add in, King, at any point. But the water system, right, in Los Angeles, you know, and I've even noticed for years, man, Los Angeles had a river. They had a river, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's no longer there. Right? They have a canal, man, that the water it used to flow into. I mean, it's gone, right? Gone. I mean, I think you might see a puddle here and there, right? I was in Los Angeles a couple times, and I didn't know they had a river, man. I was like, what's that? Oh, that was the Los Angeles River. It was. What happened to was? Oh, yeah, it dried out. I'm like, wow. Now,
well, you see them in the movies all the time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you do. In fact, you do. In fact, you do. When I took a trip there, it just, you know, it was like weird because you see a big canal that's empty. Like, it's like seeing a pool with no water. It's like, where's the water, man? And it's like, yeah, it's gone. And then being here, most folks have never seen it in their life, man. And, you know, our age, they've never seen it, right? Not in the way it was intended, I'm sure.
That's different.
So, you know, definitely different. But, you know, there's two planets that govern water in a chart, right? And I know some people would attribute water to the moon. I mean, that's just pretty obvious, right? The moon governs the tides in the ocean. In fact, there's some people in ancient times that would use the moon to catch fish, right? To do fishing, right? They would literally know how to catch fish based on that lunar cycle. So the moon is definitely important. I mean, as far as tracking cycles and being able to do things with regards to manifest.
I think they still use that today. I think some fishermen still use that today.
They very well may be. They very well. I'm sure they do if they have any intelligence, because the moon obviously has some effect on the Earth in many ways. Not some, has many effects on the Earth and people too, right? Because of course we know planets affect people, but
yeah,
the moon rules water, right? No doubt. Right, no doubt. But in the scheme of things, and you know, my knowledge expands beyond astrology. I've studied many different subjects. I've, you know, been in a couple of schools of thought, and you know, Venus also rules water as well. Now, the moon rules extremely large bodies. What I'm talking about, the ocean, seas, shorelines, bays, right? Things of that nature, right? We're talking, you know, where the salt water, you know, meets land, right? Yeah. Moon is more salt water, right? But you can't drink that stuff, right? You know, you drink salt water, you're gonna want more water, right? So it's not something you can ingest per se.
And a doctor
Right, and a doctor, right? You're gonna need a couple things, right? And some antibiotics or something, right? To deal with whatever you ingested, right? Especially nowadays, right? 50, 150 years, 200 years ago, you might be able to get away without a doctor, but nowadays, yeah, it's stuff in those oceans, definitely. But it rules oceans, right? In other words, it rules really salt water, right? But fresh water, right? Which is really water that accumulates from high mountains and lakes and things like that. It's been filtered, right? It's been run through a process, right? And then rendered, right, drinkable, right? Now, some fresh water can be drank right off the river, right? If you get it at the right place at the right time. I wouldn't advise it, right? But there are some springs, natural springs and things like that can you can use their water. You can drink that water right out the source, if you will. But just to understand and to kind of connect the dots, if you will, the kidney energy system, we're talking Chinese medicine here, but the kidney in the body, right? They are the organs that filter the water in the body, right? That's why you urinate. Urine is mostly water, right? Yeah. And so the kidneys, bar none, this is how to make to connect the dots, right? The kidneys, right, are governed by Venus, right? So fresh water is governed by Venus, right? Our ancestors called it sweet water, right? It's not literally sweet to taste, but it's water that you can drink, right? Water that is palatable for the body, water that is good to taste, right? And Venus is, where do we say it was? In the 12th house, right? Yeah. Now we're talking 4 for 4 here, right? I mean, now we're talking about series patterns, right? Over and over and over again, right? We're seeing that this is definitely the chart for Los Angeles. Now, not only that, again, it's also with Neptune, and Neptune rules obsessions as well, right? It rules things that kind of take you away from reality, right? Drugs as well, right? I'm sure there's plenty of drugs in Los Angeles. Not to say there's not other drugs in other cities, because there is, respectively. I don't want people to get it twisted and think I'm just jumping on Los Angeles, because that's not true. I'm sure New York, Miami, and all the other major cities have access to narcotics. However, Los Angeles is very well known for that aspect of the city, right? And Venus, again, being in the 12th house, being, let's say, dried up by that Virgoan placement, shows as well, right, that the fresh water is not plentiful. They have to get water from external sources, right, outside of their respective area, right? So that shows that it's ported in from someplace else, showing that it comes from another place, right? The 12th house rules the foreign aspects, not saying foreign, not necessarily just in countries, but maybe another state, another city, right? So, again, and the moon, right? The moon, right, governs water as well. Now I'm saying it is salt water, but it also just has an affinity with water. So we can also look at the moon to try to gauge, you look at more than one thing to really kind of gauge this. You want to kind of see things from an overall panoramic view. And the moon is in the 6th house, right? Now, the moon also governs the mentality and the pulse of the people, how the people feel in the city. And the 6th house is not a house that is necessarily conducive to lunar energies, if you will, right? So the people definitely, feel that lack, that imbalance, because the 6th house is really about imbalances. They feel that imbalance with regards to the water, right? So, all of the above, right? I don't know about you, Atef, but I definitely would lock this one in, right, as saying that this is bar none, this city of Los Angeles with regards to mundane astrology. Excuse me. Is there anything you want to add in on that one?
Well, I wanted to ask you, maybe you can hit this real quick. Where do you see the gang activity in this Los Angeles chart?
Let's talk about it. So remember we said, where did I don't know about you, man. I know folks from the streets, right?
Yeah.
What I just say? The streets,
Yeah.
right? And so the streets, again, right? We said it's the third house, right? The inner city streets is the third house. I'll say it again. Where cars move, right? Where they transverse, right? Where they go from A to B and back to A, and maybe even A, B to C and back to A, right? That's the streets. Well, what planet did we say was there? Mars, right? The planet of war, the planet of being combative, the planet of being the toughest, the strongest. Only the strong survive, so they say, right? So that makes, again, that's 5 for 5 now. We getting, right? I mean, it's lining up. It's getting there. It's becoming stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, right? So, I mean, Mars being that mentality that, do or die, right? Me or you, right? That type of mentality is in the streets, right? Right. So, excellent question, King. Excellent question. Again, I'm saying we're 5 for 5 now, right?
Yeah.
I think we're doing pretty good.
I think so.
So, we can move on, right? And we'll do this one fairly quickly because, this city is easy to see. I mean, for me, maybe not for everybody, for my person. And I'm pretty sure you'll see it pretty quickly as well. It's one that's been in the news and kind of still in the news somewhat, right? In a nominal sense, in a minimal sense. Flint, Michigan, right? And good old Flint, right? I remember we went to Gary one time, and Gary is a close cousin of Flint, right? I mean, Gary, Indiana, and Flint, Michigan are not far from each other. They're kind of reflective of one another. But Flint, Michigan has been in the news, right? And let's just start with, before we can get in the news, let's just kind of touch on the ascendant, right, if you will. And, just like Los Angeles, right, every city has a theme, right, if you will, kind of overall kind of perception, if you will. And that is a worker class city, right? Yeah. You don't move there to go to become a star, right? Right. You don't go there to try to get big, right, if you will. And it never has been a place where you go to shine, right? It's Virgo ascendant, right? And Virgo is the sign of complexities, right? But it's also the sign of service, hard work, and labor, right? And there's definitely some hard-working people in that city. It never reflects bad on the people; it just reflects bad on the unfortunate circumstances that surround the people. And a lot of good people I've met from Flint. A good friend of mine that I knew from way back in the day. He's no longer in Flint, and he left Flint a long time ago before they exposed the water problem, right? And we'll talk about that problem in a minute here. But it is a city of workers. It is a city that people that are dedicated to producing and to giving of themselves with regards to whatever it is that they're doing. And so, Mercury is the planet that travels the fastest, second to the moon in regards to the heavens. It takes about 88 days for it to make a complete cycle around the sun. So it's one of the fastest moving planets, if you will. And being fast, things happen fast, right? So you'll find that industries, right, are there and then they're gone overnight, right? And, it's phenomenal just when we look at the chart on what has happened in the overall process of the city and its decline. Originally, it was called Vehicle City. A while back when the automobile industry was really prominent in America. And being vehicle city, I mean, you can see that, you know, if you're manufacturing, and that's not Venusian, but the Virgoan mindset to manufacture, to build, construct, right, to work out the bugs, right, to make things work, if you will. You need that for vehicles, right? You need that if you're going to be a city that creates cars. So, not only that, right? Remember we talked about lords, right? And just to kind of give you a sec, I know people are like, well, hey, what about the date and time for Flint? And Flint, Michigan is, let's see if I'm correct here. Good old Flint is, if I'm correct, let me make sure I got it right here, my friend. It is, I should have had that right there on the spot, but we got it right here. Flint is October 9th, 1835, right?
Yep.
And what time? I think I gave you, did you have the time for that?
I got 8 a.m.
Yep.
8 a.m.
It is 8 a.m. Yes, you're right. Obviously, city of Flint, Michigan. So if you're going to put it in and calculate it yourself, you're more than welcome to check it out and see what you find on your own. But we've got some things here that are dead giveaways as far as the city is concerned. Now, remember we talked about Virgo being ruled by Mercury, right? Mercury is in the second house, right, of values, right? So this city valued itself, and it valued the hard work that it brought, by and large, right? And that hard work was galvanized by a conjunction with Mars, right? So Mars is the planet of effort, right? Planet of determination, right? The planet of force, right? The planet of pushing, right? Going beyond your limits, right? And, you know, definitely, if you're making cars and you're called, I mean, the name of the city was Vehicle City. So, I mean, you have to be putting in some work to get that name, right, in order to get that title. And so Mars being with, and I'm talking, when I say with, I'm talking about, again, within 3 degrees. Now, Mars being within 3 degrees is a lot different than Neptune being within 3 degrees of Venus, as we talked about in the city of Los Angeles' chart, right? Mars being with Mercury, right? Again, it just shows that work, that effort, that push, that drive, it was there, right, at some point. Now it's left. It's no longer Vehicle City. Of course, the automobile industry has shifted like completely to a whole nother, on a whole nother level. I mean, we have, you know, the world at large competing with regards to creating cars. You know, Japan and European countries, China. You even have they even have an African car now, right? So I mean, you have Subaru, which is out of Australia, right? So, you know, everyone has their respective car. I mean, if you're a nation, you definitely want to kind of create something in regards to an automobile, if you're trying to compete, if you will, on the world scene. But, you know, the other thing I want to add into this is that not only is Mars with Mercury, right? Saturn is also with Mercury as well. And Saturn is, you know, that's a planet that is, for good or bad, it's a planet that definitely talks about long-term cycles. It takes 30 years for Saturn to move around the zodiac one time, right? So we're talking about also a planet of work and service, right? In fact, Saturn is the planet of service. Right. And so, again, we can see the drive, the effort, the push, the determination, and the service, and the dedication, and the endurance with the planet that rules the city itself. Right. So, again, vehicle city. But that's no longer the case, right? Again, Mercury is a planet that moves quick. So as quick and as splendorous as it was with regards to that title, the title is no more. And, that shows, we're talking about 1 for 1 again, right? I wouldn't say 2 for 2, right? Because Mercury is the planet that also deals with automobiles as well, right? Bar none, right? Mars would be a second. Mars. There's planets that deal with automobiles. Venus is the planet of automobiles. In regards to what we say a karaka or a significator or an indicator, right? So it is, and we'll talk about that as well, because we're going to do a 2 for 2 here in a minute, right? And a 3 for 3, just like we did with Los Angeles. Yeah. But Mars is also a planet of automobiles. And I'm saying the mechanics, the engineering side. I'm not saying, Mars is an indicator for cars, but if I had to say, well, you know what, I'd rather have Mars deal with my car as far as fixing it than Venus, right? You understand what I mean? Like getting your hands dirty, being able to be fearless, hardworking, industrious, right? I mean, we're talking manly stuff here, right? Not to say women don't fix cars, because they do. I know women probably make great mechanics, and I've even met 1 or 2 here or there. But Venus is the planet that deals with the luxury side of things, right? And automobile is a luxury, right? It's a necessity in some senses, but in the sense of the word, you wouldn't die without an automobile. I mean, people don't have automobiles. That's why you have a public transportation system in the first place. So, you can get around without an automobile. It's a luxury, if you will, right? But, Mercury, being the planet that rules the natural third house, or the natural third sign, which is Gemini, right? It also rules transportation, right? It rules moving from A to B, right? B to C, and so forth, right? So it also deals with the transit system, and henceforth it is also an indicator of the automobile side of things, or industry, right? So again, bar none, right? You can see the connections. But to add insult to injury, right? The karaka for cars, which is Venus, is in the first house.
Yeah.
Right. So again, now we have the ruler, right? Mercury of the city, right? With the planet of hard work and drive, also the planet of service, right? Showing vehicle city, and then Venus is in the ascendant at 25 degrees, right? So boom, again, right? You can see there's what we call confluence, and confluence is when we begin to tie in, right, many layers of something to get an occurrence. If you have it once, it might happen. If you have it twice, it's a good strong possibility. If you have it 3 times, right, and 3 times they always say it creates a pattern, then you begin to have a manifestation of something. And 4 times, yeah, it's going to happen, man. Just not a matter of what, but a matter of when. Or not if, but matter of when. So, Venus being in the first house, bar none, right? Now we have all of the perfect makings of vehicle city, excuse me. Now, there's some things that cause the decay, if you will, of this particular situation, of this city, rather, and for that title to be removed. The 12th Lord, right? And again, Lord, meaning the ruler of the 12th house, which is the sun. The 12th sign from Virgo is Leo, right? So the 12th house ruler is the sun. The sun rules Leo. It's in the ascendant. It's in the first house. So loss, right? Whatever rules the 12th house brings loss to the city, right? So the city loses, right? Then the sun is government as well. The sun is rulers, right? The sun is like the mayor, if you will, right? The people that kind of govern the city, it's loss, right? They bring loss. They bring that ability. And if you think about it and what we're about to talk about next, it makes perfect sense, right? They said that the city itself was undermining the people with regards to their knowing that the city's water was full of lead. Right? Now check this out. We said that Venus rules water, right? Right? Well, Venus happens to be the Yoga Karaka, right? Right. A Yoga Karaka, but not the Yoga Karaka, but a planet that is beneficial for the Virgo ascendant, so to speak, right? But nonetheless, right, and I say so to speak with a very reserved tongue, because any planet that can, when you have a sign as the ruler, any planet that's in that sign, right, that literally causes, that is debilitated in that sign, can't always truly be like the beneficial planet, right? So there's a rule that kind of goes with that particular placement, if you will, as it being a so-called beneficial planet. But we know it being debilitated in that sign, it's conjunct, and when I say conjunct, it's within so many degrees, it's in the same sign, and it's within so many degrees of a planet. So it's conjunct the sun. It's with the sun. The sun is at 24 degrees Virgo. Venus is at 25 degrees Virgo, so it's combust. Called Kopa. Kopa is like burnt, right? So it's combust, right? It's burnt. It's literally singed, right? And Venus ruling water is ruined. That's the governors, the rulers, not the governors, but the mayors, the people that rule the city, knew that it was bad water. Right? So therein lies, now we got 2 for 2, I'm going to say 3 for 3, right? Because we added in those other factors that one, the ascendant Lord going here, being with these planets, and then Venus now is 2, being in the ascendant, being the Karaka and the indicator or significator for cars, and now 3, that Venus, which rules fresh water, right? It's in the sign of debilitation, number 1, right, or point 1 within that context, like literally, right, the water is damaged, and now the sun combusting it, also creating that damage, right? It's right there, right?
Yeah.
It's right there. I even add this into the equation. Yes, Venus is in Virgo, right? Libra's in Saturn's in Libra. Yes, they're in 2 different signs, 2 different houses, so they are not together. But they are within 10 degrees of one another, right? Venus is at, they're in 8 degrees, within 8 degrees of one another. I'm sorry. Venus is at 25 degrees Virgo. Saturn's is at 3 degrees Libra. So Saturn rules lead, right? So right there, right? Yeah. They're literally sitting there, and you can't see it. We're talking like, it is 8 o'clock in the morning, so you wouldn't have saw this because the sun was out, right?
Yeah.
Right. You couldn't have seen this, but let's say we could block the sun, right, for all intents and purposes, and the night sky would be there. You would see Saturn and Venus sitting right next to one another, right? So literally, right, we have this combination that shows that the water system is completely damaged by lead, and that the city, the rulers of the city had an insight on this particular apparatus.
Yeah.
Right. 2 for 2. I always say 3 for 3. Lastly, right, the city has become, right, I want to say crime-ridden, but it's not a place that you write about, like saying, I want to live there and I'm going to move there. The crime rate is definitely something that is to be noted in the city. And that is, of course, because of the undermining of the overall intentions and the original splendor of the city, which, we said it was called Vehicle City, right? So it being Vehicle City, you take away the automobile industry, and you're left with a desolate town, right? For all intents and purposes. Not to say all of Flint is bad and they don't have any nice houses and things like that. I'm sure they have some areas that, would be notable. But for the city as a whole, yeah, it's definitely one that you would consider as on the lower end of the spectrum with regards to affluence, if you will. So when you don't have affluence and the have-nots take over, right, then crime begins, right? And the moon, right, is the sentiments of the people, right? It's how the people feel in the city. And the moon is in the 8th house, right? The 8th house is a house that is a rough spot, right? It's a challenge spot. Now, it can bring some benefits. Not all, like I said, nothing's all bad and nothing's all good. There's always duality, yin and yang to everything, right? And the moon being the sentiments, the feeling, right? The vibe, if you will, of the people, right? It shows it's in the 8th house of, I'm going to say, criminality. Now, there are 2 houses, really three, for all intents and purposes, that can rule criminality, right? The 6th house is the first house, definitely, right? Can rule criminality. Rules criminals, bar none, right? When in the significators of a chart, you want to look at the 6th house to deal with that criminal element, but also rules workers, hard workers. It rules individuals that deal in the health industry. So that's the 6th house. But again, each house has several things that it indicates, right? The 12th house also rules criminality, right? So we're talking about that hidden side, as we talked about with Los Angeles, right? That hidden underbelly of things, right? The closet, if you will, what you keep in the back, right? It can rule organized crime, right? But crime is also the 8th house, because the sign that is affiliated with the 8th house is the scorpionic energy. And scorpionic energy is what we call that bipolar, dualistic, hot and cold, that icy hot energy, right? Right? It can flip, switch, and transform at a moment's notice. It rules corruption, right? It rules the element of decay, right? And so the moon being there, the people feel that decay, they feel that corruption, they feel that angst, and it's in the sign of Aries. Definitely folks are there that are the folks that are there, and you can see it now, they're angry. Right? They're frustrated. They're ready to whoop some you-know-what with some you-know-what, right?
Yeah.
Right? And I could get into deeper imports. I mean, I think we've explored a lot at this point. I could go deeper. Just a simple fact of saying that the sun and the moon are 8 houses from itself. The governing body of the city and the people are not going to get along because they're in what's called a fighter stance, right? The 8th house, right, from the moon, right? Excuse me, the 6th house from the moon is the first house. Meaning if I count from 8 all the way around to 1, it's 6. That means they're fighting. Right, and then if I count from 1 to 8, that means there's some hidden corruptive, right, elements that are behind the relationship between the people that govern, and the actual people of the city itself. So again, we got 5 for 5. I mean, I could keep going, but just for the sake of time, we'll cut it from here. But these are definitely things that you can begin to see that astrology has the power to unravel and reveal with regards to large operations, bodies of people, cities, and so forth. And I didn't even throw in the fact that Pluto, right, is in the 7th house, right? And the 7th house is looking directly at the 1st house, right? So again, throwing that light, right, of destruction, right? Throwing that light of being taken under, if you will. Hades is like Pluto, right? In fact, they're the same thing in Greek mythology. Hades and Pluto are the same, and Hades rules the underworld, right? So that Plutonian energy being thrown onto the first house, and it's there because we're talking about things that have existed and can exist for long periods of time. It's throwing that light right onto the actual image and the actual general theme of the city itself. So we can see, and we're talking about in opposition to the sun within 2 degrees, Pluto's at 22 degrees, sun is at 24 degrees, directly across from one another. So, 6 for 6 now, right? So, you can see, bar none, that these are the charts for the city. So, we'll definitely be doing some more of this in the future. Again, Liberia is one I would really like to delve into, that we can talk and have some fun with regards to its relationship to the history of African American people, and talk about some of those imports at some point down the line. Is there anything you want to add, or any questions that you have, King, or anything that you'd like to throw out there in regards to these topics?
Well, no, I think we pretty much covered it, and
awesome.
Great detail indeed. So, I think this is a good place to go ahead and table this convo for the time being. And as you all can see, with astrology, we can go. We covered a lot, but there's a lot that wasn't covered. So. Just listening to these episodes and to this podcast, overall, I think, can help give people a good respect, for the science itself. And, hopefully bring it back to its, proper place. And, just in the, people have the right idea when they start thinking about astrology and how strong of a science it is, and how, useful it is to, our everyday lives and such,
Definitely. That's one of the things I'm here to do, is to really bring it back to a lot of its splendor, because it's not a dead science, not a lost science, and it's not a pseudoscience. It's definitely, like you said, a test that we can use to do many things, to review the past, to look at the future, and to even see the present as far as things that are going on around us, and to unravel things that may not be so apparent sometimes. So definitely with you on that one.
Absolutely. So, again, this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find us at pushitforward.com. That's pushitfwd.com. Or at Push It Forward Media, or Push It Forward PUSHITFWD on Instagram. And you can follow this podcast, and this is, you can direct all your questions here at Cosmic Convo. That's COSMICCONVO. That's on Instagram. You can find us there. Also on Facebook at Cosmic Convo Podcast. And, you can also email your questions at cosmicconvospodcast@gmail.com. Brother Rod, you want to give them, your contact information again for Calipurusha?
Definitely. So, again, stay tuned. It is coming. It's just in the works, if you will. And we put things out that make sure that are timeless, if you will, that have some longevity, and it's not just a fly by night and something that is put together in a hodgepodge. This is research oriented and substantiated by, as we did earlier, many fundamental points where we can go over and over and over again to make sure that this is exactly what we're talking about. But you can see there is one up now, a video on Calipurusha Astrology on YouTube. There will be another one coming very, very soon, and I'll even give you a prelim on that one. That's actually the chart of the United States States of America. So that one will be definitely interesting. It'll be similar to something we did here with these two respective cities. You can find that again at Convos Astrology on YouTube, and you can also find me on Facebook. My name on there is Shechem Ra, and also you can find me on IG at Shechem Ra. So if you have any questions or if you have any interest in this particular science, whether you want to get your chart done or interested in classes or even just have any questions, definitely hit me up on those avenues.
Indeed. So, yeah, that's it for this episode. We thank you all for tuning in. The numbers are looking good. We greatly appreciate, you all checking it out and engaging us and asking questions. And, look forward to a great episode coming up next week as well. All right. Make sure you share this with share this on social media and share it with your family, your friends and everything like that. And let's, go ahead and blow this thing up. All right. So, with that being said, peace. We're out. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You are now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and I'm here with, our veteran astrologer, good brother Ra. How you doing?
Peace, brother. My person is doing quite well. Enjoying life, taking it one day at a time. King, how about yourself?
Pretty good, man. Can't complain. Great to have another opportunity to do this show and get this knowledge to the people.
Indeed, it's always a pleasure, King, to build around this science. It's a lifelong study, and to be able, like you said, to give the people these tidbits and these pieces so that they can take it back into their own personal lives and begin to research is always a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. So, before we get into today's topic, I wanted to remind you that this podcast is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can get to Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD.com. And Brother Ra, how can you get to Calipurusha?
You can find me on IG at Shechem Ra on IG, and also you can find me on Facebook at Shechem Ra as well. Also, there's a channel on YouTube for those of you that video watchers. You can go on YouTube and check me out at Calipurusha Astrology on there as well. So there's definitely 3 platforms you can find me on.
Good deal. So, yeah, man, we episode 5. This is a bit of a milestone. Get to the 5th episode. Numbers are still looking pretty good, pretty consistent. How you feel about how this thing is flowing so far?
A year from now, people are going to look back and this is going to be an experience for anyone that tunes in. Each show is getting better and better, stronger and stronger, and it seems the numbers are reflecting that as well. The questions that people are posing are definitely ones that are eye openers and can definitely give people the help that they need as far as understanding a very complex and ancient science. So I'm definitely feeling awesome about this podcast.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Speaking about, the questions, people really seem to enjoy last week's episode. We didn't get as many questions, but we did get a lot of feedback. I got a lot of people loved the show. They really embraced it. And I was a little concerned because this is it's our longest show thus far. But it's good to see that people stuck with it. So, for everybody who's, listening and staying tuned, we really appreciate that. But we did get, one comment, brother, wanted to know, what's the significance in general, when someone has their moon in the 12th house?
Brother, the moon in the 12th house definitely is a deep placement. They're all deep, we're talking destiny here. So any placement, in anyone's chart is always, profound, especially for that person. They feel it the most, they experience it the most by and far. But, the 12th house, moon in the 12th house is some phenomenal imports to it. The 12th house is a very it's a very hard house to understand for many people. And what happens is that, in life, when we're born, and by the way, just to throw this out here, y'all, little FYI, Tupac Shakur, right, has moon in the 12th house, right? He has it in Pisces. And you can see a lot of the imports, a lot of the nuances through his life as an example of what it looks like to have the aspect of the mind located in a house that we consider to be hidden. Right, the 12th house is the house of the subconscious, so to speak, and all of this is the subconscious, you all. But at the same time, when we say we localize the house that is the part of us that is hidden, right? It's the closet that we keep things in. That would really be what the 12th house embodies. And the way it works is that when we're all born, right, we have an umbilical cord, right? And the umbilical cord, for 9 to 10 months connects us to, the physical aspect of the mother. That's how we get our food and oxygen and so forth. So many of the nutrients that come through, and of course we have gills up to a certain point, but once the gills close, right, we're fed primarily through the umbilical cord. So when we're born, right, the umbilical cord is cut. And the way this works is that it's strange because you would think that the second house, right, would not be able to be seen with the naked eye. But in fact, the 12th house would not be able to be seen by the naked eye. The 12th house is the house that's right above the horizon, due east. It's right above when the sun rises, when you look directly up above the sun, that is the 12th house. Not underneath the horizon, but above it. But if it's a hidden house,
interesting,
right? How is it that we're able to call it? How is it able to be seen, right? In the day, in at any point throughout the day, whenever the planets rise, they rise in the east, and when they rise in the east, the first place they hit is the 12th house. What happens is that the 12th house represents the psychic umbilical cord that we have with our mother, right? It represents that bond. When a woman is pregnant and she's breastfeeding, right, she knows that the baby's hungry because her breast will begin to literally lactate on their own, right? The milk will come out on its own naturally. I've seen it. I have, 3 children. And every time when the child was hungry, she would know. And I'm like, how do you know that? The child wouldn't make any noises, right? Being, sitting right there, but you could look at the child and obviously see something's going on. Well, there's a psychic umbilical cord that's there, right? And that psychic umbilical cord connecting us, right, is that 12th house that is directly above the horizon when we're born. That is that is the means that we still have in order to send our mother those psychic messages. And the 12th house is one of the most psychic houses there is, other than the 8th house.
Yeah.
So when the moon, right, is in the 12th house, right, the moon in astrology represents the mother as far as a planet par excellence. Of course, there's other qualifying factors. There's some placements, some schools of thought that say Venus at certain times represents the mother as well. But we also know, bottom line, the 4th house represents the mother, and also the ruler or the controlling planet that governs the 4th house is also representative of the mother. But if we just have to single it to a planet, the moon itself represents the mother. And we could look at Tupac and see some things that definitely have some specific messages in his life about the relationship that he has with his mother. Well, the moon in the 12th house, when a person is born, typically that mother is going through something during pregnancy and usually slightly after pregnancy as well, meaning that they're having some issues with regards to how they're handling life's pressures at that time. And you can see that, of course, in Tupac's chart and Tupac's life, right? Without a doubt. So the moon in the 12th house definitely talks about the person has very powerful dreams, right? They live in their inner world in a very prominent way. Right, they almost have another world that they are constantly in that you and I will never see.
That's interesting, because Tupac was born in prison.
Henceforth, the mother being in the 12th house, and the 12th house, the moon being in the 12th house, and the 12th house is imprisonment. Right, the 12th house is hospitalization, imprisonment, being cut off from society at large. So with that being said, i.e., we can clearly see that the moon in the 12th house in Tupac's life reveals those things. And this individual, Tupac, was very imaginative, because you have to be that in order to be a prolific, hip hop artist. Those words, those stories, Brenda's got a baby, that's a prominent example of someone that can imagine and feel, right, someone else's pain, right, through a psychic bond that people have with the collective unconscious, for lack of better words. So when the moon is in the 12th house, this person has a very powerful imagination, right? Again, they live in the mind, right? They have very powerful dreams. They at times seek to escape reality. They need time to regenerate, right? They need time to be away from the mainstream of things. And if they don't do this, they usually find themselves very they're not at ease with the mainstream of life. They need the time to recuperate, to get away, to be isolated, if you will. In fact, a lot of times they have a lot of problems showing their emotions in public, right? That's imbalanced in a way, or they kind of keep that part hidden and tucked away. So, the other thing is that with the moon being a luminary, we also have to look at other qualifying factors. I mean, we don't know really where everything is placed in the entirety of the chart. These are just very general prognoses. These are very general outcomes of the moon in the 12th, but you will usually see a very consistent theme, especially with regards to the mother. The mother can be very invasive. The mother can be very smothering, or even it's usually the opposite. The mother doesn't show a whole lot of nurturing and affection, so that individual really has a problem doing that with other people, and especially in public situations, or situations that call them out on that particular aspect of life. We don't know where the 4th Lord is, so of course that's another qualifier for the person's relationship with their mother. We don't know any aspects to the 4th Lord or any aspects to the moon itself. So again, answering these questions, we would have to see the chart specifically. And if I'm correct, I believe you said it is a Taurus ascendant. But Taurus ascendants have a whole different process when it comes to moon in the 12th house than anyone else. So we would definitely need to see where the ascendant Lord is, where the nodes are. All those things things will have an import and an impact on how that particular placement plays out. But in a general sense, you will see those same things of issues with the mother, the need to escape. They love music, right? They will love music. Will take them off into very distant lands. They like to. They will watch movies for hours on end, right? Because this is an escape from reality. So again, I don't want to, get too deep into, all of the specifics of it. They can be psychic as well, right? They can feel, things underneath the surface many times, because the 12th house, again, is that umbilical cord that, if it's not cut or tended to properly with regards to the psychic apparatus with the mother, and that person can definitely have some inner some problems with their the balance of their inner world, or being too subsumed into being in their inner world, or hiding that inner world in an excessive way.
Indeed, man. Yeah, that was a good general breakdown. And if anybody's listening, if you want to know specifically about what's going on in your chart, and then for the brother who put that comment out there, if you want to know, you want to get deeper, you want to know specifically what's going on, hit up Brother Ra, hit up Kala Purusha, to go ahead and get a consultation, or or tune into one of the classes that this brother has going on, to really, really, really dial in and get specific knowledge about your chart and beyond. Right.
Indeed, yeah. Get with me, definitely hit me up. I'd love to reach out to the people, anyone that has a question. If it's a general question, we can always have a brief dialogue. But if you want some more specific or in-depth knowledge, I do, of course, consultations. Also, and, we have various levels of consultations, is from, a minuscule amount to, the full-blown chart getting done. Just let me know what you're interested in, and we can definitely delve in. And also, like the brother said, take classes, because the one thing is that if you take classes, the information is yours, right? And you don't have to constantly seek out the help of an astrologer. You can literally become an astrologer yourself for those particular areas that you may not be comfortable in understanding. So definitely get at me.
Indeed. All right, so that's pretty much what we got from our people out there. Feedback and everything. So we can go ahead and jump right into our for our show today. And this one is going just a fun one, right? And kind of piggybacking off of what we were just going into. I always like jumping into some of these notable charts and stuff like that, because you get to kind of see, kind of the power, of, understanding your chart and being able to time things, and, seeing, how things develop in other people's life. And you can start kind of, start looking for the same thing, in your life as well. So, today, man, we're going to really get into, two, pretty young, relatively young women that's been making some, big financial news, in the beauty industry or whatnot. And that's, Kylie Jenner and Rihanna. I think Forbes put out a couple articles, and, both of these, young women have, put out, pretty successful companies, putting them up in, the hundreds of millions of dollars in net worth. So I think, this would be a, pretty interesting, somewhat of a case study to kind of go over. What you think?
Oh, these are wonderful case studies. I mean, you can't get any better than these charts that we're bringing to the people. As an astrologer, and, as astrologers, charts are the proof in the pudding. Because when we have people that are out there, that have their lives on display, when they're public figures, these are the people that we can look to say, you know what, here it is, right? That's that particular placement. That's that particular combination. That's that particular ascendant, and what have you, and so forth. So when we get an opportunity to look into the lives of public figures, and they're on public display. This is not private knowledge. I'm not looking into someone's mama's chart that is around the corner that I don't know. All these people we know, right? And they literally have their information placed in Forbes.com, in Wall Street Journal. This is not privy knowledge to someone. This is public information. And one thing that we must be careful about is beginning to look into people's charts that we don't have permission to look into. But because they're public figures, because they put themselves out there, and because they have been researched with regards to their net worth and their lives at large, this is where we can have fun in beginning to apply the knowledge of astrology real time. So, definitely this is an exciting opportunity to show and prove the power of astrology.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, with that being said, which one you want to tackle first?
Let's do Kylie Jenner.
Okay.
Let's do her first, right? Let's do her first. And the reason is because, they're both very notable women, right? Very notable women that from their respective genres and fields are well known, right? But Kylie is one I want to do first because she has a very different type of placement than the other individual we're going to do today, Rihanna, right? And Rihanna Fenty, that is. And so Rihanna, right, we'll see her yogas as well that bring her what she has in her life. But Kylie has a very phenomenal placement, and it shows that these placements and these ancient what we call yogas, right? And I'm not talking about meditation and stretching and things of that nature. I'm talking about yoga just means union or link, right? These unions, these links, these ways that these particular planets are placed, the combinations, and there's variable combinations, different types of yogas that we have to explore. I mean, there's more than 300, but they say there's 300 base yogas. There's more than 300 yogas. I mean, there's upwards of thousands of yogas, right? And we don't even get into the yogas that we have in different systems, such as Jaimini. We were talking about that before. Jaimini yogas. You got yogas from Bhrigu Nadi. These are all different systems that are used in astrology that have different approaches, but come out with very profound realizations from those particular approaches or schools of thought, if you will. These are different schools that study from different perspectives. But the yogas, right, are key factors in what kind of differentiates this from what we call Western astrology or tropical astrology. And I'm not to knock tropical or Western. If that's what you use and it works for you, do what works for you. But it didn't work for my person. And I know a lot of people that have left and abandoned that particular school of thought to come over to this side, and their mind is constantly blown with the simple accuracy of it. And we're going to see it today.
Yeah.
But to start off with Kylie Jenner, right? Kylie's only 21 years old, right? 21 years of age. I mean, if you think about being 21 years old and being considered, your net worth being considered a billionaire, right? That's pretty uncommon, right? It's not common you find someone that doesn't even have their frontal lobes developed, right? To be someone that is, in Forbes magazine is considered one of the wealthiest women of her genre.
Yeah.
So that alone, right, speaks volumes to the power of these particular yogas or combinations or placements in her chart, which creates the destiny. So, to start off, she is a Sagittarius ascendant, Sagittarius rising, or we also say Sagittarius Lagna, right, are all the same. Meaning that at the time she was born, due east on the horizon, the sign of Sagittarius was rising. It was directly visible at that particular time. Of course, you can't see it because the sun is, the sun would be out. It depends on what time they're born as well. Sometimes you can actually see it. But because her chart, the sun is in the 8th house, it would have been daytime when she was born, right? Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to see it, right, with the naked eye. But we have the ways that we know what it is, right? Because we keep track of time. In fact, astrology is nothing but time keeping on another level. So she's Sagittarius ascendant, right? Specifically 16 degrees, 11 minutes. And her ascendant lord, meaning the ruler, that the planet that rules her, meaning the planet that rules the ascendant, the planet that rules the rising sign, is Jupiter, right? Now, she's a Kardashian, am I correct, brother?
Yep. Well, sort of.
Sort of. Right?
She's a Jenner, but you know, she's part of that family.
Right. She's connected, right? She's connected, right? Yeah. She's linked in, as they say, right? To the Kardashians, right? And so, by whatever means, right? Whether it be association, affiliation, friendship, so forth, right? They're linked in.
Half sisters. Yep. Half sisters with the Kardashians.
Right.
Yeah.
Half sisters. Okay. So that means that when she's born, right, the second house, which is where Jupiter is placed, her ascendant lord is placed, it's in the second house of family, right? And that connection automatically, bar none, right, gives her a link into that family wealth, right? Right? It connects her to the literal, in the literal sense, right? She gets a download of wealth directly from her bloodline, right? And so that second house meaning that the ascendant lord, which represents her, the ascendant lord is you, the ascendant is you. We have to pick a particular part of the chart to say, who are you? And it's all you. It's all you. But we say, well, who are you? We would go to the ascendant and the ascendant lord. Well, the ascendant lord is in the second house, right? Jupiter is in the second house. But Jupiter is what is called debilitated in the chart, meaning that each planet has a specific placement that yields it certain powers or takes away certain powers based on what that planet is supposed to produce. Right? Yeah. And so Jupiter is supposed to produce wealth, right? I mean, big wealth, right? Talking about big money. Venus is wealth too, right? Don't get it twisted. There's a couple of planets that can do this. When we say planets, not particular placements like in lords of this or that, but planets can give wealth. And Jupiter gives big money. Venus gives money as well, but Jupiter on a higher level. Money that is interactive on vast levels, right? Money that you can call yourself a bank to someone else almost, right? That kind of money, right? We're talking about, money you can't, generational wealth, Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, here we go. Jupiter is in the second house. Second house is family, right? Generational wealth, but it's debilitated. So it means that it's not supposed to produce or yield the effects, the high, powerful effects that Jupiter can give. However, the caveat is that, and as I was speaking earlier about those particular placements, those fine-tuning aspects of a chart where we have to really get in and say, you know what, does this particular placement do that, or does it do that and then that? Well, this particular placement does this and then something else. And Jupiter is in the second house, debilitated. Jupiter is at 23 degrees in Capricorn, right? And it's retrograde. I won't get into the imports of that particular retrograde and what all those things mean. But the other side of the equation is that she has what's called, so when a planet is debilitated, it's called niche or Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche means literally, it's just translated as being, right? We would say, for lack of better words, debilitated, right? So that means it's not supposed to really produce all that much if you take it literal. But there's another placement that changes or alters or mutates or modifies that particular Jupiter in the second house, debilitated. And what that is that now, since Jupiter's in the sign of Capricorn, Saturn rules Jupiter, right? Saturn rules Capricorn because That's where Jupiter is placed. It is placed in the fourth house.
Yeah.
Well, the fourth house for all Sagittarius ascendants is Pisces, right? So Saturn, the ruler of Jupiter, is placed in the fourth house. And then the ruler of Pisces, which is also the ruler of Saturn, is placed in the second house. So they literally flip, right? They're literally placed in each other's respective signs. What this does, Atef, is it cancels the debilitation, right? So what do we mean by you say cancels the debilitation? Like, how can the debilitation really be canceled? It's not necessarily canceled, right? There are still the same negative imports that the planet will bring, right? And we're talking about money here. That's all. We're not talking about her personality. We're not talking about her value system. We're not talking about how she treats other people. We're not talking about how she lives her life, if she meditates, if she's spiritual, if she has a relationship with the Supreme Being. None of those things are what we're talking about today. We're talking about simply the ability to acquire mass wealth.
Yeah.
Right. So with this particular placement, right, this creates what we call, again, the technical term in the Jyotish vernacular is called Nicha Bang Raja Yoga. And so Raja means king. We talked about yoga, which is a combination between planets, right? Or a specific placement of a planet. It doesn't even need to be between planets, just a specific placement, right? But the Nicha Bang means the cancellation of debilitation. Now,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't mean that the negative goes away. It just means that in math, I know you're well adept at math, right? When you have two negatives, right, that are multiplied, what happens?
It becomes positive. It's
Right.
canceled.
It becomes a positive, right? So those two negatives now become a positive. Well, the fourth house is the house of immovable property, right? It's the house of home, right? Houses, cars, right? Literally luxury items, right? And so when we have this particular placement is very powerful in that now Jupiter is going to act like it's in its own sign in the second house. Right? Saturn is going to act like it's in its own sign in the fourth house. So we could also look at it as if to say almost in a way. Not saying it that it is, because remember, they are still where they're supposed to be. They are where they are, but they're going to give each other the strength, right? They're going to strengthen each other. It's like me, we're partners, right? You in my house, man, you come like, man, hey, man, you got all kind of stuff I'm with. And I can say the same thing about you, right? Wouldn't be too far-fetched. I'd see me at her root shrine. You might see a Sebek shrine at my door, right? Like, hey, man, we good, right? We're in each other's respective houses. So we do very well because we are literally linked between those houses, right? And Saturn and Jupiter are not enemies. They literally are like two big sumo wrestlers that look at each other that you kind of know, hey, this is a stalemate here, so there's no sense of me fighting with this person, right? So they're neutral, as we say, right? Saturn and Jupiter. It's a good way of explaining it, right?
A good image.
Right. Yeah. And they're the biggest planets. In fact, Jupiter is kept in place by Saturn's orbit. Right, they check each other, and even in the astronomical sense of things, right? Astronomy and astrology are sister sciences. They're really two sides of the same coin, right? So Saturn keeps Jupiter right where it is, and Jupiter, because of its large gravitational pull, but not only that, its purpose and function in the particular solar system, right? They're just kind of like two big planets to say, you know what, I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone. Right, they're almost both like teachers, right? Guru, Jupiter is the teacher, and Saturn is also a teacher as well, right? Not in the sense of the traditional word, but it is definitely going to teach you something, right? Then they kind of they create a net zero effect, right? So it doesn't mean that they cancel. They don't cancel each other out. Not like in the sense of the Nicha Bang Raja Yoga, where now a debilitated planet becomes almost like exalted. right? Meaning now exalted is the other side of debilitation, where this planet does extremely well, right, with regards to the imports of the things that it presents and means in the chart. So the second house rules wealth, savings, right? Literally your bankroll, right? How much you got in the bank, right? That's the second house. How you handle money, right? And the fourth house, home, right? Movable property, right? Assets, right? Second house is assets, is in liquid as like money, but the fourth house is assets, like what do you physically own, right? So they exchange. So Jupiter's acting like it's in the second house of bringing a whole lot of wealth, right? And the fourth house is acting like it's bringing all of these. I'm sorry, not Jupiter's. Saturn's acting like it's in its own sign in the second. I apologize. Apologize for that, family. Saturn's acting like it's in its own sign in the second, stabilizing those resources. Excuse me. And Jupiter's in the fourth, acting like it's in the fourth house, expanding and growing the home and the luxury items all around her.
Yeah.
And this is what she's pretty much experienced for her whole little 21 years of existence, right? Now, of course, these qualifiers happen also through what we call dasha periods, right? And dasha periods, I just like to explain them as chapters of life, right? You know, it's like a book when we read a book, right? And we said, okay, well, what chapter, man? Okay, well, I'm in the cancellation of debilitation chapter, where the person's negatives become a positive, right? Where, right, these things that shouldn't be are manifesting.
Yeah.
So, you know, it brings her immense wealth. Jupiter, as we stated, is the planet of wealth, right? And she's in a Saturn dasha period. For the most part of her life, she's in a Jupiter dasha period. She was born into a Rahu dasha period. So, right, just a little tinge of that nodal Rahu planet of confusion. Then she goes into the Jupiter dasha, which obviously she's born into a family with some money, or connected to money. And now she herself, right, is also bringing the money, which that Jupiter, herself in the second house, debilitated, right, but also exchanged with Saturn. She's in the Saturn dasha. So now the money is just pouring in. She's worth $1 billion net worth. Right. Not only that, she's got some other planetary placements, other yogas, right, that yield some power. She has what's called a Lakshmi blessing, right? A Lakshmi blessing is when the ascendant Lord, the first Lord, right, is actually connected or linked in with the ninth Lord, meaning that the sun rules the ninth house for her, and it's in the eighth, looking directly at Jupiter in the second, and Jupiter's looking directly at the ninth Lord in the eighth. So they're looking at each other. So those houses, and the ninth house represents fortune, right? As in, like the supreme being smiling upon you. Some in the Christian tradition, they will call it grace. Right?
Yeah.
We know better than that, right? We know it's karma, right? But,
yeah.
Right.
But they say what's something they say now? Highly favored.
Right. Some actions that were taking place, because she's 21. Right, she hasn't gone to college for finance.
Yeah.
Right, she hasn't. She's not a Warren Buffett or someone. I mean, like she hasn't worked really hard for this wealth. Not to say she doesn't work. I'm not saying anything about what the woman's capabilities are. I don't know her personally, but I can tell you in the limelight, she hasn't worked a hard day's work in her life. Right, I got to go to work tomorrow, brother. I don't know about you, but I bet you compared to her day, right, it's a notion, right? My day would definitely, right? She, I'm just giving an example of, this person doesn't really have to do too much for this wealth. It's just given to her, right? We say it's karma, right? Right, because at the age of 21, how much could you really have done and created yourself if it wasn't for the circumstances around you to bring you this thing, right? She has a Lakshmi blessings, right? Again, bringing her wealth. Lakshmi brings wealth. Laks means gold, right? That's what laks means. Laks means gold. Lakshmi is the goddess of getting your goals accomplished, right? Getting things done, which brings you wealth, not just because you are due money, because there's something that has transpired that has brought you this, not even sometimes of your own volition. So the other thing I want to talk about with Kylie, right, is what's called a Chandra Mangal Yoga, right? And you'll hear me, like, all these are yogas, right? So she has a Dana Yoga as well. Dana Yoga is when, there's money in the chart, right? She has that through the second house exchange with the fourth house, right? That's kind of the Dana Yoga. Let's say there wasn't even the debilitation cancellation. Let's just say it was any two planets that deals with the second and fourth house. That's really powerful. What's called a Dan Yoga. Dan means wealth. So she has a wealth yoga, but this wealth yoga also involves a debilitated planet, which becomes like an exalted planet at the same time. So that's why I mentioned her first, and that specific yoga is very phenomenal, because it does literally turn the negative into a very beneficial, positive, in the sense of wealth, not in the sense of spirituality, not in the sense of values, not in the sense of compassion and so forth, right? So, but the Chandra Mangala Yoga, back to that yoga, it's when the moon is in the first, fourth, seventh, or 10th house from Mars, right? So she has Mars and the moon in the 11th house. Now, this is the house of gains, right? This is the house of gains. So now we're seeing a Chandra Mangal Yoga dealing with income, meaning gaining money. The 11th house is the house of gaining money, getting money, right? Liquid money coming into your pocket, right?
Yeah.
Right? So that also being stated, right? We also show that particular Chandra Mangal Yoga, literally, it makes them very fiery, right? Adamant, determined, right? Driven, right? They're going to get it one way or the other, right? That doesn't do too well in relationships. Remember, we're just talking about money here. We're not talking about how she treats her paramour, her mate, her husband. I don't think she's married. I think I heard she was dating Travis Scott or something like that.
Yeah.
Did you hear that as well, brother? I think, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay. Right. So her dealing with Travis, right? I'm not getting in their business, whatever they got going on. And I would bet that there's some scandal or maybe something that would be uneasy in that particular combination of relationship, right? And just keep your eyes and ears open, because you'll hear it, I'm sure, more and more and more as the young lady matures. Because Chandra Mangal Yoga really doesn't do too well, and it's not a great yoga for marriage, right? For long-term relationships. However, it's great for money, right? And it's in the 11th house, right? So, boom. Now we got another link in with money. So this person's chart is oozing the potential to have money, right? Oozing it, right? And those are three powerful, potent, not potentials, but actualizers of this person's destiny to bring her the wealth that she's acquired. So that's the first one, right? Par excellence, right? That's the first particular chart we're going to talk about. Mm-hmm. There's other placements and yogas in her chart. There's one that makes her, quote unquote, pretty, right? The other thing I was going to throw in there, just to kind of add in, is the fact that she has had some plastic surgery, right, on her face, and that plastic surgery, right, is that Jupiter that is debilitated in the second house, meaning that that typical planet, that particular planet is debilitated, and the second house is the face. Right now, she deals in makeup, which is phenomenal because, hey, guess what? Makeup deals with the face, right? So now we can also even see, right, that particular apparatus, right, is also, boom, right, bringing her the money through the face.
Yeah.
Right. And Mars is aspecting 4 houses away from, right, the 11th house, right, from the 11th house to the face. Mars represents cutting, slicing, dicing, right? So Jupiter being debilitated, this person has augmented their face at 21 years of age, right? So you can see these things, right? Bottom line, without a doubt, right? Makeup, surgery, plastic meaning fake. Jupiter being in the sign of debilitation, i.e. not authentic, fake, right? We can say false piety, but in the sense of false piety with the face, meaning false genuineness. There's no genuineness with the face. It's been altered. And this is, I'm sure, many reasons why they chose her. And she's fallen into this limelight of being able to use her face for money, for makeup.
Yep.
Right. Can't get any better than that. Right. And just like we were going 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, right? I didn't line them up like that, but I really don't have to. You can look in Kylie Jenner's life, unlike the charts of the cities, right, and see this in a person's life, right? So this is the power of this astrology. You can see this real time, right? So we're going to leave good old Kylie Jenner alone. Good luck, Kylie, right? Hope Netters smile upon you, right?
Let's get you on the show. We'll do it live.
Come on, Kylie, come on in so we can talk to you, right? We can link in and talk about some of those placements. But we're going to do Rihanna, right? We're going to do good old Rihanna, right? Now, Rihanna's another one, right? And she has some powerful stuff going on, too. Powerful stuff, right? Just like Kylie. Kylie's got a little bit more reported wealth. You know, she's at $1 million, but considering Rihanna ain't doing too bad, right?
Yeah.
She's at $600 million net worth. Right? You know, without the Kardashians. Right? I mean, you come from the Kardashians, you know, you should have some link-ins to some money some kind of way, right?
Absolutely.
Rihanna is her. It's just her, right? Little old Rihanna, right? So Rihanna's ascendant itself is Pisces. Well, hey, here we go again. Jupiter is the ruler of Pisces. Uh-oh. Now we're talking big money again. Now, she didn't start off, you know, with a whole lot of money, right? She didn't start off with a whole lot of anything living in Barbados, right? That's where she was born, right?
Yeah. Asian.
She, you know, Barbados is not one you walk into and see, you know, people with just oozing wealth, right? Not to say they have wealthy people there. I'm not saying that.
Definitely not the locals.
No. She was a local, right? She's a local, right?
Yeah.
You know, didn't start off, you know, but again, it's not how you start, it's how you what? How you finish, right? And so her ascendant is Pisces. Again, due east when she was born, right? Her ascendant on the horizon, the sign on the horizon, was Pisces, right? The two fish, right? Ruled by Jupiter. Just as Jupiter rules Sagittarius, it also rules Pisces. Just to get that in there, right? So people get it. But guess where her ascendant lord goes?
Second house again.
Second house. Here we go again. Now, she's not born into money, right? She's not born into money. But, right, Jupiter in the second house creates another, what we call, it's similar, you know, sometimes it alone, depending on its placements and so forth, it also kind of shows that person at some point will have some large access to large assets, right? Their bankroll at some point will be large. Now, of course, it could be other planets in the second house given, right, in different charts, right? Because it just doesn't mean that Jupiter's there alone. Will it do that? There's other things that have to qualify it. Again, astrology is a science, so you have to use several layers to get to this particular understanding, right? You can't just look at anyone's chart and say, oh, they got Jupiter in the second house, they're going to be rich. No, it doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
But for her chart and Kylie's chart, both of them have qualifiers that show par excellence. These girls are going to be rich. So Jupiter in the second house, right, expands the second house, right? Now her Jupiter's not debilitated, so she has some natural beauty going on, right? Right? We don't have an altered beauty, right? A false sense of beauty. We have a genuine sense of beauty. It's in the sign of Aries. Aries is the second sign from Pisces. Henceforth, the second house is Aries. And so Aries being ruled by Mars, well, we need to find where that particular, now, before I did forget to mention that particular placement that Kylie has, it's in the fourth house. And anytime you have those placements in what's called a Kendra house, meaning one of the major, it's like the foundation of the chart. The first house, the fourth house, the seventh house, and the 10th house are called Kendra houses. They're the foundation of a person's life, meaning the person's physical body, right? Their home life, their mother, their mate, right? And their perception in the world. Sometimes even they say the 10th house is the father, but we can argue that back and forth. But the perception of the world, the person's perception, i.e. their career, their profession, all of these are major fundamental forces in our lives, right?
Yeah.
So whenever a planet is placed in one of these four houses, those planets are going to give that person those attributes of that planet, and henceforth the planet in that sign, they're going to give that person those attributes above and beyond pretty much all the other houses, right? So the second lord, which is Mars, which rules Jupiter, is in the 10th house. Right? Which is a major house, a Kendra house, a prominent house. It gives it power. These houses represent power in the chart, right? So the second lord goes to the 10th house. Here we go, right? Well, guess what? Just like little old Kylie, her 10th lord goes to the second house, because the 10th house is Sagittarius for Pisces. Right? If you count 10 houses away, 10 signs away from Pisces, you end up in Sagittarius. So now we have another what? We have what's called a parvatana, or an exchange between houses. Just like in Kylie's, we had the second and fourth lords exchange, or parvatana. Now we have the 10th and second lords exchange. Whoa, that creates power in wealth, in resources, right? So now we can see clearly that this person, and guess what? What's Rihanna's claim to fame? Of course, she is a musician. In fact, she's one of the richest musicians. That's one of the other things that is stated about her, that she's one of the wealthiest female musicians out right now. Right? She actually beat out Madonna. Madonna was at like 500 and some odd million. Right, so that tells you Madonna is high. Again, Rihanna is still fairly young. She's not as young as Kylie, but again, Kylie's born into wealth, so that's a whole nother conversation like we just had, right? But this is someone that's almost not self-made, but definitely has done a lot of the work to get there on her own. Right?
Absolutely.
Right, she's pushed this career that she's had from being a nobody to a somebody. Right. When you're born as somebody, it's kind of easier to get to the top, right? But when you're born in little old Barbados as some little light-skinned girl, right, with a cute face, she's made her way up, right? Well, the ascendant lord is in Aries, so guess what? Some of those things, some of those imports are going to have that drive for her. She's going to have that ambition. She's going to get out there. She's not scared to be in the public eye, right?
Yeah.
But guess what? She has a claim to fame through makeup. Her brand is Fenty, right? Last name Fenty, right? Her brand, right? Second house, a lot of times they say means the name of a person, like it's the speech of a person, right? So literally, like it's her name on this brand. So we have a power of Atana between the 2nd and the 10th house, bringing power to the wealth to power, right? Boom, automatic wealth. Not saying automatic in the sense like that they not have to do anything, but in the sense that karma smiles on them as far as wealth. Now, wealth does not mean you're happy. Wealth does not mean you are at peace. Wealth does not mean that you are living a righteous life. It just means you have access to resources above and beyond what most people can fathom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
However, here we go again. Now, she has what's called a Malvaya yoga. You're going to hear this word yoga come out pretty much shows are going to start throwing yogas out, right? Just yoga, because these yogas are just those combinations and placements that give these particular karmic outputs, right?
Probably do a whole show on them.
Oh man, we can. Well,
several.
Yeah, I mean, these yogas are going to start coming out just in everything we do, because this is one of the fundamental aspects of how Jyotish, right? Some people say Vedic astrology. I really kind of lean away from that word because Vedic, the Vedas, right? Okay, I even throw it out there, but for the most part, it's really Indian astrology, right? Or Jyotish, right? Because the Vedas, that's a touchy subject we'll talk about another time, right? But let's say Indian astrology, right? But the really proper term is Jyotish. So when I say Jyotish, you can associate it with Vedic astrology for those that are comfortable with that term, or Indian astrology for those that are not. But Jyotish, right, is one of the basis of it, and they have many. We actually talked about those different aspects of it, right? That gives it its power, right? Yogas is one of those aspects, right? The specific types, like Lakshmi. Who's Lakshmi in Western astrology? Who? Right? Right. Lakshmi is a goddess of wealth, right? It's the paramour and wife of Vishnu, right? Like Ma'at in the Kemetic system is the wife of Tahuti. Right. So, right. Lakshmi brings wealth. Well, she doesn't have a Lakshmi yoga per se. Right. And she kind of does in a way. I won't get into that, but in a way. Right. Because the ninth lord does aspect the first house. Right. But that's another story. I won't throw that Lakshmi in there because it's not a very strong one that we could really run with. But we can say that the Malvaya yoga is there. Malvaya is when Venus is exalted in either 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th house. Some people also say even in the 5th and 9th house. We would even qualify it in the 5th and 9th, but it's more of a spiritual Malvaya yoga. And that just means that Venus is in its own sign, or Venus is in exaltation in one of those said houses, 1, 4, 7, or 10, or 5 or 9. Well, she has it in the first house, which is her physical body. Yeah, she's Riri, if you're listening, right, you looking all right, girl. You ain't doing too bad, right? right. Venus, right, it literally gives her beauty, right? Natural beauty, right? Not the one that's cut with the knife, even though Mars does aspect it, right? This is a different qualifier because we're not talking about the face, we're talking about her body. Literally, she has a very attractive overall presence, right? Top to bottom, right? Left to right, right? So that Malvaya yoga also gives wealth, right? It can give wealth, right? And it's going to give wealth through the physical body, right? It's going to make the body attractive, right? It's going to make her very sensual, right? As well, right? These yogas are very powerful because they will tell you some things when you begin to understand them, that this person is going to have these attributes, and you do see them. You can see them in her, right?
Yep.
Now, the other thing is that the moon. Now, here's the other thing, right? So we can look at this also from the moon, right? Now, in Kylie's chart, it's a little different because the moon is in the 11th house, so it would change some of those positions where the 2nd and the 12th would be exchanging. But we won't get into that for the sake of time. We want to keep this right down the middle. But for all intents and purposes, right, when it's from the moon, when these planets are from the moon and from the ascendant, it's kind of double whammy. Right, it kind of reinforces that the person has experiencing this from not only the physical reality, from the mental reality as well. Right, from the mind's perspective, meaning that she's feeling this as well as she's literally living this. Right, and again, Malvaya Yoga, it confers wealth on the native. Right, it confers wealth on that person that actually has it, material comforts. Right. But it also gives them extramarital processes as well, so they can definitely attract the opposite sex with ease. And I would say that would be her, bar none. Right?
Without a doubt.
But also, no doubt, right?
No doubt.
Venus is aspect in the 7th house, right? Which gives her, she can get a man with no problem. I'm sure she's got them lined up around the world, right? Who wouldn't want to get in line with Rihanna? But it's from the moon, right? And so the moon is actually another ascendant, right? We can take the moon as an ascendant, just like the first house is also considered an ascendant. So literally, it's from both her mind and body that she's experiencing these realities, right? Because you can have the reality and not feel it. Like, it's there, but I'm not feeling it. It's not. I don't resonate with it. I'm not right. I'm not feeling this. It's not vibing with me.
Yeah.
But it is with her. But the moon also in this first house gives her a glow, an alluring attraction. Not like Venus. Venus is just pure beauty. But we're talking about the moon, which softens it and makes it, more alluring, more smooth, right? More magnetic. Right. So, because that's what the moon does. Literally, I mean, you're out on a beautiful full moon. The moon it pulls and pushes. I mean, pulls and affects, the earth in a very, serious way, just like it affects us when we're out. I've been out where I just look at the moon and sit there like, wow, it's beautiful. Same thing with Rihanna. You could just look at her and like, wow, wow. Not to say I haven't seen women that are more attractive. Of course I have, but I'm just giving her a due because she definitely is, one that would definitely be an attractive individual. However, right, moving on in, right, guess what? She's got that Chandra Mangala yoga as well, right? So guess what? In relationships, and we know this in relationships, right? She definitely had a round or two with Chris Brown, right? Right?
Yeah.
They went a couple rounds. Now, I'm not saying who the victor was, but unfortunately, a man should never beat on a woman. Let me make that clear, right? I don't want people out there, but she has a power with her that definitely can push your buttons, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Chandra Mangala Yoga does well in business. Hello. Second Lord is the house of wealth, right? Second Lord rules the house of wealth, excuse me. And it's in the 10th from the moon. So this woman can definitely get a little fiery on you. In fact, a lot of fiery on you, right? Because Mars, not only is it 10th from the moon, let's put it like this. Mars can be in the 4th from the moon and not aspect the moon and still be considered or qualified as a Chandra Mangala Yoga. But it's in the 10th from the moon. Now, the 7th from the moon is going to do that much more damage to the relationships, right? Because the 7th house, anytime you want to know about relationships, we don't look at just the 7th house from the ascendant. We also look at the 7th house from the moon to define relationships. But she doesn't have it in the 7th. She has it in the 10th. Well, if you count 10 to where that moon is placed, right? 10, 11, 12, 1, 4 away from the 10th, 4 away from the 10th house, which Mars aspects 4 houses from itself, excuse me. You count because each planet has a special aspect. It aspects the moon. So literally, that fireness is directly coming to her and through her at you. Right?
Wow.
So, Chris, you was wrong, but I understand. Right? Right? Because a woman's power is through her tongue, her mouthpiece. Right? That's why women like a man that can communicate, who can get the gab.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's an automatic respect when a man can use his mouthpiece and not his hands, and use that to literally express himself in a way that is able to move her, right? Then she has a different approach. Well, I don't know how Chris is. I'm not saying he doesn't have a mouthpiece or he doesn't have ability to communicate, but guess what? She does. And she definitely, right, used that mouthpiece to move whatever man she deals with in a direction, good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that it brings wealth, right? It brings money. It brings the business acumen. It brings drive, ambition, like we stated, passion, right? So, and you can see she's passionate, right? You can see passion pouring out of her, right? So it qualifies all these particular things, A, B, C, D, so forth. All of these things qualify her to be a recipient of immense wealth. And as we stated in the Dasha scheme, she's in the Venus Dasha period.
Yep.
Right.
Boom.
There it is. So, both of these charts, excellent opportunities to present the power of Jyotish and astrology. And this is sidereal astrology for those that might brush in through and say, well, what I didn't see that. Venus is in Aries. No, this is sidereal astrology. We use things that are actually based on the planets as they are in the heavens, not as they are 2,000 years ago, with all due respect. Right. So, what do you think about that, brother? I mean, would you say that that's pretty much right and exact?
That's right on the money. Right on the money. I mean, I was just thinking about that. Like, I mean, that's without a doubt. I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but I mean, without a doubt, I mean, I would say probably at least 90% of the world would agree that Rihanna is a beautiful woman. And you can see that, Moon, Venus, all that in the ascendant is like, boom, right there. If you move those placements, to the tropical chart, that changes the picture totally.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, I could even play with it all day and just, it's going to change. She's going to lose, right? Because, I mean, let's say, okay, let's just do this. Let's throw this out there. We're almost out of time, folks. But let's just change it, right? Let's throw her in and say she's Aries ascendant with Jupiter in Aries at 27 degrees. Venus is in Aries at, let's say, 19 degrees. So we move it over 20, 10. So right about 17 degrees, I believe, right? Well, just add in 24 to where Venus is placed. So we would, we can put them in the ascendant together. But she loses the qualifications of the Malvaya Yoga.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Moon is going to move into Aries. Right? So all of these planets are going to notch over. But the Malvaya Yoga is one of the main qualifiers that she gets, because that's what brings her wealth, is her beauty.
Yeah.
Right? Venus in Aries isn't a hot looking woman. I'm sorry. Like, and some of y'all women might have it. I'm not saying you, because there's other qualifiers. Let me throw that out, right? Keep telling people that. So when people say, hey, Ra, I got Venus. Not saying that, right?
Not saying that at all.
Because I've met beautiful women with Venus in Aries. Okay. But I'm saying to give that special, where it becomes almost, it catapults you. Right? It pushes you into another category type deal. That's the Malvaya Yoga. Right? And that's only when Venus is in Pisces in, like I said, 1, 4, I'll throw 5, right? 7, 9, and 10. And again, the first house is, now we really qualifying it as her physical body, her physical beauty.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just bar none, right? It's there. So, like I said, you can go through all different types of combinations and stuff and so forth. And you might get some similarities, but this is just hands down. It shows it par excellence. So, with that being said, brother, I think this has definitely proven the skills and powers of astrology in this persuasion. Is there anything else that you want to have any questions, anything you want to add in, brother, before we, tie it up?
No, I think we pretty much summed that up, man. Beautiful display, indeed.
Okay. Yeah. Brother, I appreciate you this whole thing. I just want to say shout out to you, brother, for definitely, push it forward. It's definitely, been a key player in the success of this particular podcast. And without Push It Forward Media and without yourself, brother, a lot of this wouldn't be here for the people. So, definitely want the people to know that this brother is definitely, a key player and is a phenomenal individual with regards to his skill set, his mindset, and his ability. So, again, thank you, brother, for all your hard work and your efforts as well.
Oh no, man! Appreciate it, man. Like I said, I've been looking for you for years.
Well, here we are, brother.
Looking for somebody to do this with for years. So,
Indeed.
Yeah. So, shoot, man. On that note, man, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Again, thank you all for tuning in. This is episode 5, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe, to our podcast and whatever streaming platform you prefer to listen to it on. Make sure you follow us on our Instagram pages, at Cosmic Convo. That's on Instagram, and you can follow them, Shechem Ra at Shechem on Instagram, and we look forward, to the next show next week. It's going to be excellent as usual. And, let us know your feedback. And again, ask your questions and get consultations. Go ahead and contact Brother Ra and get your chart done. And I think pretty soon we're going to be giving something away. So stay tuned for that as well. You got any other closing words before we wrap it up?
Brother, that says it all. Just like you said, if you have any questions or if you want to definitely chime in, hit us up at Push It Forward, or hit us up at Tropical Astrology or Shechem Ra on either IG or Facebook. And that's it.
All right. So that's a wrap, man. Thank you all again, and see you next week. Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation, the place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and I got the good brother Ra. How you doing?
Peace, King. Can be better right now, brother. Can be better.
Sounds good, man. So, and here we are, man. We're on, episode 6. Last episode did pretty good, man. A lot of fanfare, with it. A lot of people, kind of, a lot of stuff going on in those two charts kind of resonated with a lot of people, especially women. How you feel about that show?
That show was an excellent show, King. Definitely showed the power of astrology, and we can see how destiny aligns us with, whether it be, wealth, health, marriage, divorce, whatever comes our way, what we say is secret or destiny is definitely has it in store for us. So I definitely feel that was a great show, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And before we get too far, let me remind you this show is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can find Calipurusha. How do you find Calipurusha, Brother Rob?
You can find me on Calipurusha on YouTube. You can get at me there. You can also find me at Shechem Ra on either IG or Facebook. Either one of those should be the same name. So if you're interested in any type of charts or just have a basic conversation about the shows, hit me up.
Indeed. And you can find Push It Forward at pushitforward.com as well. Spelled just like the Instagram, PUSHITFWD.com. All right. So, springboarding off of last week's show, we got a couple of questions / comments coming up. One thing, one of our listeners did correct us. I said that Tupac was actually born in prison, but he wasn't born in prison. His mother, Feenie, was pregnant with him in prison. So that's my mistake on that one. All right. Thanks for pointing that out, brother. And we have a question here. Brother wanted to know, what is our thoughts on astrocartography?
Astrocartography is a very powerful aspect and facet of astrology. And, that's why I kind of say that you can take different pieces and different parts of astrology from various schools and use them with the right sidereal placements, and it reveals some very phenomenal results. I've used astrocartography a few times, and it's not very hard to do. You put the information in, it gives you the placements with regards to the planets that are lined up with certain meridians or certain areas of a country or parts of the world. And I can say per my own personal testimony that astrocartography is a science that if you use it properly, it can give you some deep results. I know my power lines across the United States are a trip. For example, Saturn rules my house of children, and phenomenally so. My son is in California, in Oakland, California, or California, Sacramento, really, but same general area where my Saturn line falls right on. So, you can't get any better than that, right? I mean, when your child is located right at where your Saturn line is, and Saturn rules your children, right? I mean, you can't, that's pretty powerful. And there's other things that I've seen with regards to my own personal life, traveling to different places. I've noticed how the people vibe with me in certain areas. And it's like, wow, I definitely can do some things here with regards to that energy. So astrocartography, like I said, if it's used properly, and again, you don't want to use the tropical information, you want to use the sidereal, and the sidereal will really blow you away. So anybody that's interested in that, definitely use it with the sidereal placements, and you will not regret that as an investment as far as your time and money.
Good deal. Appreciate that. So I guess now, we ready to go ahead and, get into today's show. We got another good one, and this one is also, inspired, by, one of our listeners. So, we definitely, appreciate the input, and as you can see, if you ask it, we'll address it. You got suggestions, we'll always consider it. So we really appreciate you guys listening, and we also appreciate your feedback. All right. So, with that being said, we're going to get into that. One of our favorite topics to get into in this show is mundane astrology. And, one of our listeners suggested that we do an African country. And one of the countries that we happen to have, good birth data on was Liberia. So we're going to, get into the history and the current the current situations and past situations of the country of Liberia. So, I'm gonna let Brother Rock go ahead and take it over for a second and get into kind of the background and the beginnings of the country.
No doubt. Yeah, listeners out there, again, we appreciate you. We appreciate you listening, giving us feedback, giving us topics that you want us to delve into. So this is one for the people. This is definitely one that has been quite an eye opener with regards to the research that it engendered. So one of the things that you do when you look at mundane astrology is you want to look at a lot of the surrounding factors of the birth of a nation, and no pun intended, right? When you look at the beginnings of how a country, even a city or a state, or even a human being for that matter, you want to look at the surrounding energies that birth that thing. And Liberia is a strange, when I say strange, it's not a typical way that a country is founded with regards to the intent for the nation. Now, again, I'm not here, and Cosmic Convos not here to take sides. This is just raw data, raw information. Of course, there's always hidden aspects, hidden principles, hidden things that are underneath the manifestation of things. But for the most part, astrology will show you what it is that you're dealing with regards to whatever it is that's being viewed. And so Liberia is founded in in the 1800s, and the founding of the country is really so it was quote unquote for so that blacks, ex or former slaves, would have a chance for freedom, right? And it was deemed by a group, and we'll talk about the name of that group here shortly, that blacks would be better off in their own native land, right? And so, the child of America, right, is, for all intents and purposes, what Liberia is. It's a product of America, and you could say made in the USA, right? Right, or made by the USA rather, but. The country, the name of it really holds a lot of information. The name, a name is like a symbol. It shows what it is that is the intent for the country. And in fact, in Kemet, right, in ancient Egypt, the Ren, or the name, is a very fundamental part or aspect of the spirit, right?
Yeah.
So a name holds a lot, and Liberia, right, really comes from the word liberty, right? And there's a quote on the presidential standard for Liberia that says, "The love of liberty brought us here," right? So you really kind of have to take a look at that and step back and ask, well, what does that have to do with astrology? How does that fit in with astrology? How could we see that in the chart? And well, you really the ascendant, which is the first house, the rising, right? It's also called a lagna, is Libra, and Libra, right? Libra, librarian, liberty. All of them have a very close connotation with regards to freedom. And in fact, and this is not aligned to the chart per se, but when you have an ascendant, you have to take all three of the what we call nakshatras or asterisms into consideration with regards to a sign. And one portion of Libra is called Swati, and it is a shortened version of the name of Saraswati. And Saraswati is the goddess of learning and the arts, also akin to Shushat in ancient Egypt or Kemet. So, liberty, the Statue of Liberty and all those things, right? The Statue of Liberty holds a book and a flame. Well, the flame of enlightenment, and the book, meaning literally a book, which gives you insight, knowledge, and literally what frees you. Knowledge is what frees you. So, those deeper meanings to the country's name shows a direct connection to the ascendant and the imports that it has to do with as far as astrological principles are concerned. Those beginnings is all about liberty. Those beginnings are all about being able to emancipate someone from a state of servitude to a state of being able to self-govern themselves. So that's the first piece, right? And pretty powerful.
And indeed. But before we go further, could you get into what's the actual date of birth for Liberia that you have right here?
Yeah, I show July 26th, 1847 is the actual date of birth for that country. And it's phenomenal that, it's pretty close to America's birth date, right? It's not far off, talking a couple, 3 weeks at best. So, America's chart is very different. But here's the other phenomenal thing about it, too, and that America's chart is a Sagittarius ascendant, and that will be a show that we will do at some point in the near future. But Jupiter, Sagittarius ascendant, if you count 11 away from Sag, you end up with Libra, right?
Yeah.
And the 11th house are your allies, right? Mm-hmm. So with Libra being the ascendant of Liberia, shows a direct connection to the chart of America as a friend. Right. So again, these things, you can't make them up. It's not like you can, this is not fudged. This is straight out raw data, right?
Maybe even a friend of me,
so,
that term that they use.
Right, definitely. Well, looking at America's chart, you understand why when you get into those imports, right? You definitely see why America's a friend of me to many countries. But the other thing I want to touch on, you look at the flag of a nation, and the flag of a nation kind of is a symbol. It shows you kind of what their agenda is and what they kind of align themselves with. And the flag of Liberia is almost identical to the United States.
Yep.
With one difference. The only difference is that where the blue background resides, there is one star versus 50. But the red and the white stripes are identical. So that's a big symbol as well to show that this country is, again, an offshoot of the United States of America. It's one of Africa's first republic to claim independence. So that's a big piece as well. Again, independence, freedom, liberty, Libra, right?
Yeah.
all fits perfectly. I think we're at 2 for 2 right now, right?
Yep.
So, you can knock them down, and we're going to keep going as well. During the American Civil War, in fact, America didn't even recognize Liberia. Well, some countries didn't recognize Liberia as a legitimate country until after the Civil War.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were, transported to Liberia with the intents that, hopefully this would be something that would be a quote unquote promise kept by America, right? The other thing that I want to talk about is the actual outlay of the chart and some of the key principles behind how they're situated. And when you look at a country, you always want to, or any person, you always want to look at how the dashas start. And dashas, I may have mentioned in the past, what I call them, dasha is a Hindu or Indian word. That it means, dasha means 10, right? But it also, what I like to say is it's really like your life chapters, the chapters of a person or a nation's or a thing's life, how it starts, how it begins, and how it ends. What are the different pieces of the puzzle that kind of fit into that person's life and how you read it as a book. Right? Yeah. We all have a book of life. Well, your book of life is your chart, right? So it starts off in a Venus Dasha period. So phenomenally, right, it starts off with the ruler of the ascendant as the Dasha period, which that doesn't happen too often. And so Venus ruling the ascendant, right, it goes to a specific placement in a specific house. The house is really where we look to see the activity or, the undergirding structure of what happens. And the 11th house is where the ascendant lord goes, right? So, we say, how was it founded? Like what was the beginnings of this nation? And the 11th house is the house of allies. As I mentioned with America, it's the same thing for Liberia.
Yeah.
It is the house of friends. Anybody's chart is the house of your friends. I'm talking about real friends, like people that are there for the long haul, not, acquaintances or people that you meet, in passing, but real friends, people that are there like your elder brothers as well is also the 11th house. Big brother, right?
Interesting.
Big sister, isn't it, right? Yeah. And the group, as I mentioned originally, there's a group that founded, that was the instrument, so-called, to create Liberia, and that was the American Colonization Society. Right. Now, we know what colonization is, of course, but I'm saying the facts remain, not getting into the personal purview of what colonization is, because we know, most people know what it is for all intents and purposes. But cooperative societies is also the 11th house, right? So it's phenomenal that cooperative societies is directly aligned with the beginning of this nation, right? I mean, the name of the group is, again, American Colonization Society, right? So, perfect fit. We're 3 for 3, right? It fits right over like a hand in glove, right? It's also talks about reforms for benefiting the public, right? Again, trying to so-called assist the slaves and the prisoners of war that were in this nation that were Africans. So, that's the first jump off, right there, right? The second piece is, and that's just the dasha period as it starts. But looking deeper into the chart, and I just want to touch on that when you look at the beginning of a chart or looking at a chart itself, you want to look at the beginnings, look at where that first period starts. Because if the period is rough, sometimes life kind of goes that way. If the period is solid, the life kind of goes away. Not always, because as we'll see here, that the beginnings were very different from how it is now, right? So the next piece of the puzzle is that we look at the sun as the ruling body of a nation, the governing body of a nation. And it's phenomenal that the sun rules the 11th house for Libra ascendant, right? Well, again, the 11th house deals with those allies, those the agreements with foreign powers of government, and the 11th lord, which is the sun, goes to the 10th house of power, right? So also showing the instrument and design that America had in mind when they were setting up this country, that they would have a leg into Africa as well.
Yep.
Very, very, very important to know that. So, when you look at a country, you look at the sun, look at where the sun is placed, look at how the sun is situated. When you find the sun and you see, okay, sun is in the 12th house, sun is in the 2nd house, those are going to be specific messages about the country and how that governing body, whether it be the president, the king, the parliament, the prime ministers, all those people, how they're going to rule, where they're going to rule from, and what would be the ultimate demise of those people as well. So that's another piece, right? And going deeper within the chart itself, the country has some serious turmoil, right? Has from the beginning. In fact, a lot of the natives of that land were very resistant to America stepping foot in and setting up this colony, right? So that former slaves or ex-slaves would have some place to be free, right? So there was already strife from the beginning. But that is really aligned with Mars in the 7th house, right? And Mars in the 7th house, and Mars is in its own sign, right, in Aries. So, the 7th house is like opposition, right? I know it's the house of marriage in regards to in regards to natal astrology, right? But it's really also the house of war in a way, right? It's your open enemy. It's the people that are opposing you or in the opposite seat from you. Now, marriage, they always kind of say that all is fair in love and war, right? And that's the person that's next to you in your bed, usually, if there's a problem, is the person that can destroy you very quickly in natal charts, that is. So, expanding it to a global or mass level in a mundane chart, the 7th house is not just, who you make deals with, but also who really is against you. And so the 7th house having having Mars in it shows that when these people begin to set up shop, there was some people that pushed back, right?
Yeah.
Right. And this pushback has been there from the beginning, right? This resistance has been there from the beginning. And you can see how it's unfolded all the way up into something we're going to talk about here shortly, as far as the infrastructure, but the uncomfortability of the people and how things are being run, right? The other thing is looking at the moon in a natal chart shows you the mindset and the feel of the people, right? It shows you how the people kind of, what they think and feel about this whole thing we call a nation. And the moon in this chart is in the 3rd house, right? And so the moon in the 3rd house, you kind of want to look at the moon in relation to the sun, right? Because the sun is going to show you government and the moon is going to show you the people. And you want to say, well, hey, are the people set up well with the government? Do they agree with the government? Do they have disagreements with the government? Are they in bed with the government? That kind of thing. And so looking at the sun in the 10th house, if we count from the 10th to the 3rd, that's 6 houses away. So guess what? The people never vie with the government, right? The people never agree with the government. The people never go with the flow with regards to being ruled by the powers that be. And so as we move in deeper, we're going to see what happens when certain periods, certain life chapters turn on, to see what happens and how those people deal with the government, right? So, the other thing is you look at the infrastructure of a country, right, to kind of do a comparison. You got any questions so far, brother? Are you good, or how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I think did you just say that the sun was 6 houses from the moon, or?
Well, the moon is 6 houses from the sun. The sun is 8 houses from the moon. So it's what's called a 6-8 combination, right? In Western or Hellenistic astrology, that's what really Western astrology is Hellenistic astrology, Greek astrology. Yeah. And they do have some very powerful things to offer. I mean, I'm not saying that all of their stuff is if they just switched to sidereal, the conversation be over, right? Yeah. For the most part, right? But because they lock themselves into a time scale that, for all intents and purposes, is 2,000 years old, then we have a big difference when we come to agreeing on the ability to predict. But anyway, it's called a quincunx, right? 6-8, right? And 6-8 is like a fighter stance, right? So when you fight, I don't know when you was a kid, like, man, let's square up. You never square up when you fight. Yeah. You fight from an angle, right? You slide into it, right? You don't stand square toe to toe. The only time you toe to toe is when you begin the boxing round, but after that, you see them pretty much moving to get the right angle, to get the right hit. So that's a 6-8 combination. Yeah. And so moon is 6 from the sun is 8 from the moon. And so when you have that, again, that creates a dissonance, right? Rather than a resonance. It's regarding the people, their mindset, and the government and how they rule. So, when you look at a country, you want to look at the infrastructure of a country to see if you can see, well, how does this fit? How does this work out? Does it work well? And when I say infrastructure, we'll give an example. Education isn't part of the infrastructure of a nation. You want to look to the 4th house for the base of education, right? The 5th house as well, because the 5th house rules the boards of education, right? Rules higher learning with regards to education, meaning that the country, how does it filter education down to the people at large, meaning the children specifically, right? Does the country involve the children in education, which is the 5th house? And the 4th house is ruled by Saturn. So, if it rules that sign, you kind of have to, it rules that house, you kind of have to say, well, do I see a very healthy educational base in the country? And it's not the worst it could be, but it definitely is not the best, right? And so the 4th lord goes to the 5th house. Yeah. Of like I said, of children. So the literacy rate in Liberia is 60%. Women are slightly under men, by a hair's length. But for the most part, it's about 60%. And that's not that bad considering some other countries. It's not the best. Zimbabwe is the best with 90% education or literacy rate with regard to the country. But again, they still have many problems as well, even though they're fairly literate with regards to the African nations. But, considering, we're talking about, 6 out of 10 people are educated. The dominant language there is English, right? So, considering, it's not as bad as it could be. And again, that shows that Saturn in the 5th house ruling the 4th, it shows that. It shows that it could be better. Saturn, even though it's in its own sign, is still very a disparaging space between those that are educated and those that aren't. You can say really half if you boil it down.
Yeah.
Are and half aren't. So it shows that in the chart without a doubt. Right. I want to go back just to a point that I mentioned earlier, in that Mars in the 7th house shows that strife that is the undergirding feel of the country. Well, Pluto, and we can talk about the outer planets when we deal with mundane, because this country is, over 100 years old. So we can talk about that because these cycles, the countries will actually at some point hit the larger cycles that these outer planets will yield, that these outer planets cover. And so Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto can be discussed in light of these types of astrological underpinnings. Now, you can't do that per se with natal astrology. It's very hard to do. You have to, like I said before, have a very tight aspect within a degree. I always say within a degree. I give a window of 3, sometimes 5, depending on the chart itself. But if it's a degree's length away from a planet, then you can pretty much say there's going to be some subtle impacts there. But with a nation's chart, it's there without a doubt. Yeah. And so Pluto is within 2 degrees. Pluto's at 5 degrees. Mars is at 3 degrees. Aries. Yeah, that's heavy, because you can't really get, away from the fact that Pluto, which is kind of like 8th house stuff, sudden events, explosions, things that cause disarray, things that cause something to be weakened and dissolved, right? It's in the 7th house with the 7th Lord looking at the 1st house. So there's always this uneasiness with regards to the country. There's always something that is boiling behind the scenes, if you will. Some plot, schemes, spies, things like that. That's what Pluto really brings.
A lot of plutonic relationships with Liberia.
Yeah, plutonic, all right. Plutonium-like relationships, right? Explosive, right? So, that definitely is there to show, again, when we look at Liberia, why there's so much tumultuousness there, for lack of better words. So, moving deeper in, when we talk about this, we really can talk about the infrastructure with regards to the railway, the transportation system, if you will. And it's kind of hard to see at first, because you would think that the moon would do well in a 3rd with regards, because the people would really want, the people would be invested in the transportation system. And again, remember, the sun is 6 houses away from the 3rd. So then that shows that the government isn't so keen on helping set these things up, right?
Yeah.
And the 3rd Lord, Jupiter, which rules Sagittarius, it's what's called detriment, and that's another Hellenistic term, right? It's in its detriment, meaning it's in the sign opposite to its natural ruler, or natural place that it governs, right? So the ruler is in its opposite sign. It's in Gemini in the 9th. Yeah. And so that shows that it's detrimental, just like the word sounds like. It's 50-50, right? It's kind of like darned if you do, darned if you don't, right? Type deal with regards to the transportation system. Well, Liberia is right on the water, right? It has a port. And majority of the transportation, that when I say transportation, but the majority of the movement with regards to transportation is through that port. Right. So I would imagine that port is really the place where a lot of traffic is involved. Right. But with regards to the roads, it's not that great. Right. if I'm correct, historically, an audience, you're more than welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this point, in that Goodyear had set up at some point, the Goodyear company, as far as tires and rubber, had set up shop there. You would think that if Goodyear sets up shop in a country, I mean, it's going to have transportation, but it doesn't, right? And that's why I say it's a 50-50 kind of love-hate relationship with regards to the transportation. You look in and you see the infrastructure needs a lot of work. The roads are damaged from the rains, right? It's very wet in Liberia, right? It constantly rains. It's in a zone that, gets a lot of rain. So, wars have definitely damaged the roads and the infrastructure, right? And we're going to talk about those wars here in just a few minutes. Those wars have damaged the roads as well. So again, at some point, I'm sure it was a lot better than it is today, but it's definitely on the decline with regards to the infrastructure around transportation. So we've talked about education. We've talked about transportation. So the next piece I want to talk about is Rahu in the 12th, right? And Rahu in the 12th is very telling, right, about a nation. It really talks about political plots against the ruler and the governing party. It talks about revolts, riots, foreign invasions, right? And in 1980, there was a coup, right? And I believe the actual date is April 12th, 1980, right? On that date, in fact, right, there's some pretty pertinent information we would want to look at with regards to how that day happened, what happened on that day. On that day, with regards to transits, right, the sun was at 29 degrees Pisces. Now, that's a Gandanta point. And a Gandanta point, what it is basically, it's when it's between water and fire signs. The first degree on either side of the sign, 29 degrees Pisces, 1 degrees Aries, 29 degrees Cancer, 1 degrees Leo, and same thing with Scorpio and Sag. Those degrees are called Gandanta zones. Those are where things become overwhelming. It's literally, Gandanta means to drown, right? And when you're drowned, and say sometimes it can be literal if it's in a person's chart, but many times it's not literal. It just means you're overwhelmed, right? And the sun ruling the government is overwhelmed, right? On that day, and in the natal chart of Liberia, Uranus is at 26 degrees Pisces. So we've got a sun that just passed Uranus. Uranus creates revolts, upheaval, sudden events, right? These outer planets are very powerful planets because they are not ones that just let things stay status quo. They are about change on a grand scale. Well, it just passes. It's at 29. The sun is at 29 degrees Pisces in the Gandanta zone, passes Uranus, right? Is about to enter into the 7th house. And right when it's about to enter in the 7th house, is going to meet Mars at 3 degrees and Pluto at 5 degrees. So it's like in this sandwiched place, right? With all of these powerful subvertive energies that really blow things up, right? So on that day, there's some definite serious energies with regards to the chart itself, right? You can't get any better than that with regards to showing how this is the time where a coup or a revolt happens. Now, back to Rahu in the 12th. Rahu in the 12th shows again, right, those political plots. And if I'm correct here, Samuel Doe, right, is one of the individuals that was instrumental in, an individual by the name of Samuel Doe was part of the army of the nation. He was instrumental in taking down the government, right, that was in place. And so Rahu in the 12th shows, right, foreign powers that aid in undermining a country, right? And President William Tolbert Jr., right, was killed and shot purportedly by a white CIA agent.
Wow.
So this definitely rings true when you show that Rahu is in the 12th house. That country overall is always going to have someone in the backdrop trying to manipulate the government. Right. Now, back to life chapters. And this is to show this exactness of this particular chart, that the moon dasha, the moon life chapter, begins March of 1980. So within a month's time, right? And remember, said the moon is 6/8 to the sun. The moon dasha, the people are dissatisfied. The people are frustrated. The people want change. 6/8, right? The moon dasha begins the shift of the powers that be. They take the guy out, right? Can't get any better. Now we're at 5 for 5, 6 for 6, I believe, right?
Something like that.
Who's counting, right?
Yeah.
Right? Right. So, I mean, this is to show that this is how you begin to look at a nation with regards to mundane astrology, and how you can see it as it fits perfectly, right? The other thing I want to talk about is that there's a second civil war that happens, right? Now, this is the first civil war. So this 1980 is when the first civil war ensued, right? And then the second civil war begins in 1999. Now, here's the thing. Remember, we talked about Rahu in the 12th. So Rahu's period, the Northern Node's period, begins in 1997. So in 1999, here comes another shift of power, right? Another shift of power. And, you know, it's phenomenal. I mean, Rahu shows that, again, something is coming at this time to dissolve, right, the government and the structures that are in place.
Yeah.
You can't get any better than that.
Yeah.
You can't get any better than that. And, I know there's been some conjecture about, some things that were said by, it was a Vice, that created a whole series about, some very unsettling things. But
yeah,
when you understand that Rahu being in the 12th house kind of still has that ominous feel to it, when there's always something or someone in the background waiting to, slide into power. But the other piece is that Rahu's in the 12th house, and the 12th house deals with some serious things, because the other thing is that Ketu is also in the 6th house simultaneously.
Yeah.
Right? The 6th house rules disease. Right? The 6th house rules illness, imbalances, debt. Right? I say debt, not in just in sense of terms of monetary debt, but karmic debt. Right? Debt. Any kind of thing that you owe, you got to pay up. Right? Because of any imbalances that you might have dealt with, it's going to come out of that 6th house. And it's manifested in the 12th. Right? Vice versa. Well, the 12th house is hospitalization. Well, okay, hospitals are horrible in Liberia. I mean, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. What about you, Atta?
I'm not trying to get patched up out there. No disrespect, but nah.
Yeah, they're not all that great, right? But also it rules quarantines, right? 12th house is isolation, right? And Rahu in that period, in that Dasha life chapter period, right around 2014, when the period is just about to come to an end and switch over, what breaks out?
Ebola,
right? Now there's some reports that, powers that be put the Ebola in place. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. However, whether it was placed, whether it was bushmeat, whatever it is, right? Right. Whatever it is, right? It happened. Right. It was an event that took place. And Rahu being in the 12th caused that quarantining process. Do you remember that, brother? Remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was big. I mean, they were quarantined. You couldn't leave or go, right, from that country. That's quarantine. That's 12th house stuff, right? It ensued until 2015. And here again, phenomenal stuff, y'all. Jupiter Dasha begins in 2015. So within that year, that bridge from Rahu to Jupiter, and Rahu Mars is the last period. It's the last Dasha sub-period, right? Mars is in the 7th house, rules the 2nd and 7th, and is in 6 houses away from Rahu. So we got that 6th house import of disease, illness, and imbalance again. So again, you were seeing the theme repeat. Jupiter's in the 9th house, right? So Jupiter then comes in and then removes or dissolves, right, the epidemic. So by and far, I mean, I think we've substantiated that, this is Liberia's horoscope,
Absolutely.
What would you say, brother? Would you say you think we're good on that one?
We are. I think we hit, all the main kind of, perceptions that people have of Liberia. I mean, that Rahu sitting there in the 12th house is big.
It is. It's major. When we do it America, when we get into America's chart at some point in the future, we're going to see how those placements are set up and what it does in this particular regard in regards to the United States. You're going to see how these things work, and you can see it over and over and over like a clock. If you look up at a clock and it's 4:30, it's 4:30, right? We don't have to argue that, right? That's an objective standpoint. We are doing things in an objective way to really nail in the realities that astrology is by and far a science that can not only predict, but look back in time to give you insight into things that have happened and, like we said, will happen.
Indeed. Yeah, so I think that we pretty much sliced that one up, and man, we beat our time this time.
Indeed.
Yeah. So brother Rod, you got any closing statements or anything that you want to, any announcements or anything like that you want to get out?
Not at this time, not any particular announcements, just appreciate everybody for listening and for tuning in. This is going to be ongoing as long as we can, as far as getting the information out to the people. Hopefully the people will get out, research, take a look, start looking up, start looking around to see, hey, astrology is a real deal. It's gotten a bad rap, and I would say it's gotten a bad rap because of the misnomer or the misinformation that Western astrology has produced with regards to their timing and their placements. But if you look a little deeper, the nations that rule the world have always used this to control the world. So that's why it's important for us to keep our ear to the street and eyes to the sky, so we can use this and really navigate reality.
Indeed. One thing I did want to say before we close out is that we're working on putting something together. We got some kind of giveaway or something like that we're working on. So stay tuned on that. Stay tuned to that and whatnot. Let me see what else. We So we're going to we got our next show is going to be pretty interesting indeed, and probably in that next show is when we'll announce the giveaway that we got coming. So stay tuned for that. And if you got some some suggestions, something that you specifically are looking for, let us know, and we'll definitely take that in consideration. But you got to get it in quick, all right? Because we're going to announce it next week. And one more thing, stay tuned into Calipurusha Astrology. You have a video that you got coming up, right?
Yeah, it's gonna actually be timed, with some things that we're doing on the back end here. So yeah, definitely keep looking. I know it's slow coming, but everything you get from us is worth waiting for. Anything that's done in qualities, it takes time. And I like to do things in a very thorough way so that it leaves very little wiggle room for error, if you know what I mean.
Indeed, and stay tuned. Be on the lookout. For what's going on at Push It Forward. We got some short films in the making, that we're going to be releasing pretty soon that I think everybody will definitely enjoy. So stay tuned to that. I'll definitely let you know when those will be dropping. So, pretty much with that being said, I hope you all enjoyed this show. Remember to, like, and subscribe to our podcast on whichever platform you're looking that you're listening on, and share it with people. Let people know. We're going to keep cranking out these shows, and I thank you all for the consistency. We've looked like we've developed a good core kind of following for this show. So we really appreciate that, and we want to grow it. We want to take it to the next level, because we don't just do this just because we want to be popular or something like that, and have a good just a podcast for the sake of having a podcast. I believe we both have a genuine interest in trying to expose people to this form of astrology, because we've both been able to leverage it throughout our lives and, get some great results. And, we want you to get those type of results as well, So, with that being said, I think we're good here, and, we'll see you next show. Brother, are you good? You got anything else you want to say?
No, brother, you've said it all. Perfect.
All right, good deal. Well, until next time, peace.
Peace.